The Sorrows of Satan, Marie Corelli, Chapter 21. The preparations for my marriage now went on apace. Shoals of presents began to arrive for Sybil as well as for myself, and I was introduced to an hitherto undemonstrated phase, as far I personally was concerned, of the vulgarity and hypocrisy of fashionable society. Everyone knew the extent of my wealth, and how little real necessity there was for offering me or my bride-elect costly gifts. Nevertheless, all our so-called friends and acquaintances strove to outvie each other in the gross cash value, if not in the good taste of their various donations. Had we been a young couple bravely beginning the world on true love, in more or less uncertainty as to our prospects and future income, we should have received nothing, either useful or valuable. Everyone would have tried to do the present giving in as cheap and mean a way as possible. Instead of handsome services of solid silver, we should have had a meager collection of plated teaspoons. Instead of costly editions of books sumptuously enriched with fine steel engravings, we might possibly have had to express our gratitude for a 10-shilling family Bible. Of course, I fully realized the actual nature and object of the lavish extravagance displayed on this occasion by our social set. Their gifts were merely so many bribes, sent with a purpose which was easy enough to fathom. The donors wished to be invited to the wedding in the first place. After that, they sought to be included in our visiting list, and foresaw invitations to our dinners and house parties, and more than this they calculated on our influence in society, and the possible chance there might be in the dim future of our lending some of the money should pressing occasion require it. In the scant thankfulness and suppressed contempt their adulatory offerings excited, Sybil and I were completely at one. She looked upon her array of glittering valuables with the utmost weariness and indifference, and flattered my self-love by assuring me that the only things she cared at all for were the rivier of sapphires and diamonds I had given her as a betrothal pledge, together with an engagement ring of the same lustrous gems. Yet I noticed she also had a great liking for Lucio's present, which was a truly magnificent masterpiece of the jeweller's art. It was a girdle in the form of a serpent, the body entirely composed of the finest emeralds, and the head of rubies and diamonds. Flexible as a reed, when Sybil peeped it on, it appeared to spring and coil round her waist like a living thing, and breathe with her breathing. I did not much care for it myself as an ornament for a young bride, it seemed to me quite unsuitable, but as everyone else admired it and envied the possessor of such superb jewels, I said nothing of my own distaste. Diana Chesney had shown a certain amount of delicate sentiment and refinement in her offering, it was a very exquisite marble statue of Psyche, mounted on a pedestal of solid silver and ebony. Sybil thanked her, smiling coldly. "You have given me an emblem of the soul," she said. "No doubt you remembered I have no soul of my own." And her airy laugh had chilled poor Diana to the marrow, as the warm-hearted little American herself, with tears, assured me. At this period I saw very little of Romanes. I was much occupied with my lawyers on the question of settlements. Messrs. Bentham and Ellis rather objected to the arrangement by which I gave the half of my fortune to my intended wife unconditionally, but I would brook no interference, and the deed was drawn up, signed, sealed and witnessed. The Earl of Elton could not sufficiently praise my unexampled generosity, my noble character, and walked about, eulogizing me everywhere, till he almost turned himself into a public advertisement of the virtues of his future son-in-law. He seemed to have taken a new lease of life, he flirted with Diana Chesney openly, and of his paralyzed spouse with a fixed stare and deathly grin. He never spoke, and, I imagine, never thought. Sybil herself was always in the hands of dressmakers and milliners, and we only saw each other every day for a few minutes' hurried chat. On these occasions she was always charming, even affectionate, and yet, though I was full of passionate admiration and love for her, I felt that she was mine merely as a slave might be mine, that she gave me her lips to kiss as if she considered I had a right to kiss them because I had bought them, and for no other reason, that her pretty caresses were studied, and her whole behavior the result of careful forethought and not natural impulsiveness. I tried to shake off this impression, but it still remained persistently, and clouded the sweetness of my brief courtship. Meanwhile, slowly and almost imperceptibly, my boomed book dropped out of notice. Maudson presented a heavy bill of publishing costs which I paid without a murmur. Now and then an allusion to my literary triumphs cropped up in one or other of the newspapers, but otherwise no one spoke of my famous work, and few read it. I enjoyed the same sort of cliquey reputation and public failure attending Pater's novel entitled Marius the Epicurean. The journalists with whom I had come in contact began to drift away like flotsam and jetsam. I think they saw I was not likely to give many more reviewing dinners or suppers, and that my marriage with the Earl of Elton's daughter would lift me into an atmosphere where Grub Street could not breathe comfortably, or stretch its legs at ease. The heap of gold on which I sat as on a throne, divided me gradually from even the back courts and lower passages leading to the Temple of Fame, and almost unconsciously to myself I retreated step by step, shading my eyes as it were from the sun, and seeing the glittering turrets in the distance, with a woman's slight figure entering the lofty portico, turning back her laureled head to smile sorrowfully and with divinest pity upon me, ere passing in to salute the gods. Yet, if asked about it, everyone on the press would have said that I had had a great success. I realized the bitterness and truth of my failure. I had not touched the heart of the public I had not succeeded in so waking my readers out of the torpor of their dull and commonplace everyday lives, that they should turn towards me with outstretched hands, exclaiming more of these thoughts which comfort and inspire us, which make us hear God's voice proclaiming all's well. Above the storms of life. I had not done it, I could not do it. And the worst part of my feelings on this point was the idea that possibly I might have done it had I remained poor. The strongest and healthiest pulse in the composition of a man, the necessity for hard work, had been killed in me. I knew I need not work, that the society in which I now moved thought it ridiculous if I did work, that I was expected to spend money and enjoy myself in the idiotic fashion of what the upper term enjoyment. My acquaintances were not slow in suggesting plans for the dissipation of my surplus cash, why did I not build for myself a marble palace on the Riviera? Or a yacht to completely outshine the Prince of Wales's Britannia? Why did I not start a theatre? Or found a newspaper? Not one of my social advisers once proposed my doing any private personal good with my fortune. When some terrible case of distress was published, and subscriptions were raised to relieve the object or objects of suffering, I invariably gave 10 guineas, and allowed myself to be thanked for my generous assistance. I might as well have given 10 pence, for the guineas were no more to me in comparison than the pence. When funds were started to erect a statue to some great man who had, in the usual way of the world, been a victim of misrepresentation till his death, I produced my 10 guineas again, when I could easily have defrayed the whole cost of the memorial, with honor to myself, and been none the poorer. With all my wealth I did nothing noteworthy, I showered no unexpected luck in the way of the patient, struggling workers in the hard schools of literature and art, I gave no largesse among the poor, and when a thin eager-eyed curate with a strong earnest face, called upon me one day, to represent, with much nervous diffidence, the hideous sufferings of some of the sick and starving in his district down by the docks, and suggested that I might possibly care to alleviate a few of these direful sorrows as a satisfaction to myself, as well as for the sake of human brotherhood, I am ashamed to say I let him go with a sovereign, for which he heaped coals of fire on my head by his simple "God bless you, and thank you." I could see he was himself in the grip of poverty, I could have made him and his poor district gloriously happy by a few strokes of my pen on a check for an amount I should never have missed, and yet I gave him nothing but that one piece of gold, and so allowed him to depart. He invited me, with earnest goodwill, to go and see his starving flock, for, believe me, Mr. Tempest, said he, I should be sorry if you thought, as some of the wealthy are unhappily apartment to do, that I seek money simply to apply it to my own personal uses. If you would visit the district yourself, and distribute whatever you please with your own hand, it would be infinitely more gratifying to me, and would have a far better effect on the minds of the people. For, sir, the poor will not always be patient under the cruel burdens they have to bear. I smiled indulgently, and assured him, not without a touch of satire in my tone, that I was convinced all clergymen were honest and unselfish, and then I sent my servant to bow him out with all possible politeness. And that very day, I remember, I drank at my luncheon Chateau Gama 25 shillings a bottle. I enter into these apparently trifling details because they all help to make up the sum and substance of the deadly consequences to follow, and also because I wish to emphasize the fact that in my actions I only imitated the example of my compeers. Every rich man today follows the same course as I did, and active personal good to the community is wrought by none of them. No great deed of generosity illumines our annals. Royalty itself leads no fashion in this, the royal gifts of game and cast-off clothing sent to our hospitals are too slight and conventional to carry weight. The entertainments for the poor got up by some of the aristocrats at the East End, are nothing, and less than nothing. They are weak sops to our tame lion couchant, offered in doubtful fear and trembling. For our lion is wakeful and somewhat restive, there is no knowing what may happen if the original ferocity of the beast is roused. A few of our over-rich men might considerably ease the load of cruel poverty in many quarters of the metropolis if they united themselves with a noble unselfishness in a strong and determined effort to do so, and eschewed red tapeism and wordy argument. but they remain inert spending solely on their own personal gratification and amusement, and meanwhile there are dark signs of trouble brooding. The poor, as the lean and anxious curate said, will not always be patient. I must not here forget to mention that according to the suggestion Romanes has made to me on the second day of our acquaintance, he had entered a horse for me to run the Derby. It was a superb creature named Phosphor, and where it came from, Lucio would not say. It was shown to a few experts who not only seemed astonished but considerably taken aback by the perfection of the animal at all points, and Romanes, whose gift to me it was, warned me to be careful as to the character of the persons admitted into the stables to view it, and to allow no one but the horse's own two attendants to linger near it long on any pretext. Speculation was very rife as to what Phosphor's capabilities really were. The grooms never showed him off to advantage during exercise. I was amazed when Lucio told me his man Emile would be the jockey. Good heavens! Not possible. I exclaimed. Can he ride? Like the very devil? Responded my friend with a smile. Apostrophe. He will ride Phosphor to the winning post? I was very doubtful in my own mind of this. A horse of the Prime Minister's was to run, and all the betting was on that side. Few had seen Phosphor, and those few, though keen admirers of the animal's appearance, had little opportunity of judging its actual qualities, thanks to the careful management of its two attendants, who were dark-faced, reticent-looking men, somewhat after Emile's character and complexion. I myself was quite indifferent as to the result of the contest. I did not really care whether Phosphor lost or won the race. I could afford to lose, and it would be little to me if I won, save a momentary passing triumph. There was nothing lasting, intellectual or honorable in the victory, there is nothing lasting, intellectual or honorable in anything connected with racing. However, because it was fashionable to be interested in this particular mode of wasting time and money, I followed the general lead, for the sake of being talked about, and nothing more. Meanwhile, Lucio, saying little to me concerning it, was busy planning the betrothal fete at Willowsmere, and designing all sorts of surprise entertainments for the guests. 800 invitations were sent out, and society soon began to chatter volubly and excitedly on the probable magnificence of the forthcoming festival. Eager acceptances poured in. Only a few of those asked were hindered from attending by illness, family deaths or previous engagements, and among these latter, to my regret, was Mavis Clare. She was going to the sea-coast to stay with some old friends, and in a prettily worded letter explained this, and expressed her thanks for my invitation, though she found herself unable to accept it. How curious it was that when I read her little note of refusal I should experience such a keen sense of disappointment. She was nothing to me, nothing but a literary woman who, by strange chance, happened to be sweeter than most women unliterary, and yet I felt that the fete at Willowsmere would lose something in brightness lacking her presence. I had wanted to introduce her to Sybil, as I knew I should thus give a special pleasure to my betrothed, however, it was not to be, and I was conscious of an inexplicable personal vexation. In strict accordance with the promise made, I let Romanes have his own way entirely with regard to all the arrangements for what was to be the new plus ultra of everything ever designed for the distraction, amusement and wonderment of listless and fastidious swagger people, and I neither interfered, nor asked any questions, content to rely on my friend's taste, imagination and ingenuity. I only understood that all the plans were being carried out by foreign artists and caterers, and that no English firms would be employed. I did venture once to inquire the reason of this, and got one of Lucio's own enigmatical replies: "Nothing English is good enough for the English," he said. "Things have to be imported from France to please the people whom the French themselves angrily designate as perfide Albion. You must not have a bill of fare, you must have a menu, and all your dishes must bear French titles, otherwise they will not be in good form. You must have French comedians and dancers to please the British taste, and your silken draperies must be woven on French looms. Lately too, it has been deemed necessary to import Parisian morality as well as Parisian fashions. It does not suit stalwart Great Britain at all, stalwart Great Britain, aping the manners of Paris, looks like a jolly open-faced, sturdy-limbed giant, with a doll's bonnet stuck on his leonine head. But the doll's bonnet is just now la mode. Some day I believe the giant will discover it looks ridiculous, and cast it off with a burst of genuine laughter at his own temporary folly. And without it, he will resume his original dignity, the dignity that best becomes a privileged conqueror who has the sea for his standing army. Evidently you like England," I said, smiling. He laughed. "Not in the very least. I do not like England any more than any other country on the globe. I do not like the globe itself, and England comes in for a share of my aversion as one of the spots on the trumpery ball. If I could have my way, I should like to throw myself on a convenient star for the purpose and kick out at Earth as she whirls by in space, hoping by that act of just violence to do away with her forever. But why? I asked, amused. Why do you hate the Earth? What has the poor little planet done to merit your abhorrence? He looked at me very strangely. Shall I tell you? You will never believe me. No matter for that. I answered smiling. Say on. What has the poor little planet done? He repeated slowly. The poor little planet has done nothing. But it is what the gods have done with this same poor little planet that awakens my anger and scorn. They have made it a living sphere of wonders, endowed it with beauty borrowed from the fairest corners of highest heaven, decked it with flowers and foliage, taught it music, the music of birds and torrents and rolling waves and falling rains, rocked it gently in clear ether among such light as blinds the eyes of mortals, guided it out of chaos, through clouds of thunder and barbed shafts of lightning, to circle peacefully in its appointed orbit, lit on the one hand by the vivid splendors of the sun, and on the other by the sleepy radiance of the moon, and more than all this, they have invested it with a divine soul in man. Oh, you may disbelieve as you will, but notwithstanding the pygmy peeps Earth takes at the vast and eternal ocean of science, the soul is here, and all the immortal forces with it and around it. Nay, the gods, I speak in the plural, after the fashion of the ancient Greeks, for to my thinking there are many gods emanating from the supreme deity, the gods, I say, have so insisted on this fact, that one of them has walked the earth in human guise, solely for the sake of emphasizing the truth of immortality to these frail creatures of seemingly perishable clay. For this I hate the planet, were there not, and are there not other and far grander worlds, that a god should have chosen to dwell on this one? For a moment I was silent, out of sheer surprise. You amaze me, I said at last. You allude to Christ, I suppose, but everybody is convinced by this time that he was a mere man like the rest of us. There was nothing divine about him. What a contradiction you are. Why, I remember you indignantly denied the accusation of being a Christian. Of course, and I deny it still, he answered quickly. I have not a fat living in the church that I should tell a lie on such a subject. I am not a Christian, nor is anyone living a Christian. To quote a very old saying, there never was a Christian save one, and he was crucified. But though I am not a Christian, I never said I doubted the existence of Christ. That knowledge was forced upon me, with considerable pressure too, by a reliable authority. I inquired with a slight sneer. He made no immediate reply. His flashing eyes looked, as it were, through me and beyond me at something far away. The curious pallor that at times gave his face the set look of an impenetrable mask, came upon him then, and he smiled, an awful smile. So might a man smile out of deadly bravado, when told of some dim and dreadful torture awaiting him. You touch me on a sore point, he said at last, slowly and in a harsh tone. My convictions respecting certain religious phases of man's development and progress are founded on the arduous study of some very unpleasant truths to which humanity generally shuts its eyes, burying its head in the desert sands of its own delusions. These truths I will not enter upon now. Some other time I will initiate you into a few of my mysteries. The tortured smile passed from his face, leaving it intellectually composed and calm as usual, and I hastily changed the subject, for I had made up my mind by this time that my brilliant friend had, like many exceptionally gifted persons, a craze on one topic, and that topic a particularly difficult one to discuss, as it touched on the superhuman, and therefore, to my thinking, the impossible. My own temperament, which had, in the days of my poverty, fluctuated between spiritual striving and material gain, had, with my sudden access to fortune, rapidly hardened into the character of a man of the world, worldly, for whom all speculations as to the unseen forces working in and around us were the merest folly, not worth a moment's waste of thought. I should have laughed to scorn anyone who had then presumed to talk to me about the law of eternal justice, which with individuals as well as nations, works, not for a passing phase, but for all time towards good, and not evil, for no matter how much a man may strive to blind himself to the fact, he has a portion of the divine with him, which if he wilfully corrupts by his own wickedness, he must be forced to cleanse again, and yet again, in the fierce flames of such remorse and such despair as are rightly termed the quenchless fires of hell. Chapter 22. On the afternoon of the 21st of May, I went down, accompanied by Lucio, to Willowsmere, to be in readiness for the reception of the social swarm who were to flock thither the next day. Emile went with us, but I left my own man, Morris, behind, to take charge of my rooms in the Grand and to forward late telegrams and special messages. The weather was calm, warm and bright, and a young moon showed her thin crescent in the sky as we got out at the country station and stepped into the open carriage awaiting us. The station officials greeted us with servile humility, eyeing Lucio especially with an almost gaping air of wonderment. The fact of his lavish expenditure in arranging with the railway company a service of special trains for the use of the morrow's guests had no doubt excited them to a speechless extent of admiration as well as astonishment. When we approached Willowsmere, and entered the beautiful drive, bordered with oak and beech, which led up to the house, I uttered an exclamation of delight at the festal decorations displayed, for the whole avenue was spanned with arches of flags and flowers, garlands of blossoms being even swung from tree to tree, and interlacing many of the lower branches. The gabled porch at the entrance of the house was draped with crimson silk and festooned with white roses, and as we alighted, the door was flung open by a smart page in brilliant scarlet and gold. "I think," said Lucio to me as we entered, "you will find everything as complete as this world's resources will allow. The retinue of servants here are what is vulgarly called on the job, their payment is agreed upon, and they knows their duties thoroughly, they will give you no trouble." I could scarcely find words to express my unbounded satisfaction, or to thank him for the admirable taste with which the beautiful house had been adorned. I wandered about in an ecstasy of admiration, triumphing in such a visible and gorgeous display of what great wealth could really do. The ballroom had been transformed into an elegant bijou theatre, the stage being concealed by a curtain of thick gold-colored silk on which the oft-quoted lines of Shakespeare were embroidered in raised letters, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." Turning out of this into the drawing-room, I found it decorated entirely round with banks of roses, red and white, the flowers forming a huge pyramid at one end of the apartment, behind which, as Lucio informed me, unseen musicians would discourse sweet harmony. "I have arranged for a few tableaux of events in the theatre to fill up a gap of time," he said carelessly. "Fashionable folks nowadays get so soon tired of one amusement that it is necessary to provide several in order to distract the brains that cannot think, or discover any means of entertainment in themselves. As a matter of fact, people cannot even converse long together, because they have nothing to say. Oh, don't bother to go out in the grounds on a tour of inspection just now, leave a few surprises for yourself as well as for your company tomorrow. Come and have dinner." He put his arm through mine and we entered the dining room. Here the table was laid out with costly fruit, flowers and delicacies of every description, 4 men servants in scarlet and gold stood silently in waiting, with Emile, in black as usual, behind his master's chair. We enjoyed a sumptuous repast, served to perfection, and when it was finished, we strolled out in the grounds to smoke and talk. "You seem to do everything by magic, Lucio," I said, looking at him wonderingly. "All these lavish decorations, these servants." "Money, my dear fellow, nothing but money," he interrupted with a laugh. "Money, the devil's pass key. You can have the retinue of a king without any of a king's responsibilities, if you only choose to pay for it. It is merely a question of cost, and taste." I reminded him. "True, and taste. Some rich men there are who have less taste than a costermonger. I know one who has the egregious vulgarity to call the attention of his guests to the value of his goods and chattels. He pointed out for my admiration one day, an antique and hideous china plate, the only one of that kind in the world, and told me it was worth 1,000 guineas. "Break it," I said coolly. "You will then have the satisfaction of knowing you have destroyed 1,000 guineas worth of undesirable ugliness." You should have seen his face. He showed me no more curios. I laughed, and we walked slowly up and down for a few minutes in silence. Presently I became aware that my companion was looking at me intently, and I turned my head quickly to meet his eyes. He smiled. "I was just then thinking," he said, "what you would have done with your life if you had not inherited this fortune, and if have not come your way." "I should have starved, no doubt," I responded. "Died like a rat in a hole, of want and wretchedness." "I rather doubt that," he said meditatively. "It is just possible you might have become a great writer." "Why do you say that now?" I asked. "Because I have been reading your book. There are fine ideas in it, ideas that might, had they been the result of sincere conviction, have reached the public in time, because they were sane and healthy. The public will never put up for long with corrupt fads and artificial crazes. Now, you write of God, yet according to your own statement, you did not believe in God even when you wrote the words that imply his existence, and that was long before I met you. Therefore the book was not the result of sincere conviction, and that's the keynote of your failure to reach the large audience you desired. Each reader can see you do not believe what you write, the trumpet of lasting fame never sounds triumph for an author of that caliber. Don't let us talk about it, for heaven's sake. I said irritably. I know my work lacks something, and that something may be what you say, or it may not, I do not want to think about it. Let it perish, as it assuredly will. Perhaps in the future I may do something better. He was silent, and finishing his cigar, threw the end away in the grass where it burned like a dull red coal. I must turn in. He then observed. I have a few more directions to give to the servants for tomorrow. I shall go to my room as soon as I have done, so I'll say good night. But surely you are taking too much personal trouble, I said. Can't I help in any way? No, you can't, he answered smiling. When I undertake to do anything I like to do it in my own fashion, or not at all. Sleep well, and rise early. He nodded, and sauntered slowly away over the dewy grass. I watched his dark tall figure receding till he had entered the house. Then, lighting a fresh cigar, I wandered on alone through the grounds, noting here and there flowery arbors and dainty silk pavilions erected in picturesque nooks and corners for the morrow. I looked up at the sky. It was clear and bright, there would be no rain. Presently I opened the wicket gate that led into the outer byroad, and walking on slowly, almost unconsciously, I found myself in a few minutes opposite Lily Cottage. Approaching the gate I looked in, the pretty old house was dark, silent and deserted. I knew Mavis Clare was away, and it was not strange that the aspect of her homeness emphasized the fact of her absence. A cluster of climbing roses hanging from the wall looked as if they were listening for the first sound of her returning footsteps. Across the green breadth of the lawn where I had seen her playing with her dogs, a tall sheaf of St. John's lilies stood up white against the sky, their pure hearts open to the starlight and the breeze. The scent of honeysuckle and sweetbriar filled the air with delicate suggestions, and as I leaned over the low fence, gazing vaguely at the long shadows of the trees on the grass, a nightingale began to sing. The sweet yet dolorous warble of the little brown lover of the moon palpitated on the silence in silver-toned drops of melody, and I listened, till my eyes smarted with a sudden moisture as of tears. Strangely enough, I never thought of my betrothed bride Sybil then, as surely, by all the precedents of passion, I should have done at such a moment of triumphal ecstasy. It was another woman's face that floated before my memory, a face not beautiful, but merely sweet, and made radiant by the light of two tender, wistful, wonderfully innocent eyes, a face like that of some new Daphne with a mystic laurel springing from her brows. The nightingale sang on and on, the tall lilies swayed in the faint wind as though nodding wise approval of the bird's wild music, and, gathering one bright arrows from the hedge, I turned away with a curious heaviness at my heart, a trouble I could not analyze or account for. I explained my feeling partly to myself as one of regret that I had ever taken up my pen to assault, with sneer and flippant jest, the gentle and brilliantly endowed owner of this little home where peace and pure content dwelt happily in student-like seclusion, but this was not all. There was something else in my mind, something inexplicable and sad, which then I had no skill to define. I know now what it was, but the knowledge comes too late. Returning to my own domains, I saw through the trees a vivid red light in one of the upper windows of Willowsmere. It twinkled like a lurid star, and I guided my steps by its brilliancy as I made my way across the winding garden paths and terraces back to the house. Entering the hall, the page in scarlet and gold met me, and with a respectful obeisance, escorted me to my room where Emile was in waiting. Has the prince retired? I asked him. Yes, sir. He has a red lamp in his window, has he not? Emile looked deferentially meditative. Yet I fancied I saw him smile. I think yes, I believe he has, sir. I asked no more questions, but allowed him to perform his duties as valet in silence. Good night, sir, he said at last, his ferret eyes fastened upon me with an expressionless look. Good night. I responded indifferently. He left the room with his usual cat-like stealthy tread, and when he had gone, I, moved by a sudden fresh impulse of hatred for him, sprang to the door and locked it. Then I listened, with an odd nervous breathlessness. There was not a sound. For fully quarter of an hour I remained with my attention more or less strained, expectant of I knew not what, but the quiet of the house was absolutely undisturbed. With a sigh of relief I flung myself on the luxurious bed, a couch fit for a king, draped with the richest satin elaborately embroidered, and falling soundly asleep I dreamed that I was poor again. Poor, but unspeakably happy, and hard at work in the old lodging, writing down thoughts which I knew by some divine intuition and beyond all doubt, would bring me the whole world's honor. Again I heard the sounds of the violin played by my unseen neighbor next door, and this time they were triumphal chords and cadences of joy, without one throb of sorrow. And while I wrote on in an ecstasy of inspiration, oblivious of poverty and pain, I heard, echoing through my visions, the round warble of the nightingale, and saw, in the far distance, an angel floating towards me on pinions of light, with the face of Mavis Clare. Chapter 23. The morning broke clear, with all the pudence of a fine opal radiating in the cloudless sky. Never had I beheld such a fair scene as the woods and gardens of Willowsmere, when I looked upon them that day illumined by the unclouded sunlight of a spring half melting into summer. My heart swelled with pride as I surveyed the beautiful domain I now owned, and thought how happy a home it would make when Sybil, matchless in her loveliness, shared with me its charm and luxury. Yes, I said half aloud. Say what philosophers will, the possession of money does ensure satisfaction and power. It is all very well to talk about fame, but what is fame worth, if, like Carlyle, one is too poor to enjoy it? Besides, literature no longer holds its former high prestige, there are too many in the field, too many newspaper scribblers all believing they are geniuses, too many ill-educate, one-lady paragraphists and new women who think they are as gifted as Georges Sand or Mavis Clare. With Sybil and Willowsmere, I ought to be able to resign the idea of fame, literary fame, with a good grace. I knew I reasoned falsely with myself, I knew that my hankering for a place among the truly great of the world was as strong as ever, I knew I craved for the intellectual distinction, force, and pride which make the thinker a terror and a power in the land, and so severs a great poet or great romancist from the commoner throng that even kings are glad to do him or her honor, but I would not allow my thoughts to dwell on this rapidly vanishing point of unattainable desire. I settled my mind to enjoy the luscious flavor of the immediate present, as a bee settles in the cup of honey flowers, and, leaving my bedroom, I went downstairs to breakfast with Lucio in the best and gayest of humors. Not a cloud on the day, he said, meeting me with a smile, as I entered the bright morning room, whose windows opened on the lawn. The feat will be a brilliant success, Geoffrey, thanks to you, I answered. Personally, I am quite in the dark as to your plans, but I believe you can do nothing that is not well done. You honor me, he said with a light laugh. You credit me then with better qualities than the Creator. For what he does, in the opinion of the present generation, is exceedingly ill done. Men have taken to grumbling at him instead of praising him, and few have any patience with or liking for his laws. I laughed. Well, you must admit those laws are very arbitrary. They are. I entirely acknowledge the fact. We sat down to table, and were waited upon by admirably trained servants who apparently had no idea of anything else but attendance on our needs. There was no trace of bustle or excitement in the household, no sign whatever to denote that a great entertainment was about to take place that day. It was not until the close of our meal that I asked Lucio what time the musicians would arrive. He glanced at his watch. About noon, I should say, he replied, perhaps before. But whatever their hour, they will all be in their places at the proper moment, depend upon it. The people I employ, both musicians and artistes, know their business thoroughly and are aware that I stand no nonsense. A rather sinister smile played round his mouth as he regarded me. None of your guests can arrive here till 1 o'clock, as that is about the time the special train will bring the first batch of them from London, and the first dinner will be served in the gardens at 2. If you want to amuse yourself, there's a maypole being put up on the large lawn, you'd better go and look at it. A maypole, I exclaimed. Now that's a good idea. It used to be a good idea, he answered. When English lads and lasses had youth, innocence, health and fun in their composition, danced round the maypole hand in hand, did them good and did nobody harm. But now there are no lads and lasses, elevated old men and women in their teens walk the world wearily, speculating on the uses of life, probing vice, and sneering down sentiment, and such innocent diversions as the maypole no longer appeal to our jaded youth. So we have to get professionals to execute the May revels, of course the dancing is better done by properly trained legs, but it means nothing and is nothing, except a pretty spectacle. And are the dancers here? I asked, rising and going towards the window in some curiosity. No, not yet. But the maypole is, fully decorated. It faces the woods at the back of the house, go and see if you like it. I followed his suggestion, and going in a direction indicated, I soon perceived the gaily decked object which used to be the welcome signal of many a village holiday in Shakespeare's old world England. The pole was already set up and fixed in a deep socket in the ground, and a dozen or more men were at work, unbinding its numerous trails of blossom and garlands of green, tied with long streamers of vari-colored ribbon. It had a picturesque effect in the center of the wide lawn bordered with grand old trees, and approaching one of the men, I said something to him by way of approval and admiration. He glanced at me furtively and unsmilingly, but said nothing, and I concluded from his dark and foreign cast of features, that he did not understand the English language. I noted with some wonder and slight vexation that all the workmen were of this same alien and sinister type of countenance, very much after the unattractive models of Emile and the two grooms who had my racer Phosphor in charge. But I remembered what Lucio had told me, namely, that all the designs for the Fate were carried out by foreign experts and artists, and after a little puzzled consideration, I let the matter pass from my mind. The morning hours flew swiftly by, and I had little time to examine all the festal preparations with which the gardens abounded, so that I was almost as ignorant of what was in store for the amusement of my guests as the guests themselves. I had the curiosity to wait about and watch for the coming of the musicians and dancers, but I might as well have spared myself this waste of time and trouble, for I never saw them arrive at all. At 1 o'clock, both Lucio and I were ready to receive our company, and at about 20 minutes past the hour, the first installment of Swagger Society was emptied into the grounds. Sybil and her father were among these, and I eagerly advanced to meet and greet my bride-elect as she alighted from the carriage that had brought her from the station. She looked supremely beautiful that day, and was, as she deserved to be, the cynosure of all eyes. I kissed her little gloved hand with a deeper reverence than I would have kissed the hand of a queen. "Welcome back to your old home, my Sybil," I said to her in a low voice, tenderly, at which words she paused, looking up at the red gables of the house with such wistful affection as filled her eyes with something like tears. She left her hand in mine, and allowed me to lead her towards the silken-draped, flower-decked porch, where Lucio waited, smiling, and as she advanced, two tiny pages in pure white and silver glided suddenly out of some unseen hiding place, and emptied two baskets of pink and white rose leaves at her feet, thus strewing a fragrant pathway for her into the house. They vanished as completely and swiftly as they had appeared, some of the guests uttered murmurs of admiration, while Sybil gazed about her, blushing with surprise and pleasure. "How charming of you, Geoffrey," she murmured. "What a poet you are to devise so pretty a greeting. I wish I deserved your praise," I answered, smiling at her, "but the poet in question is Prince Romanes, he is the master and ruler of today's revels." Again the rich color flushed her cheeks, and she gave Lucio her hand. He bowed over it in courtly fashion, but did not kiss it as he had kissed the hand of Mavis Clare. We passed into the house, through the drawing-room, and out again into the garden, Lord Elton being loud in his praise of the artistic manner in which his former dwelling had been improved and embellished. Soon the lawn was sprinkled with gaily attired groups of people, and my duties as host began in hard earnest. I had to be greeted, complimented, flattered, and congratulated on my approaching marriage by scores of hypocrites who nearly shook my hand off in their enthusiasm for my wealth. Had I become suddenly poor, I thought grimly, not one of them would have lent me a sovereign. The guests kept on arriving in shoals, and when there were about 300 or 400 assembled, a burst of exquisite music sounded, and a procession of pages in scarlet and gold, marching 2 by 2 appeared, carrying trays full of the rarest flowers tied up in bouquets, which they offered to all the ladies present. Exclamations of delight arose on every side, exclamations which were for the most part high-pitched and noisy, for the Swagger set have long ceased to cultivate softness of voice or refinement of accent, and once or twice the detestable slang word ripping escaped from the lips of a few dashing dames, reputed to be leaders of style. Repose of manner, dignity and elegance of deportment, however, are no longer to be discovered among the present racing duchesses and gambling countesses of the bluest blue blood of England, so one does not expect these graces of distinction from them. The louder they can talk, and the more slang they can adopt from the language of their grooms and stable boys, the more are they judged to be in the swim and up to date. I speak, of course, of the modern scions of aristocracy. There are a few truly great ladies left, whose maxim is still noblesse oblige, but they are quite in the minority and by the younger generation are voted either old cats or bores. Many of the cultured mob that now swarmed over my grounds, had come out of the sheerest vulgar curiosity to see what the man with 5 millions could do in the way of entertaining, others were anxious to get news, if possible, of the chances of Phosphor winning the Derby, concerning which I was discreetly silent. But the bulk of the crowd wandered aimlessly about, staring impertinently or enviously at each other, and scarcely looking at the natural loveliness of the gardens or the woodland scenery around them. The brainlessness of modern society is never so flagrantly manifested as at a garden party, where the restless trousered and petticoated bipeds moved vaguely to and fro, scarcely stopping to talk civilly or intelligently to one another for 5 minutes, most of them hovering dubiously and awkwardly between the refreshment pavilion and the bandstand. In my domain they were deprived of this latter harbor of refuge, for no musicians could be seen, though music was heard, beautiful wild music which came first from one part of the grounds and then from another, and to which few listened with any attention. All were, however, happily unanimous in their enthusiastic appreciation of the excellence of the food provided for them in the luxurious luncheon tents, of which there were 20 in number. Men ate as if they had never eaten in their lives before, and drank the choice and exquisite wines with equal greed and gusto. One never entirely realizes the extent to which human magnetism can go till one knows a few peers, bishops and cabinet ministers, and watches those dignitaries feed ad libitum. Soon the company was so complete that there was no longer any need for me to perform the fatiguing duty of receiving, and I therefore took Sybil into luncheon, determining to devote myself to her for the rest of the day. She was in one of her brightest and the most captivating moods, her laughter rang out as sweetly joyous as that of some happy child, He was even kind to Diana Chesney, who was also one of my guests, and who was plainly enjoying herself with all the verve peculiar to pretty American women who consider flirtation as much of a game as tennis. The scene was now one of great brilliancy, the light costumes of the women contrasting well with the scarlet and gold liveries of the seemingly innumerable servants that were now everywhere in active attendance. And, constantly through the fluttering festive crowd, from tent to tent, from table to table and group to group, Lucio moved, his tall stately figure and handsome face always conspicuous wherever he stood, his rich voice thrilling the air whenever he spoke. His influence was irresistible, and gradually dominated the whole assemblage. He roused the dull, inspired the witty, encouraged the timid, and brought all the conflicting elements of rival position, character and opinion into one uniform whole, which was unconsciously led by his will as easily as a multitude is led by a convincing orator. I did not know it then, but I know now, that, metaphorically speaking, he had his foot on the neck of that society mob, as though it were one prostrate man. The sycophants, liars and hypocrites, whose utmost idea of good is wealth and luxurious living, bent to his secret power as reeds bend to the wind, and that he did with them all whatsoever he chose, as he does to this very day. God! If the grinning, guzzling sensual fools had only known what horrors were about them at the feast! What ghastly ministers to pleasurable appetite waited obediently upon them! What pallid terrors lurked behind the gorgeous show of vanity and pride! But the veil was mercifully down, and only to me has it since been lifted. Luncheon over, the singing of mirthful voices, tuned to a kind of village roundelay, attracted the company, now fed to repletion, towards the lawn at the back of the house, and cries of delight were raised as the maypole came into view, I myself joining in the universal applause, for I had not expected to see anything half so picturesque and pretty. The pole was surrounded by a double ring of small children, children so beautiful in face and dainty in form, that they might very well have been taken for little fairies from some enchanted woodland. The boys were clad as tiny foresters in doublets of green, with pink caps on their curly heads, the girls were in white, with their hair flowing loosely over their shoulders, and wreaths of may blossom crowning their brows. As soon as the guests appeared on the scene, these exquisite little creatures commenced their dance, each one taking a trail of blossom or a ribbon pendant from the maypole, and weaving it with the others into no end of beautiful and fantastic designs. I looked on, as amazed and fascinated as anyone present, at the wonderful lightness and ease with which these children tripped and ran. Their tiny twinkling feet seemed scarcely to touch the turf, their faces were so lovely, their eyes so bright, that it was a positive enchantment to watch them. Each figure they executed was more intricate and effective than the last, and the plaudits of the spectators grew more and more enthusiastic, till presently came the finale, in which all the little green foresters climbed up the pole and clung there, belting the white-robed maidens below with cowslip balls, knots of roses, bunches of violets, posies of buttercups, daisies and clover, which the girl children in their turn laughingly threw among the admiring guests. The air grew thick with flowers, and heavy with perfume, and resounded with song and laughter, and Sybil standing at my side clapped her hands in an ecstasy. "Oh, it is lovely, lovely!" she cried. "Is this the prince's idea?" Then as I answered in the affirmative, she added, "Where, I wonder, did he find such exquisitely pretty little children?" As she spoke, Lucio himself advanced a step or two in front of the other spectators and made a slight peremptory sign. The fairy-like foresters and maidens, with extraordinary activity, all sprang away from the maypole, pulling down the garlands with them, and winding the flowers and ribbons about themselves so that they looked as if they were all tied together in one inextricable knot. This done, they started off at a rapid run, presenting the appearance of a rolling ball of blossom, merry pipe music accompanying their footsteps, till they had entirely disappeared among the trees. "Oh, do call them back again," entreated Sybil, laying her hand coaxingly on Lucio's arm. "I should so like to speak to 2 or 3 of the prettiest." He looked down at her with an enigmatical smile. "You would do them too much honor, Lady Sybil," he replied. "They are not accustomed to such condescension from great ladies and would not appreciate it. They are paid professionals, and, like many of their class, only become insolent when praised." At that moment Diana Chesney came running across the lawn, breathless. "I can't see them anywhere," she declared pantingly. "The dear little darlings. I ran after them as fast as I could. I wanted to kiss one of those perfectly scrumptious boys, but they're gone. Not a trace of them left. It's just as if they had sunk into the ground." Again Lucio smiled. "They have their orders," he said curtly, "and they know their place." Just then, the sun was obscured by a passing black cloud, and a peal of thunder rumbled overhead. Looks were turned to the sky, but it was quite bright and placid save for that one floating shadow of storm. "Only summer thunder," said one of the guests. "There will be no rain." And the crowd that had been pressed together to watch the maypole dance began to break up in groups, and speculate as to what diversion might next be provided for them. I, watching my opportunity, drew Sybil away. "Come down by the river," I whispered, "I must have you to myself for a few minutes." She yielded to my suggestion, and we walked away from the mob of our acquaintance, and entered a grove of trees leading to the banks of that part of the Avon which flowed through my grounds. Here we found ourselves quite alone, and putting my arm round my betrothed, I kissed her tenderly. "Tell me," I said with a half-smile, "do you know how to love yet?" She looked up with a passionate darkness in her eyes that startled me. "Yes, I know," was her unexpected answer. "You do." And I stopped to gaze intently into her fair face. "And how did you learn?" She flushed red, then grew pale, and clung to me with a nervous, almost feverish force. "Very strangely," she replied, and quite suddenly. "The lesson was easy. I found too easy." "Geoffrey," she paused, and fixed her eyes full on mine, "I will tell you how I learnt it. But not now. Some other day." Here she broke off, and began to laugh rather forcedly. "I will tell you. When we are married." She glanced anxiously about her, then, with a sudden abandonment of her usual reserve and pride, threw herself into my arms and kissed my lips with such ardor as made my senses reel. "Sybil, Sybil," I murmured, holding her close to my heart. "Oh, my darling, you love me!" "At last you love me." "Hush. Hush," she said breathlessly. "You must forget that kiss, it was too bold of me, it was wrong, I did not mean it. I was thinking of something else. Geoffrey." And her small hand clenched on mine with a sort of eager fierceness, "I wish I had never learned to love. I was happier before I knew." A frown knitted her brows. "Now," she went on in the same breathless, hurried way, "I want love. I am starving, thirsting for it. I want to be drowned in it, lost in it, killed by it. Nothing else will content me." I folded her still closer in my arms. "Did I not say you would change, Sybil?" I whispered. "Your coldness and insensibility to love was unnatural and could not last, my darling. I always knew that." "You always knew?" she echoed a little disdainfully. "Ah, but you do not know even now what has chanced to me. Nor shall I tell you yet. Oh, Geoffrey." Here she drew herself out of my embrace, and stooping, gathered some bluebells in the grass. "See these little flowers growing so purely and peacefully in the shade by the Avon. They remind me of what I was, here in this very place, long ago. I was quite as happy, and I think as innocent as these blossoms. I had no thought of evil in my nature, and the only love I dreamed of was the love of the fairy prince for the fairy princess, as harmless an idea as the loves of the flowers themselves. Yes, I was then all I should like to be now, all that I am not. You are everything that is beautiful and sweet," I told her, admiringly, as I watched the play of retrospective and tender expression on her perfect face. "So you judge, being a man who is perfectly satisfied with his own choice of a wife," she said, with a flash of her old cynicism. "But I know myself better than you know me. You call me beautiful and sweet, but you cannot call me good. I am not good. Why, the very love that now consumes me is apostrophe." "What?" I asked her quickly, seizing her hands with the bluebells in them, and gazing searchingly into her eyes, "I know before you speak, that it is the passion and tenderness of a true woman." She was silent for a moment. Then she smiled, with a bewitching languor. "If you know, then I need not tell you," she said, "so do not let us stay here any longer talking nonsense. Society will shake its head over us and accuse us of bad form, and some lady paragraphist will write to the papers, and say, Mr. Tempest's conduct as a host left much to be desired, as he and his bride-elect were spooning all the day. Apostrophe. There are no lady paragraphists here, I said laughing, and encircling her dainty waist with one arm as I walked. Oh, are there not though? She exclaimed, laughing also. Why, you don't suppose you can give any sort of big entertainment without them, do you? They permeate society. Old Lady Maravale, for example, who is rather reduced in circumstances, writes a guinea's worth of scandal a week for one of the papers. And she is here, I saw her simply gorging herself with chicken salad and truffles an hour ago. Here, pausing, and resting against my arm, she peered through the trees. There are the chimneys of Lily Cottage, where the famous Mavis Clare lives, she said. Yes, I know, I replied readily. Romanes and I have visited her. She is away just now, or she would have been here today. Do you like her? Sybil queried. Very much. She is charming. And the prince? Does he like her? Well, upon my word, I answered with a smile, I think he likes her more than he does most women. He showed the most extraordinary deference towards her, and seemed almost abashed in her presence. Are you cold, Sybil? I added hastily, for she shivered suddenly and her face grew pale. You had better come away from the river, it is damp under these trees. Yes, let us go back to the gardens and the sunshine, she answered dreamily. So your eccentric friend the woman-hater finds something to admire in Mavis Clare. She must be a very happy creature, I think, perfectly free, famous, and believing in all good things of life and humanity, if one may judge from her books. Well, taken altogether, life isn't so very bad, I observed playfully. She made no reply, and we returned to the lawns where afternoon tea was now being served to the guests who were seated in brilliant scattered groups under the trees or within the silken pavilions, while the sweetest music, and the strangest, if people only had ears to hear it, both vocal and instrumental, was being performed by those invisible players and singers whose secret whereabouts was unknown to all, save Lucio. Chapter 24. Just as the sun began to sink, several little pages came out of the house, and with low salutations, distributed among the guests, daintily embossed and painted programs of the tableaux vivants, prepared for their diversion in the extemporized Bijou Theatre. Numbers of people rose at once from their chairs on the lawn, eager for this new spectacle, and began to scramble along and hustle one another in that effective style of high breeding so frequently exhibited at Her Majesty's drawing-rooms. I, with Sybil, hastily preceded the impatient, pushing crowd, for I wished to find a good seat for my beautiful betrothed before the room became full to overflowing. There proved, however, to be plenty of accommodation for everybody, what space there was seemed capable of limitless expansion, and all the spectators were comfortably placed without difficulty. Soon we were all studying our programs with considerable interest, for the titles of the tableaux were somewhat original and mystifying. They were 8 in number, and were respectively headed, Society, Bravery, Ancient and Modern, A Lost Angel, The Autocrat, A Corner of Hell, Seeds of Corruption, His Latest Purchase, and Faith and Materialism. It was in the theatre that everyone became at last conscious of the weirdly beautiful character of the music that had been surging round them all day. Seated under one roof in more or less enforced silence and attention, the vague and frivolous society throng grew hushed and passive, the society smirk passed off certain faces that were as trained to grin as their tongues were trained to lie, the dreadful giggle of the unwedded man-hunter was no longer heard, and soon the most exaggerated fashion plate of a woman forgot to rustle her gown. The passionate vibrations of a violoncello superbly played to a double harp accompaniment throbbed on the stillness with a beseeching depth of sound, and people listened, I saw, almost breathlessly, entranced, as it were, against their wills, and staring as though they were hypnotized, in front of them at the gold curtain with its familiar motto, "All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players." Before we had time to applaud the violoncello solo, however, the music changed, and the mirthful voices of violins and flutes rang out in a waltz of the giddiest and sweetest tune. At the same instant a silvery bell tinkled, and the curtain parted noiselessly in twain, disclosing the first tableau society. An exquisite female figure, arrayed in evening dress of the richest and the most extravagant design, stood before us, her hair crowned with diamonds, and her bosom blazing with the same lustrous gems. Her head was slightly raised, her lips parted in a languid smile, in one hand she held uplifted a glass of foaming champagne, her gold-slippered foot trod on an hourglass. Behind her, catching convulsively at the folds of her train, crouched another woman, in rags, pinched and wretched, with starvation depicted in her face, a dead child lay near. and, overshadowing this group, were two supernatural shapes, one in scarlet, the other in black, vast and almost beyond the stature of humanity, the scarlet figure represented anarchy, and its blood-red fingers were advanced to clutch the diamond crown from society's brow. The sable-robed form was death, and even as we looked, it slowly raised its steely dart in act to strike. The effect was weird and wonderful, and the grim lesson the picture conveyed was startling enough to make a very visible impression. No one spoke, no one applauded, but people moved restlessly and fidgeted on their seats, and there was an audible sigh of relief as the curtain closed. Opening again, it displayed the second tableau, Bravery, Ancient and Modern. This was in two scenes, the first one depicted a nobleman of Elizabeth's time, with rapier drawn, his foot on the prostrate body of a coarse ruffian who had evidently, from the grouping, insulted a woman whose slight figure was discerned shrinking timidly away from the contest. This was ancient bravery, and it changed rapidly to modern, showing us an enervated, narrow-shouldered, pallid dandy in opera coat and hat, smoking a cigarette and languidly appealing to a bulky policeman to protect him from another young noodle of his own class, similarly attired, who was represented as sneaking round a corner in abject terror. We all recognized the force of the application, and were in a much better humor with this pictured satire than we had been at the lesson of society. Next followed a lost angel, in which was shown a great hall in the palace of a king, where there were numbers of brilliantly attired people, all grouped in various attitudes, and evidently completely absorbed in their own concerns, so much so as to be entirely unconscious of the fact that in their very midst stood a wondrous angel, clad in dazzling white, with a halo round her fair hair, and a glory, as of the sunset, on her half-drooping wings. Her eyes were wistful, her face was pensive and expectant. She seemed to say, "Will the world ever know that I am here?" Somehow, as the curtain slowly closed again, amid loud applause, for the picture was extraordinarily beautiful, I thought of Mavis Clare, and sighed. Sybil looked up at me. "Why do you sigh?" she said. "It is a lovely fancy, but the symbol is wasted in the present audience, no one with education believes in angels nowadays." "True," I assented, yet there was a heaviness at my heart, for her words reminded me of what I would rather have forgotten, namely, her own admitted lack of all religious faith. The Autocrat was the next tableau, and represented an emperor enthroned. At his footstool knelt a piteous crowd of the starving and oppressed, holding up their lean hands to him, clasped in anguished petition. But he looked away from them as though he saw them not. His head was turned to listen to the side whisper of one who seemed, by the courtly bend and flattering smile, to be his adviser and confidant, yet that very confidant held secreted behind his back a drawn dagger, ready to strike his sovereign to the heart. "Russia," whispered one or two of the company, as the scene was obscured, but a scarcely breathed suggestion quickly passed into a murmur of amazement and awe as the curtain parted again to disclose a corner of hell. This tableau was indeed original, and quite unlike what might have been imagined as the conventional treatment of such a subject. What we saw was a black and hollow cavern, glittering alternately with the flashings of ice and fire, huge icicles drooped from above, and pale flames leapt stealthily into view from below, and within the dark embrasure the shadowy form of a man was seated, counting out gold, or what seemed to be gold. Yet as coin after coin slipped through his ghostly fingers, each one was seen to change to fire, and the lesson thus pictured was easily read. The lost soul had made its own torture, and was still at work intensifying and increasing its own fiery agony. Much as this scene was admired for its Rembrandt effect of light and shade, I personally was glad when it was curtained from view. There was something in the dreadful face of the doomed sinner that reminded me forcibly and unpleasantly of those ghastly three I had seen in my horrid vision on the night of Viscount Linton's suicide. Seeds of Corruption was the next picture, and showed us a young and beautiful girl in her early teens, lying on a luxurious couch and dishabille, with a novel in high hand, of which the title was plainly seen by a novel well known to everyone present, and the work of a much-praised living author. Round her, on the floor, and cast carelessly on a chair at her side, were other novels of the same sexual type, all their titles turned towards us, and the names of their authors equally made manifest. "What a daring idea," said a lady in the seat immediately behind me. "I wonder if any of those authors are present. If they are, they won't mind," replied the man next to her with a smothered laugh. "Those sort of writers would merely take it as a first-class advertisement." Sybil looked at the tableau with a pale face and wistful eyes. "That is a true picture," she said under her breath. "Geoffrey, it is painfully true." I made no answer, I thought I knew to what she alluded, but alas, I did not know how deeply the seeds of corruption had been sown in her own nature, or what a harvest they would bring forth. The curtain closed, to open again almost immediately on his latest purchase. Here we were shown the interior of a luxurious modern drawing room, where about 8 or 10 men were assembled, in fashionable evening dress. They had evidently just risen from a card table, and one of them, a dissipated-looking brute, with a wicked smile of mingled satire and triumph on his face, was pointing to his purchase, a beautiful woman. She was clad in glistening white like a bride, but she was bound, as prisoners are bound, to an upright column, on which the grinning head of a marble Silenus leered above her. Her hands were tied tightly together, with chains of diamonds, her waist was bound, with thick ropes of pearls, a wide collar of rubies encircled her throat, and from bosom to feet she was netted about and tied, with strings of gold and gems. Her head was flung back defiantly with an assumption of pride and scorn, her eyes alone expressed shame, self-contempt and despair at her bondage. The man who owned this white slave was represented, by his attitude, as cataloguing and appraising her points for the approval and applause of his comrades, whose faces variously and powerfully expressed the different emotions of lust, cruelty, envy, callousness, contempt, and selfishness, more admirably than the most gifted painter could imagine. A capital type of most fashionable marriages. I heard someone say, rather. Another voice replied. The orthodox happy couple to the life. I glanced at Sybil. She looked pale, but smiled as she met my questioning eyes. A sense of consolation crept warmly about my heart as I remembered that now, she had, as she told me, learnt to love, and that therefore her marriage with me was no longer a question of material advantage alone. She was not my purchase, she was my love, my saint, my queen! Or so I chose to think, in my foolishness and vanity. The last tableau of all was now to come, faith and materialism, and it proved to be the most startling of the series. The auditorium was gradually darkened, and the dividing curtain disclosed a ravishingly beautiful scene by the seashore. A full moon cast its tranquil glory over the smooth waters, and, rising on rainbow wings from earth towards the skies, one of the loveliest creatures ever dreamed of by poet or painter, floated angel-like upward, her hands holding a cluster of lilies clasped to her breast, her lustrous eyes full of divine joy, hope, and love. Exquisite music was heard, soft voices sang in the distance a chorale of rejoicing, heaven and earth, sea and air, all seemed to support the aspiring spirit as she soared higher and higher, in ever-deepening rapture, when, as we all watched that aerial flying form with a sense of the keenest delight and satisfaction, a sudden crash of thunder sounded, the scene grew dark, and there was a distant roaring of angry waters. The light of the moon was eclipsed, the music ceased, a faint lurid glow of red shone at first dimly, then more vividly, and materialism declared itself, a human skeleton. Bleached white and grinning ghastly mirth upon us all. While we yet looked, the skeleton itself dropped to pieces, and one long twining worm lifted its slimy length from the wreck of bones, another working its way through the eyeholes of a skull. Murmurs of genuine horror were heard in the auditorium, people on all sides rose from their seats, one man in particular, a distinguished professor of science, pushed past me to get out, muttering crossly, "This may be very amusing to some of you, but to me, it is disgusting. Like your own theories, my dear professor," said a rich laughing voice, as Lucio met him on his way, and the Bijou Theatre was again flooded with cheerful light. "They are amusing to some, and disgusting to others. Pardon me, I speak of course in jest. But I designed that tableau specially in your honor." "Oh, you did you?" growled the professor. "Well, I didn't appreciate it, yet you should have done, for it is quite scientifically correct," declared Lucio, laughing still. "Faith, with the wings, whom you saw joyously flying towards an impossible heaven, is not scientifically correct, have you not told us so? But the skeleton and the worms were quite of your cult. I no materialist can deny the correctness of that complexion to which we all must come at last. Positively, some of the ladies look quite pale. How droll it is, that while everybody, to be fashionable, and in favor with the press, must accept materialism as the only creed, they should invariably become affrighted, or let us say offended, at the natural end of the body, as completed by material agencies. Well, it was not a pleasant subject, that last tableau," said Lord Elton, as he came out of the theatre with Diana Chesney hanging confidingly on his arm. "You cannot say it was festal, it was, for the worms," replied Lucio gaily. "Miss Chesney, and you, Tempest, come along with Lady Sybil, let us go out in the grounds again and see my will-o'-the-wisps lighting up." Fresh curiosity was excited by this remark. The people quickly threw off the gruesome and tragic impression made by the strange tableaus just witnessed, and poured out of the house into the gardens, chattering and laughing more noisily than ever. It was just dusk, and as we reached the open lawn we saw an extraordinary number of small boys, clad in brown, running about with will-o'-the-wisp lanterns. Their movements were swift and perfectly noiseless, they leapt, jumped and twirled like little gnomes over flower beds, under shrubberies, and along the edges of paths and terraces, many of them climbing trees with the rapidity and agility of monkeys, and wherever they went they left behind them a trail of brilliant light. Soon, by their efforts, all the grounds were illuminated with a magnificence that could not have been equalled even by the historic fêtes at Versailles. Tall oaks and cedars were transformed to pyramids of fire blossoms. Every branch was loaded with colored lamps in the shape of stars. Rockets hissed up into the clear space, showering down bouquets, wreaths and ribbons of flame. Lines of red and azure ran glowingly along the grass borders, and, amid the enthusiastic applause of the assembled spectators, 8 huge fire fountains of all colors sprang up in various corners of the garden, while an enormous golden balloon, dazzlingly luminous, ascended slowly into the air and remained poised above us, sending from its glittering car hundreds of gem-like birds and butterflies on fiery wings, that circled round and round for a moment and then vanished. While we were yet loudly clapping the splendid effect of this sky spectacle, a troop of beautiful girl dancers in white came running across the grass, waving long silvery wands that were tipped with electric stars, and to the sound of strange tinkling music, seemingly played in the distance on glass bells, they commenced a fantastic dance of the wildest yet most graceful character. Every shade of opaline color fell upon their swaying figures from some invisible agency as they tripped and whirled, and each time they waved their wands, ribbons and flags of fire were unrolled and tossed high in air, where they gyrated for a long time like moving hieroglyphs. The scene was now so startling, so fairy-like and wonderful, that we were well nigh struck speechless with astonishment, too fascinated and absorbed even to applaud. We had no conception how time went, or how rapidly the night descended, till all at once, without the least warning, an appalling crash of thunder burst immediately above our heads, and a jagged fork of lightning tore the luminous fire balloon to shreds. 2 or 3 women began to scream, whereupon Lucio advanced from the throng of spectators and stood in full view of all, holding up his hand. "Stage thunder, I assure you," he said playfully, in a clear, somewhat scornful voice. "It comes and goes at my bidding. Quite a part of the game, believe me. These sort of things are only toys for children. Again, ye petty elements," he cried, laughing, and lifting his handsome face and flashing eyes to the dark heavens, "roar your best and loudest exclamation mark, roar, I say." Such a terrific boom and clatter answered him as baffled all description, it was as if a mountain of rock had fallen into ruins, but having been assured that the deafening noise was stage thunder merely, the spectators were no longer alarmed, and many of them expressed their opinion that it was wonderfully well done. After this, there gradually appeared against the sky a broad blaze of red light like the reflection of some great prairie fire. It streamed apparently upward from the ground, bathing us all where we stood, in its blood-like glow. The white-robed dancing girls waltzed on and on, their arms entwined, their lovely faces irradiated by the lurid flame, while above them now flew creatures with black wings, bats and owls and great night moths that flapped and fluttered about for all the world as if they were truly alive and not mere stage properties. Another flash of lightning, and one more booming thud of thunder, and lo! The undisturbed and fragrant night was about us, clear, dewy and calm, the young moon smiled pensively in a cloudless heaven, all the dancing girls had vanished, the crimson glow had changed to a pure silvery radiance, and an array of pretty pages, in 18th century costumes of pale pink and blue, stood before us with lighted flaming torches, making a long triumphal avenue down which Lucio invited us to pass. On, fair ladies and gallant gentlemen," he cried. "This extemporized path of light leads, not to heaven, no. That were far too dull an ending. But to supper. On. Follow your leader." Every eye was turned on his fine figure and striking countenance, as with one hand he beckoned the guests, between the double line of lit torches he stood, a picture for a painter, with those dark eyes of his alit with such strange mirth as could not be defined, and the sweet, half-cruel, wonderfully attractive smile playing upon his lips, and with one accord the whole company trooped pell-mell after him, shouting their applause and delight. Who could resist him? Not one in that assemblage at least, there are few saints in society. As I went with the rest, I felt as though I were in some gorgeous dream, my senses were all in a whirl, I was giddy with excitement and could not stop to think, or to analyze the emotions by which I was governed. Had I possessed the force or the will to pause and consider, I might possibly have come to the conclusion that there was something altogether beyond the ordinary power of man displayed in the successive wonders of this brilliant gala, but I was, like all the rest of society, bent merely on the pleasure of the moment, regardless of how it was procured, what it cost me, or how it affected others. How many I see and know today among the worshippers of fashion and frivolity who are acting precisely as I acted then, indifferent to the welfare of everyone save themselves, grudging every penny that is not spent on their own advantage or amusement, and too callous to even listen to the sorrows or difficulties or joys of others when these do not in some way, near or remote, touch their own interests. They waste their time day after day in selfish trifling, willfully blind and unconscious to the fact that they are building up their own fate in the future, that future which will prove all the more a terrible reality in proportion to the extent of our presumption in daring to doubt its truth. More than 400 guests sat down to supper in the largest pavilion, a supper served in the most costly manner, and furnished with luxuries that represented the utmost pitch of extravagance. I ate and drank, with Sybil at my side, hardly knowing what I said or did in the whirling excitement of the hour. The opening of champagne bottles, the clink of glasses, the clatter of plates, the loud hum of talk interspersed with monkey-like squeals or goat-like whinnies of laughter, overridden at intervals by the blare of trumpet music and drums, all these sounds were as so much noise of rushing waters in my ears, and I often found myself growing abstracted, and in a manner confused by the din. I did not say much to Sybil, one cannot very well whisper sentimental nothings in the ear of one's betrothed when she is eating ortolans and truffles. Presently, amid all the hubbub, a deep bell struck 12 times, and Lucio stood up at the end of one of the long tables, a full glass of foaming champagne in his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen." There was a sudden silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," he repeated, his brilliant eyes flashing derisively. I thought, over the whole well-fed company, midnight has struck and the best of friends must part. But before we do so, let us not forget that we have met here to wish all happiness to our host, Mr. Geoffrey Tempest, and his bride-elect, the Lady Sybil Elton. Here there was vociferous applause. "It is said," continued Lucio, "by the makers of dull maxims, that fortune never comes with both hands full, but in this case the adage is proved false and put to shame, for our friend has not only secured the pleasures of wealth, but the treasures of love and beauty combined. Limitless cash is good, but limitless love is better, and both these choice gifts have been bestowed on the betrothed pair whom today we honor. I will ask you to give them a hearty round of cheering, and then it must be good night indeed, though not farewell, for with the toast of the bride and bridegroom-elect, I shall also drink to the time, not far distant perhaps, when I shall see some of you, if not all of you again, and enjoy even more of your charming company than I have done today." He ceased amid a perfect hurricane of applause, and then everyone rose and turned towards the table where I sat with Sybil, and naming our names aloud, drank wine, the men joining in hearty shouts of hip, hip, hip hurrah. Yet, as I bowed repeatedly in response to the storm of cheering, and while Sybil smiled and bent her graceful head to right and left, my heart sank suddenly with a sense of fear. Was it my fancy, or did I hear peals of wild laughter circling round the brilliant pavilion and echoing away, far away into distance? I listened, glass in hand. "Hip, hip, hip hurrah!" shouted my guests with gusto. "Ha ha! Ha ha!" seemed shrieked and yelled in my ears from the outer air. Struggling against this delusion, I got up and returned thanks for myself and my future bride in a few brief words which were received with fresh salvos of applause, and then we all became aware that Lucio had sprung up again in his place and was standing high above us all with one foot on the table and the other on the chair, confronting us with a fresh glass of wine in his hand, filled to the brim. What a face he had at that moment! What a smile! "The parting cup, my friends!" he exclaimed. To our next merry meeting. With plaudits and laughter the guests eagerly and noisily responded, and as they drank, the pavilion was flooded by a deep crimson illumination as of fire. Every face looked blood red, every jewel on every woman flashed like a living flame. For one brief instant only, then it was gone, and there followed a general stampede of the company, everybody hurrying as fast as they could into the carriages that waited in long lines to take them to the station, the last two special trains to London being at 1 a.m. and 1:30. I bade Sybil and her father a hurried good night. Diana Chesney went in the same carriage with them, full of ecstatic thanks and praise to me for the splendors of the day, which she described in her own fashion as knowing how to do it. And then the departing crowd of vehicles began to thunder down the avenue. As they went, an arch of light suddenly spanned Willowsmere Court from end to end of its red gables, blazing with all the colors of the rainbow. in the middle of which appeared letters of pale blue and gold, forming what I had hitherto considered as a funereal device. Sic transit gloria mundi. Veli. But, after all, it was as fairly applicable to the ephemeral splendors of a fate as it was to the more lasting marble solemnity of a sepulchre, and I thought little or nothing about it. So perfect were all the arrangements, and so admirably were the servants trained, that the guests were not long in departing, and the grounds were soon not only empty but dark. Not a vestige of the splendid illuminations was left anywhere, and I entered the house fatigued and with a dull sense of bewilderment and fear on me which I could not explain. I found Lucio alone in the smoking room at the further end of the oak-panelled hall, a small cosily curtained apartment with a deep bay window which opened directly onto the lawn. He was standing in this embrasure with his back to me, but he turned swiftly round as he heard my steps and confronted me with such a wild, white, tortured face, that I recoiled from him, startled. "Lucio, you are ill," I exclaimed. "You have done too much today." "Perhaps I have," he answered in a hoarse, unsteady voice, and I saw a strong shudder convulse him as he spoke. Then, gathering himself together as it were by an effort, he forced a smile, "Don't be alarmed, my friend!" It is nothing, nothing but the twinge of an old deep-seated malady, a troublesome disease that is rare among men, and hopelessly incurable. "What is it?" I asked anxiously, for his death-like pallor alarmed me. He looked at me fixedly, his eyes dilating and darkening, and his hand fell with a heavy pressure on my shoulder. "A very strange illness," he said, in the same jarring accents. "Remorse. Have you never heard of it, Geoffrey? Neither medicine nor surgery are of any avail, it is the worm that dieth not, and the flame that cannot be quenched. Tut! Let us not talk of it, no one can cure me, no one will. I'm past hope. But remorse, if you have it, and I cannot possibly imagine why, for you have surely nothing to regret, is not a physical ailment," I said wonderingly. "And physical ailments are the only ones worth troubling about, you think?" he queried, still smiling that strained and haggard smile. "The body is our chief care, we cosset it, and make much of it, feed it and pamper it, and guard it from so much as a pinprick of pain if we can, and thus we flatter ourselves that all is well, all must be well. Yet it is but a clay chrysalis, bound to split and crumble with the growth of the moth soul within, the moth that flies with blind instinctiveness straight into the unknown and is dazzled by excess of light. Look out here," he went on with an abrupt and softer change of tone. "Look out at the dreamful shadowy beauty of your gardens now. The flowers are asleep, the trees are surely glad to be disburdened of all the gaudy artificial lamps that lately hung upon their branches, there is the young moon pillowing her chin on the edge of a little cloud and sinking to sleep in the west, a moment ago there was a late nightingale awake and singing. You can feel the breath of the roses from the trellis yonder. All this is nature's work, and how much fairer and sweeter it is now than when the lights were ablaze and the blare of band music startled the small birds in their downy nests. Yet society would not appreciate this cool dusk, this happy solitude, society prefers a false glare to all true radiance. And what is worse, it tries to make true things take a second place as adjuncts to sham ones, and there comes in the mischief. It is just like you to run down your own indefatigable labors in the splendid successes of the day," I said, laughing. "You may call it a false glare if you like, but it has been a most magnificent spectacle, and certainly in the way of entertainments it will never be equaled or excelled. It will make you more talked about than even your boomed book could do," said Lucio, eyeing me narrowly. "Not the least doubt of that," I replied. "Society prefers food and amusement to any literature, even the greatest. By the by, where are all the artistes, the musicians and dancers?" "Gone, gone," I echoed amazedly. "Already? Good heavens! Have they had supper?" "They have had everything they want, even to their pay," said Lucio, a trifle impatiently. "Did I not tell you, Geoffrey, that when I undertake to do anything I do it thoroughly or not at all?" I looked at him, he smiled, but his eyes were somber and scornful. "All right," I responded carelessly, not wishing to offend him. "Have it your own way. But, upon my word, to me it is all like devil's magic." "What is?" he asked imperturbably. "Everything!" "The dancers, the number of servants and pages, why, there must have been 200 or 300 of them, those wonderful tableaux, the illuminations, the supper, everything, I tell you. And the most astonishing part of it now is that all these people should have cleared so soon." "Well, if you elect to call money devil's magic, you are right," said Lucio. "But surely in some cases not even money could procure such perfection of detail," I began. "Money can procure anything," he interrupted, a thrill of passion vibrating in his rich voice, I told you that long ago. It is a hook for the devil himself. Not that the devil could be supposed to care about world's cash personally, but he generally conceives a liking for the company of the man who possesses it. Possibly he knows what that man will do with it. I speak metaphorically, of course, but no metaphor can exaggerate the power of money. Trust no man or woman's virtue till you have tried to purchase it with a round sum in hard cash. Money, my excellent Geoffrey, has done everything for you, remember that exclamation mark, you have done nothing for yourself. That's not a very kind speech, I said somewhat vexedly. No? And why? Because it's true? I notice most people complain of unkindness when they are told a truth. It is true, and I see no unkindness in it. You've done nothing for yourself, and you're not expected to do anything except, and he laughed, except just now to get to bed, and dream of the enchanting Sybil. I confess I am tired, I said, and an unconscious sigh escaped me. And you? His gaze rested broodingly on the outer landscape. I also am tired, he responded slowly. But I never get away from my fatigue, for I am tired of myself. And I always rest badly. Good night, I answered, and then paused, looking at him. He returned my look with interest. Well? He asked expressively. I forced a smile. Well? I echoed. I do not know what I should say, except that I wish I knew you as you are. I feel that you were right in telling me once that you are not what you seem. He still kept his eyes fixed upon me. As you have expressed the wish, he said slowly, I promise you, you shall know me as I am, some day. It may be well for you to know, for the sake of others who may seek to cultivate my company. I moved away to leave the room. Thanks for all the trouble you have taken today, I said in a lighter tone, though I shall never be able to express my full gratitude in words. If you want to thank anybody, thank God that you have lived through it. He replied. Why? I asked, astonished. Why? Because life hangs on a thread, a society crush is the very acme of boredom and exhaustion, and that we escape with our lives from a general guzzle and giggle is matter for Thanksgiving, that's all. And God gets so few thanks as a rule, that you may surely spare him a brief one for today's satisfactory ending. I laughed, seeing no meaning in his words beyond the usual satire he affected. I found Emile, waiting for me in my bedroom, but I dismissed him abruptly, hating the look of his crafty and sullen face, and saying I needed no attendance. Thoroughly fatigued, I was soon in bed and asleep, and the terrific agencies that had produced the splendors of the brilliant festival at which I had figured as host were not revealed to me by so much as a warning dream. Chapter 25. A few days after the entertainment at Willowsmere, and before the society papers had done talking about the magnificence and luxury displayed on that occasion, I woke up one morning, like the great poet Byron, to find myself famous. Not for any intellectual achievement, not for any unexpected deed of heroism, not for any resolved or noble attitude in society or politics, no. I owed my fame merely to a quadruped phosphor won the Derby. It was about a neck-and-neck contest between my racer and that of the Prime Minister, and for a second or so the result seemed doubtful, but as the two jockeys neared the goal, Emile, whose thin wiry figure, clad in the brightest of bright scarlet silk, stuck to his horse as though he were a part of it, put Phosphor to a pace he had never yet exhibited, appearing to skim along the ground at literally flying speed, the upshot being that he scored a triumphant victory, reaching the winning post a couple of yards or more ahead of his rival. Acclamations rent the air at the vigor displayed in the finish, and I became the hero of the day, the darling of the populace. I was somewhat amused at the Premier's discomfiture. He took his beating rather badly. He did not know me, nor I him. I was not of his politics, and I did not care a jot for his feelings one way or the other, but I was gratified in a certain satirical sense, to find myself suddenly acknowledged as a greater man than he, because I was the owner of the Derby winner. Before I well knew where I was, I found myself being presented to the Prince of Wales, who shook hands with me and congratulated me, all the biggest aristocrats in England were willing and eager to be introduced to me, and inwardly I laughed at this exhibition of taste and culture on the part of the gentlemen of England that live at home at ease. They crowded round Phosphor, whose wild eye warned strangers against taking liberties with him, but who seemed not a whit the worse for his exertions, and who apparently was quite ready to run the race over again with equal pleasure and success. Emile's dark sly face and cruel ferret eyes were evidently not attractive to the majority of the gentlemen of the turf, though his answers to all the queries put to him were admirably ready, respectful and not without wit. But to me the whole sum and substance of the occasion was the fact that I, Geoffrey Tempest, once struggling author, now millionaire, was simply by virtue of my ownership of the Derby winner, famous at last ! Or what society considers famous, that fame that secures for a man the attention of the nobility and gentry, to quote from tradesmen's advertisements, and also obtains the persistent adulation and shameless pursuit of all the demi-mundanes who want jewels and horses and yachts presented to them in exchange for a few dainted kisses from their carmined lips. Under the shower of compliments I received I stood, apparently delighted, smiling, affable and courteous, entering into the spirit of the occasion, and shaking hands with my lord that, and Sir something nobody, and his Serene Highness the Grand Duke so-and-so of Beerland, and his other serene lowness of small principality, but in my secret soul I scorned these people with their social humbug and hypocrisy, scorned them with such a deadly scorn as almost amazed myself. When presently I walked off the course with Lucio, who as usual seemed to know and to be friends with everybody, he spoke in accents that were far more grave and gentle than I had ever heard him use before. With all your egotism, Geoffrey, there is something forcible and noble in your nature, something which rises up in bold revolt against falsehood and sham. Why, in heaven's name, do you not give it way? I looked at him amazed, and laughed. Give it way? What do you mean? Would you have me tell humbugs that I know them as such? And liars that I discern their lies? My dear fellow, society would become too hot to hold me. It could not be hotter or colder than hell, if you believed in hell, which you do not, he rejoined, in the same quiet voice. But I did not assume that you should say these things straight out and bluntly to give offense. An affronting candor is not nobleness, it is merely coarse. To act nobly is better than to speak. And what would you have me do? I asked curiously. He was silent for a moment, and seemed to be earnestly, almost painfully considering, then he answered, My advice will seem to you singular, Geoffrey. But if you want it, here it is. Give, as I said, the noble, and what the world would call the quixotic part of your nature full weight, do not sacrifice your higher sense of what is right and just for the sake of pandering to anyone's power or influence, and say farewell to me. I am no use to you, save to humor your varying fancies, and introduce you to those great or small personages you wish to know for your own convenience or advantage. Believe me, it would be much better for you and much more consoling at the inevitable hour of death, if you were to let all this false and frivolous nonsense go, and me with it. Leave society to its own fool's whirligig of distracted follies, put royalty in its true place, and show it that all its pomp, arrogance and glitter are worthless, and itself are nothing compared to the upright standing of a brave soul in an honest man, and, as Christ said to the rich ruler, sell half that thou hast and give to the poor. Apostrophe. I was silent for a minute or so out of sheer surprise, while he watched me closely, his face pale and expectant. A curious shock of something like compunction startled my conscience, and for a brief space I was moved to a vague regret, regret that with all the enormous capability I possessed of doing good to numbers of my fellow creatures with the vast wealth I owned, I had not attained to any higher moral attitude than that represented by the frivolous folk who make up what is called the upper ten of society. I took the same egotistical pleasure in myself and my own doings as any of them, and I was to the full as foolishly conventional, smooth-tongued and hypocritical as they. They acted their part and I acted mine, none of us were ever our real selves for a moment. In very truth, one of the reasons why fashionable men and women cannot bear to be alone is, that a solitude in which they are compelled to look face to face upon their secret selves becomes unbearable because of the burden they carry of concealed vice and accusing shame. My emotion soon passed, however, and slipping my arm through Lucio's, I smiled, as I answered, Your advice, my dear fellow, would do credit to a Salvationist preacher, but it is quite valueless to me, because impossible to follow. To say farewell forever to you, in the first place, would be to make myself guilty of the blackest ingratitude. In the second instance, society, with all its ridiculous humbug, is nevertheless necessary for the amusement of myself and my future wife, royalty, moreover, is accustomed to be flattered, and we shall not be hurt by joining in the general inane chorus. Thirdly, if I did as the visionary Jew suggested, apostrophe, what visionary Jew? He asked, his eyes sparkling coldly. Why, Christ, of course. I rejoined lightly. The shadow of a strange smile parted his lips. It is the fashion to blaspheme, he said. A mark of brilliancy in literature, and wit in society. I forgot. Pray go on, if you did as Christ suggested, apostrophe. Yes, if I gave half my goods to the poor, I should not be thanked for it, or considered anything but a fool for my pains. You would wish to be thanked? He said. Naturally. Most people like a little gratitude in return for benefits, they do. And the Creator, who is always giving, is supposed to like gratitude also," he observed. "Nevertheless, he seldom gets it." "I do not talk of hyperphysical nothingness," I said with impatience. "I am speaking of the plain facts of this world and the people who live in it. If one gives largely, one expects to be acknowledged as generous, but if I were to divide my fortune, and hand half of it to the poor, the matter would be chronicled in about 6 lines in one of the papers, and society would exclaim, 'What a fool!'" "Then let us talk no more about it," said Lucio, his brows clearing, and his eyes gathering again their wonted light of mockery and mirth. "Having won the Derby, you have really done all a 19th-century civilization expects you to do, and for your reward, you will be in universal demand everywhere. You may hope soon to dine at Marlborough House, and a little backstair influence and political jobbery will work you into the cabinet if you care for it. Did I not tell you I would set you up as successfully as the bear who has reached the bun on the top of the slippery pole, a spectacle for the envy of men and the wonder of angels? Well, there you are." Triumphant exclamation mark. "A great creature, Geoffrey, in fact, you are the greatest product of the age, a man with 5 millions, an owner of the Derby winner. What is the glory of intellect compared to such a position as yours? Men envy you, and as for angels, if there are any, you may be sure they do wonder. A man's fame guaranteed by a horse is something indeed to make an angel stare." He laughed uproariously, and from that day he never spoke again of his singular proposition that I should part with him, and let the nobler nature in me have its way. I was not to know then that he had staked a chance upon my soul, and lost it, and that from henceforward he took a determined course with me, implacably on to the appalling end. My marriage took place on the appointed day in June with all the pomp and extravagant show befitting my position and that of the woman I had chosen to wed. It is needless to describe the gorgeousness of the ceremony in detail, any fashionable lady's paper describing the wedding of an earl's daughter to a 5-fold millionaire, will give an idea, in hysterical rhapsody, of the general effect. It was an amazing scene, and one in which costly millinery completely vanquished all considerations of solemnity or sacredness in the supposed divine ordinance. The impressive command, "I require and charge you both, as ye will answer at the dreadful day of judgment," did not obtain half so much order attention as the exquisite knots of pearls and diamonds which fastened the bride's silver-embroidered train to her shoulders. All the world and his wife were present, that is, the social world, which imagines no other world exists, though it is the least part of the community. The Prince of Wales honoured us by his presence. 2 great dignitaries of the church performed the marriage rite, resplendent in redundant fullness of white sleeve and surplice, and equally imposing in the fatness of their bodies and unctuous redness of their faces, and Lucio was my best man. He was in high, almost wild spirits, and, during our drive to the church together, had entertained me all the way with numerous droll stories, mostly at the expense of the clergy. When we reached the sacred edifice, he said laughingly as he alighted, "Did you ever hear it reported, Geoffrey, that the devil is unable to enter a church, because of the cross upon it, or within it?" "I have heard some such nonsense," I replied, smiling at the humour expressed in his sparkling eyes and eloquent features. "It is nonsense, for the makers of the legend forgot one thing," he continued, dropping his voice to a whisper as we passed under the carved Gothic portico, "the cross may be present, but so is the clergyman. And wherever a clergyman goes the devil can follow." I almost laughed loud at his manner of making this irreverent observation, and the look with which he accompanied it. The rich tones of the organ creeping softly on the flower-scented silence, however, quickly solemnized my mood, and while I leaned against the altar rails waiting for my bride, I caught myself wondering, for the 100th time or more, at my comrade's singularly proud and kingly aspect, as with folded arms and lifted head he contemplated the lily-decked altar and the gleaming crucifix upon it, his meditative eyes bespeaking a curious mingling of reverence and contempt. One incident I remember, as standing out particularly in all the glare and glitter of the brilliant scene, and this occurred at the signing of our names in the register. When Sybil, a vision of angelic loveliness in all her bridal white, affixed her signature to the entry, Lucio bent towards her. "As best man I claim an old-fashioned privilege," he said, and kissed her lightly on the cheek. She blushed a vivid red, then suddenly grew ghastly pale, and with a kind of choking cry, reeled back in a dead faint in the arms of one of her bridesmaids. It was some minutes before she was restored to consciousness, but she made light both of my alarm and the consternation of her friends, and assuring us that it was nothing but the effect of the heat of the weather and the excitement of the day, she took my arm and walked down the aisle smilingly through the brilliant ranks of her staring and envious society friends, all of whom coveted her good fortune. Not because she had married a worthy or gifted man, that would have been no special matter for congratulation, but simply because she had married 5 millions of money. I was the appendage to the millions, nothing further. She held her head high and haughtily, though I felt her tremble as the thundering strains of the bridal march from Lohengrin poured sonorous triumph on the air. She trod on roses all the way, I remembered that too. Afterwards, her satin slipper crushed the hearts of 1,000 innocent things that must surely have been more dear to God than she, the little harmless souls of flowers, whose task sweetly fulfilled, had been to create beauty and fragrance by their mere existence, expired to gratify the vanity of one woman to whom nothing was sacred. But I anticipate, I was yet in my fool's dream, and imagined that the dying blossoms were happy to perish thus beneath her tread. A grand reception was held at Lord Elton's house after the ceremony, and in the midst of the chattering, the eating and the drinking, my newly made wife and I departed amid the profuse flatteries and good wishes of our friends, who, primed with the very finest champagne, made a very decent show of being sincere. The last person to say farewell to us at the carriage door was Lucio, and the sorrow I felt at parting with him was more than I could express in words. From the very hour of the dawning of my good fortune, we had been almost inseparable companions, I owed my success in society, everything, even my bride herself, to his management and tact, and though I had now won for my life's partner the most beautiful of women, I could not contemplate even the temporary breaking of the association between myself and my gifted and brilliant comrade, without a keen pang of personal pain amid my nuptial joys. Leaning his arms on the carriage window, he looked in upon us both, smiling. "My spirit will be with you both in all your journeyings," he said. "And when you return, I shall be one of the first to bid you welcome home. Your house party is fixed for September, I believe?" "Yes, and you will be the most eagerly desired guest of all invited," I replied heartily, pressing his hand. "Fie, for shame," he retorted laughingly. "Be not so disloyal of speech, Geoffrey. Are you not going to entertain the prince, the most popular of men? And shall anyone be more eagerly desired than he? No, I must play a humble third or even fourth on your list where royalty is concerned. My princedom is, alas, not that of Wales, and the throne I might claim, if I had anyone to help me, which I have not, is a long way removed from that of England." Sybil said nothing, but her eyes rested on his handsome face and fine figure with an odd wonder and wistfulness, and she was very pale. "Goodbye, Lady Sybil," he added gently. "All joy be with you. To us who are left behind, your absence will seem long, but to you, love gives wings to time, and what would be to ordinary folks a month of mere dull living, will be for you nothing but a moment's rapture. Love is better than wealth, you have found that out already, I know. But I think and hope that you are destined to make the knowledge more certain and complete. Think of me sometimes. Au revoir." The horses started, a handful of rice, flung by the society idiot who is always at weddings, rattled against the door and on the roof of the brougham, and Lucio stepped back, waving his hand. To the last we saw him, a tall stately figure on the steps of Lord Elton's mansion, surrounded by an ultra-fashionable throng. Bridesmaids in bright attire and picture hats, young girls all eager and excited looking, each of them no doubt longing fervently for the day to come when they might severally manage to secure as rich a husband as myself. Matchmaking mothers and wicked old dowagers, exhibiting priceless lace on their capacious bosoms, and ablaze with diamonds. Men with white buttonhole bouquets in their irreproachably fitting frock coats, servants in gay liveries, and the usual street crowd of idle sightseers, all this cluster of faces, costumes and flowers was piled against the grey background of the stone portico, and in the midst, the dark beauty of Lucio's face and the luminance of his flashing eyes made him the conspicuous object and chief centre of attraction. Then the carriage turned a sharp corner, the faces vanished, and Sybil and I realized that from henceforward we were left alone, alone to face the future and ourselves, and to learn the lesson of love, or hate, forevermore together. Chapter 26. I cannot now trace the slow or swift flitting by of phantasmal events. Wild ghosts of days or weeks that drifted past, and brought me gradually and finally to a time when I found myself wandering, numb and stricken and sick at heart, by the shores of the lake in Switzerland, a small lake, densely blue, with apparently a thought in its depths such as is reflected in a child's earnest eye. I gazed down at the clear and glistening water almost unseeingly, the snow-peaked mountains surrounding it were too high for the lifting of my aching sight. Loftiness, purity, and radiance were unbearable to my mind, crushed as it was beneath the weight of dismal wreckage and ruin. What a fool was I, ever to have believed that in this world there could be such a thing as happiness. Misery stared me in the face, lifelong misery, and no escape but death. Misery. It was the word which, like a hellish groan, had been uttered by the three dreadful phantoms that had once, in an evil vision, disturbed my rest. What had I done, I demanded indignantly of myself, to deserve this wretchedness which no wealth could cure? Why was fate so unjust? Like all my kind, I was unable to discern the small yet strong links of the chain I had myself wrought and which bound me to my own undoing, I blamed fate, or rather God, and talked of injustice merely because, personally suffered, never realizing that what I considered unjust was but the equitable measuring forth of that eternal law which is carried out with as mathematical an exactitude as the movement of the planets, notwithstanding man's pygmy efforts to impede its fulfillment. The light wind blowing down from the snow peaks above me ruffled the placidity of the little lake by which I aimlessly strolled. I watched the tiny ripples break over its surface like the lines of laughter on a human face, and wondered morosely whether it was deep enough to drown in. For what was the use of living on, knowing what I knew? Knowing that she whom I had loved and whom I loved still in a way that was hateful to myself, was a thing viler and more shameless in character than the veriest poor drab of the street who sells herself a current coin, that the lovely body and angel face were but an attractive disguise for the soul of a harpy, a vulture of vice. My God! An irrepressible cry escaped me as my thoughts went on and on in the never-ending circle and problem of incurable, unspeakable despair, and I threw myself down on a shelving bank of grass that sloped towards the lake and covered my face in a paroxysm of tearless agony. Still inexorable thought worked in my brain and forced me to consider my position. Was Sybil more to blame than I myself for all the strange havoc wrought? I had married her of my own free will and choice, and she had told me beforehand I am a contaminated creature, trained to perfection in the lax morals and prurient literature of my day. Well, and so it had proved. My own blood burned with shame as I reflected how ample and convincing were the proofs! And, starting up from my recumbent posture, I paced up and down again restlessly in a fever of self-contempt and disgust. What could I do with a woman such as she, to whom I was now bound for life? Reform her? She would laugh me to scorn for the attempt. Reform myself? She would sneer at me for an effeminate milksop. Besides, was not I as willing to be degraded as she was to degrade me? A very victim to my brute passions? Tortured and maddened by my feelings, I roamed about wildly, and started as if a pistol shot had been fired near me when the plash of oars sounded on the silence and the keel of a small boat grated on the shore, the boatman within it respectfully begging me in mellifluous French to employ him for an hour. I assented, and in a minute or two was out on the lake in the middle of the red glow of sunset which turned the snow summits to points of flame, and the water to the hue of ruby wine. I think the man who rowed me saw that I was in no very pleasant humor, for he preserved a discreet silence, and I, pulling my hat partly over my eyes, lay back in the stern, still busy with my wretched musings. Only a month married. And yet, a sickening satiety had taken the place of the so-called deathless lover's passion. There were moments even, when my wife's much less physical beauty appeared hideous to me. I knew her as she was, and no exterior charm could ever again cover for me the revolting nature within. And what puzzled me from dawn to dusk was her polished, specious hypocrisy, her amazing aptitude for lies. To look at her, to hear her speak, one would have deemed her a very saint of purity, a delicate creature whom a coarse word would startle and offend, a very incarnation of the sweetest and most gracious womanhood, all heart and feeling and sympathy. Everyone thought thus of her, and never was there a greater error. Heart she had none. That fact was borne in upon me 2 days after our marriage while we were in Paris, for there a telegram reached us announcing her mother's death. The paralyzed Countess of Elton had, it appeared, expired suddenly on our wedding day, or rather our wedding night, but the Earl had deemed it best to wait 48 hours before interrupting our hymeneal happiness with the melancholy tidings. He followed his telegram by a brief letter to his daughter in which the concluding lines were these: "As you are a bride and are traveling abroad, I should advise you by no means to go into mourning. Under the circumstances it is really not necessary." And Sybil had readily accepted his suggestion, keeping generally, however, to white and pale mauve colorings in her numerous and wonderful toilettes, in order not to outrage the proprieties too openly in the opinions of persons known to her, whom she might possibly meet casually in the foreign towns we visited. No word of regret passed her lips, and no tears were shed for her mother's loss. She only said what a good thing her sufferings are over. Then, with a little sarcastic smile, she had added, "I wonder when we shall receive the Elton Chesney wedding cards." I did not reply, for I was pained and grieved at her lack of all gentle feeling in the matter, and I was also, to a certain extent, superstitiously affected by the fact of the death occurring on our marriage day. However, this was now a thing of the past. A month had elapsed, a month in which the tearing down of illusions had gone on daily and hourly, till I was left to contemplate the uncurtained bare prose of life, and the knowledge that I had wedded a beautiful feminine animal with the soul of a shameless libertine. Here I pause and ask myself, was not I also a libertine? Yes, I freely admit it, but the libertinage of a man, while it may run to excess in hot youth, generally resolves itself, under the influence of a great love, into a strong desire for undaunted sweetness and modesty in the woman beloved. If a man has indulged in both folly and sin, the time comes at last, when, if he has any good left in him at all, he turns back upon himself and lashes his own vices with the scorpion whip of self-contempt till he smarts with the rage and pain of it, and then, aching in every pulse with his deserved chastisement, he kneels in spirit at the feet of some pure-hearted woman whose white soul, like an angel, hovers compassionately above him, and then lays down his life, saying, "Do what you will with it, it is yours." And woe to her who plays lightly with such a gift or works fresh injury upon it. No man, even if he has in his day indulged in rapid living, should choose a rapid woman for his wife, he had far better put a loaded pistol to his head and then make an end of it. The sunset glory began to fade from the landscape as the util boat glided on over the tranquil water, and a great shadow was on my mind, like the shadow of the outer darkness which would soon be night. Again I asked myself, was there no happiness possible in all the world? Just then the Angelus chimed from a little chapel on the shore, and as it rang, a memory stirred in my brain, moving me well nigh to tears. Mavis Clare was happy. Mavis, with her frank fearless eyes, sweet face and bright nature, Mavis, wearing her crown of fame as simply as a child might wear a wreath of May blossom, she, with a merely moderate share of fortune which even in its slight proportion was only due to her own hard incessant work, she was happy. And I with my millions was wretched. How was it? Why was it? What had I done? I had lived as my compeers lived, I had followed the lead of all society, I had feasted my friends and effectually snubbed my foes, I had comported myself exactly as others of my wealth comport themselves, and I had married a woman whom most men, looking upon once, would have been proud to win. Nevertheless there seemed to be a curse upon me. What had I missed out of life? I knew, but was ashamed to own it, because I had previously scorned what I called the dream-nothings of mere sentiment. And now I had to acknowledge the paramount importance of those dream-nothings out of which all true living must come. I had to realize that my marriage was nothing but the mere mating of the male and female animal, a coarse bodily union and no more, that all the finer and deeper emotions which make a holy thing of human wedlock were lacking, the mutual respect, the trusting sympathy, the lovely confidence of mind with mind, the subtle inner spiritual bond which no science can analyze, and which is so much closer and stronger than the material, and knits immortal souls together when bodies decay, these things had no existence and never would exist between my wife and me. Thus, as far as I was concerned, there was a strange blankness in the world, I was thrust back upon myself for comfort and found none. What should I do with my life, I wondered drearily. Win fame, true fame, after all? With Sybil's witch eyes mocking my efforts, never. If I had ever had any gifts of creative thought within me, she would have killed it. The hour was over, the boatman rowed me into land, and I paid and dismissed him. The sun had completely sunk, there were dense purple shadows darkening over the mountains, and one or two small stars were faintly discernible in the east. I walked slowly back to the villa where we were staying, a dependence belonging to the large hotel of the district, which we had rented for the sake of privacy and independence, some of the hotel servants being portioned off to attend upon us, in addition to my own man Morris, and my wife's maid. I found Sybil in the garden, reclining in a basket chair, her eyes fixed on the afterglow of the sunset, and in her hands a book, one of the loathliest of the prurient novels that have been lately written by women to degrade and shame their sex. With a sudden impulse of rage upon me which I could not resist, I snatched the volume from her and flung it into the lake below. She made no movement of either surprise or offense, she merely turned her eyes away from the glowing heavens and looked at me with a little smile. "How violent you are today, Geoffrey," she said. I gazed at her in somber silence. From the light hat with its pale mauve orchids that rested on her nut-brown hair, to the point of her daintily embroidered shoe, her dress was perfect, and she was perfect. Knew that, a matchless piece of womanhood. Outwardly, my heart beat, there was a sense of suffocation in my throat, I could have killed her for the mingled loathing and longing which her beauty roused in me. "I am sorry," I said hoarsely, avoiding her gaze, "but I hate to see you with such a book as that. You know its contents?" she queried, with the same slight smile. I can guess. Such things have to be written, they say, nowadays, she went on. And, certainly, to judge from the commendation bestowed on these sort of books by the press, it is very evident that the wave of opinion is setting in the direction of letting girls know all about marriage before they enter upon it, in order that they may do so with their eyes wide open, very wide open. She laughed, and her laughter hurt me like a physical wound. What an old-fashioned idea the bride of the poets and 60 years ago romancists seems now, she continued. Imagine her. A shrinking tender creature, shy of beholders, timid of speech. Wearing the emblematic veil, which in former days, used to cover the face entirely as a symbol that the secrets of marriage were as yet hidden from the maiden's innocent and ignorant eyes. Now the veil is worn flung back from the bride's brows, and she stares unabashed at everybody, oh, yes, indeed we know quite well what we are doing now when we marry, thanks to the new fiction. The new fiction is detestable, I said hotly, both in style and morality. Even as a question of literature I wonder at your condescending to read any of it. The woman whose dirty book I have just thrown away, and I feel no compunction for having done it, is destitute of grammar as well as decency. Oh, but the critics don't notice that, she interrupted, with a delicate mockery vibrating in her voice. It is apparently not their business to assist in preserving the purity of the English language. What they fall into raptures over is the originality of the sexual theme, though I should have thought all such matters were as old as the hills. I never read reviews as a rule, but I did happen to come across one on the book you have just drowned, and in it the reviewer stated he had cried over it. She laughed again. Beast, I said emphatically. He probably found in it some glozing over of his own vices. But you, Sybil, why do you read such stuff? How can you read it? Curiosity moved me in the first place, she answered listlessly. I wanted to see what makes a reviewer cry. Then when I began to read, I found that the story was all about the manner in which men amuse themselves with the soiled doves of the highways and byways, and as I was not very well instructed in that sort of thing, I thought I might as well learn. These unpleasant morsels of information on unsavory subjects are like the reputed suggestions of the devil, if you listen to one, you are bound to hear more. Besides, literature is supposed to reflect the time we live in, and that kind of literature being more prevalent than anything else, we are compelled to accept and study it as the mirror of the age. With an expression on her face that was half mirth and half scorn, she rose from her seat, and looked down into the lovely lake below her. The fishes will eat that book, she observed. I hope it will not poison them. If they could read and understand it, what singular ideas they would have of us human beings. Why don't you read Mavis Clare's books? I asked suddenly. You told me you admired her, so I do, immensely. She answered. I admire her and wonder at her both together. How that woman can keep her child's heart and child's faith in a world like this, is more than I can understand. It is always a perfect marvel to me, a sort of supernatural surprise. You ask me why don't I read her books, I do read them, I've read them all over and over again, but she does not write many, and one has to wait for her productions longer than for those of most authors. When I want to feel like an angel, I read Mavis Clare, but I more often am inclined to feel the other way, and then her books are merely so many worries to me. Worries? I echoed. Yes. It is worrying to find somebody believing in a God when you can't believe in him, to have beautiful faiths offered to you which you can't grasp, and to know that there is a creature alive, a woman like yourself in everything except mind, who is holding fast a happiness which you can never attain, no, not though you held out praying hands day and night, and shouted wild appeals to the dull heavens. At that moment she looked like a queen of tragedy, her violet eyes ablaze, her lips apart, her breast heaving. I approached her with a strange nervous hesitation and touched her hand. She gave it to me passively. I drew it through my arm, and for a minute or two we paced silently up and down the gravel walk. The lights from the monster hotel which catered for us and our wants were beginning to twinkle from basement to roof, and just above the chalet we rented, a triad of stars sparkled in the shape of a trefoil. Poor Geoffrey, she said presently, with a quick upward glance at me, I am sorry for you. With all my vagaries of disposition I am not a fool, and at any rate I have learned how to analyze myself as well as others. I read you as easily as I read a book, I see what a strange tumult your mind is in. You love me and you loathe me. And the contrast of emotion makes a wreck of you and your ideals. Hush, don't speak, I know, I know. But what would you have me be? An angel? I cannot realize such a being for more than a fleeting moment of imagination. A saint? They were all martyred. A good woman? I never met one. Innocent question mark ignorant? I told you before we married that I was neither. There is nothing left for me to discover as far as the relations between men and women are concerned, I have taken the measure of the inherent love of vice in both sexes. There is not a pin to choose between them. Men are no worse than women, women no worse than men. I have discovered everything except God! And I conclude no God could ever have designed such a crazy and mean business as human life. While she thus spoke, I could have fallen at her feet and implored her to be silent. For she was, unknowingly, giving utterance to some of the many thoughts in which I myself had frequently indulged, and yet, from her lips they sounded cruel, unnatural, and callous to a degree that made me shrink from her in fear and agony. We had reached a little grove of pines, and here in the silence and shadow, I took her in my arms and stared disconsolately upon the beauty of her face. Sybil, I whispered, Sybil, what is wrong with us both? How is it that we do not seem to find the loveliest side of love? Why is it that even in our kisses and embraces, some impalpable darkness comes between us, so that we anger or weary each other when we should be glad and satisfied? What is it? Can you tell? For you know the darkness is there. A curious look came into her eyes, a faraway strained look of hungry yearning, mingled, as I thought, with compassion for me. Yes, it is there, she answered slowly. And it is of our own mutual creation. I believe you have something nobler in your nature, Geoffrey, than I have in mine, an incorporated, finable something that recoils from me and my theories despite your wish and will. Perhaps if you had given way to that feeling in time, you would never have married me. You speak of the loveliest side of love, to me there is no lovely side, it is all coarse and horrible. You and I, for instance, cultured man and woman, we cannot, in marriage, get a flight beyond the common emotions of Hodge and his girl. She laughed violently, and shuddered in my arms. What liars the poets are, Geoffrey. They ought to be sentenced to lifelong imprisonment for their perjuries. They help to mold the credulous beliefs of a woman's heart. In her early youth she reads their delicious assurances, and imagines that love will be all they teach, a thing divine and lasting beyond earthly countings. Then comes the coarse finger of prose on the butterfly wing of poesy, and the bitterness and hideousness of complete disillusion. I held her still in my arms with the fierce grasp of a man clinging to a spar ere he drowns in mid-ocean. But I love you, Sybil! My wife, I love you, I said, with a passion that choked my utterance. You love me, yes, 7. No, but how? In a way that is abhorrent to yourself, she replied. It is not poetic love, it is man's love, and man's love is brute love. So it is, so it will be, so it must be. Moreover, the brute love soon tires, and when it dies out from satiety there is nothing left. Nothing, Geoffrey, absolutely nothing but a blank and civil form of intercourse, which I do not doubt we shall be able to keep up for the admiration and comment of society. She disengaged herself from my embrace, and moved towards the house. Come, she added, turning her exquisite head back over her shoulder with a feline caressing grace that she alone possessed. You know there is a famous lady in London who advertises her saleable charms to the outside public by means of her monogram worked into the lace of all her window blinds, thinking it no doubt good for trade. I am not quite so bad as that. You have paid dearly for me, I know, but remember I as yet wear no jewels but yours, and crave no gifts beyond those you are generous enough to bestow, and my dutiful desire is to give you as much full value as I can for your money. Sybil, you kill me, I cried, tortured beyond endurance. Do you think me so base? I broke off with almost a sob of despair. You cannot help being base, she said, steadily regarding me, because you are a man. I am base because I am a woman. If we believed in a God, either of us, we might discover some different way of life and love, who knows? But neither you nor I have any remnant of faith in a being whose existence all the scientists of the day are ever at work to disprove. We are persistently taught that we are animals and nothing more, let us therefore not be ashamed of animalism. Animalism and atheism are approved by the scientists and applauded by the press, and the clergy are powerless to enforce the faith they preach. Come, Geoffrey, don't stay mooning like a stricken Parsifal under those pines, throw away that thing which troubles you, your conscience, throw it away as you have thrown the book I was lately reading, and consider this, that most men of your type take pride and rejoice in being the prey of a bad woman, so you should really congratulate yourself on having one for a wife, one who is so broad-minded, 2, that she will always let you have your own way in everything you do, provided you let her have hers. It is the way all marriages are arranged nowadays, at any rate in our set, otherwise the tie would be impossible of endurance. Come, we cannot live together on such an understanding, Sybil, I said hoarsely, as I walked slowly by her side towards the villa. "Oh, yes, we can," she averred, a little malign smile playing round her lips. "We can do as others do, there is no necessity for us to stand out from the rest like quixotic fools, and pose as models to other married people, we should only be detested for our pains. It is surely better to be popular than virtuous, virtue never pays. See, there is our interesting German waiter coming to inform us that dinner is ready. Please don't look so utterly miserable, for we have not quarreled, and it would be foolish to let the servants think we have." I made no answer. We entered the house, and dined, Sybil keeping up a perfect fire of conversation, to which I replied in mere monosyllables, and after dinner we went as usual to sit in the illuminated gardens of the adjacent hotel and hear the band. Sybil was known and universally admired and flattered by many of the people staying the and, as she moved about among her acquaintances, chatting first with one group and then with another, I sat in moody silence watching her with increasing wonderment and horror. Her beauty seemed to me like the beauty of the poison flower, which, brilliant in color and perfect in shape, exhales death to those who pluck it from its stem. And that night, when I held her in my arms, and felt her heart beating against my own in the darkness, an awful dread arose in me, a dread as to whether I might not at some time or other be tempted to strangle her as she lay on my breast, strangle her as one would strangle a vampire that sucked one's blood and strength away. Chapter 27. We concluded our wedding tour rather sooner than we had at first intended, and returned to England and Willowsmere Court about the middle of August. I had a vague notion stirring in me that gave me a sort of dim indefinable consolation, and it was this, I meant to bring my wife and Mavis Clare together, believing that the gentle influence of the gracious and happy creature, who, like a contented bird in its nest, dwelt serene in the little domain so near my own, might have a softening and wholesome effect upon Sybil's pitiless love of analysis and scorn of all noble ideals. The heat in Warwickshire was at this time intense, the roses were out in their full beauty, and the thick foliage of the branching oaks and elms in my grounds afforded grateful shade and repose to the tired body, while the tranquil loveliness of the woodland and meadow scenery comforted and soothed the equally tired mind. After all, there is no country in the world so fair as England, none so richly endowed with verdant forest and fragrant flowers, none that can boast of sweet nooks for seclusion and romance. In Italy, that land so overpraised by hysterical poseurs who foolishly deem it admirable to glorify any country save their own, the fields are arid and brown and parched by the too fervent sun, there are no shady lanes such as England can boast of in all her shires, and the mania among Italians for ruthlessly cutting down their finest trees has not only actually injured the climate, but has so spoiled the landscape that it is difficult to believe at all in its once renowned and still erroneously reported charm. Such a bower of beauty as Lily Cottage was in that sultry August could never have been discovered in all the length and breadth of Italy. Mavis superintended the care of her gardens herself, she had 2 gardeners, who under her directions kept the grass and trees continually watered, and nothing could be imagined more lovely than the picturesque old-fashioned house, covered with roses and tufts of jessamine that seemed to tie up the roof in festal knots and garlands, while around the building spread the reaches of deep emerald lawn and bosky arbors of foliage where all the most musical songbirds apparently found refuge and delight, and where at evening a perfect colony of nightingales kept up a bubbling fountain of delicious melody. I remember well the afternoon, warm, languid and still, when I took Sybil to see the woman author she had so long admired. The heat was so great that in our own grounds all the birds were silent, but when we approached Lily Cottage the first thing we heard was the piping of a thrush up somewhere among the roses, a mellow liquid warble expressing sweet content, and mingling with the subdued cooings of the dove reviewers who were commenting on whatever pleased or displeased them in the distance. "What a pretty place it is," said my wife, as she peeped over the gate and through the odorous tangles of honeysuckle and jessamine. "I really think it is prettier than Willowsmere. It has been wonderfully improved." We were shown in, and Mavis, who had expected our visit, did not keep us waiting long. As she entered, clad in some gossamer white stuff that clung softly about her pretty figure and was belted in by a simple ribbon, an odd sickening pang went through my heart. The fair untroubled face, the joyous yet dreamy student gaze, the sensitive mouth, and above all, the radiant look of happiness that made the whole expression of her features so bright and fascinating, taught me in one flash of conviction all that a woman might be, and all that she too frequently was not. And I had hated Mavis Clare. I had even taken up my pen to deal her a wanton blow through the medium of anonymous criticism. But this was before I knew her, before I realized that there could be any difference between her and the female scarecrows who so frequently pose as novelists without being able to write correct English, and who talk in public of their copy with the glibness gained from Grub Street and the journalist's cheap restaurant. Yes, I had hated her, and now, almost I loved her. Sybil, tall, queenly and beautiful, gazed upon her with eyes that expressed astonishment as well as admiration. To think that you are the famous Mavis Clare, she said, smiling as she held out her hand. I always heard and knew that you did not look at all literary, but I never quite realized that you could be exactly what I see you are. To look literary does not always imply that you are literary, returned Mavis, laughing a little. Too often I am afraid you will find that the women who take pains to look literary are ignorant of literature. But how glad I am to see you, Lady Sybil. Do you know I used to watch you playing about on the lawns at Willowsmere when I was quite a little girl? And I used to watch you, responded Sybil. You used to make daisy chains and cowslip balls in the fields opposite on the other side of the Avon. It is a great pleasure to me to know we are neighbors. You must come and see me often at Willowsmere. Mavis did not answer immediately, she busied herself in pouring out tea and dispensing it to both of us. Sybil, who was always on the alert for glimpses of character, noticed that she did not answer, and repeated her words coaxingly. You will come, will you not? As often as you like. The oftener the better. We must be friends, you know. Mavis looked up then, a frank sweet smile in her eyes. Do you really mean it? She asked. Mean it? Echoed Sybil. Why, of course I do. How can you doubt it? I exclaimed. Well, you must both forgive me for asking such a question, said Mavis, still smiling. But you see you are now among what are called the county magnates, and county magnates consider themselves infinitely above all authors. She laughed outright, and her blue eyes twinkled with fun. I think many of them estimate writers of books as some sort of strange outgrowth of humanity that is barely decent. It is deliciously funny and always amuses me. Nevertheless, among my many faults, the biggest one is, I fancy, pride, and a dreadfully obstinate spirit of independence. Now, to tell you the truth, I have been asked by many so-called great people to their houses, and when I have gone, I have generally been sorry for it afterwards. Why? I asked. They honor themselves by inviting you. Oh, I don't think they take it in that way at all, she replied, shaking her fair head demurely. They fancy they have performed a great act of condescension, whereas it is really I who condescend, for it is very good of me, you know, to leave the society of the Pallas Athene in my study for that of a flounced and frizzled lady of fashion. Her bright smile again irradiated her face, and she went on. Once I was asked to luncheon with a certain baron and baroness who invited a few guests to meet me, so they said. I was not introduced to more than one or two of these people, the rest sat and stared at me as if I were a new kind of fish or fowl. Then the baron showed me his house, and told me the prices of his pictures and his china, he was even good enough to explain which was Dresden and which was Delft, where, though I believe, benighted author as I am, I could have instructed him equally on these and other matters. However, I managed to smile amicably through the whole program, and professed myself charmed and delighted in the usual way, but they never asked me to visit them again, and, unless indeed they wanted me to be impressed with their furniture catalogue, I can never make out what I did to be asked at all, and what I have done never to be asked any more. They must have been parvenus, said Sybil indignantly. No well-bred people would have priced their goods to you, unless they happened to be Jews. Mavis laughed a merry little laugh like a peal of bells, then she continued. Well, I will not say who they were, I must keep something. I fear my literary reminiscences when I get old. Then all these people will be named, and go down to posterity as Dante's enemies went down to Dante's hell. I have only told you the incident just to show you why I asked you if you meant it, when you invited me to visit you at Willowsmere. Because the Baron and Baroness I have spoken of gushed over me and my poor books to such an extent that you would have fancied I was to be forevermore one of their dearest friends, and they didn't mean it. Other people I know embrace me effusively and invite me to their houses, and they don't mean it. And when I find out these shams, I like to make it very clear on my own side that I do not seek to be embraced or invited, and that if certain great folks deem it a favor to ask me to their houses, I do not so consider it, but rather think the favor is entirely on my part if I accept the invitation. And I do not say this for my own self at all, self has nothing to do with it, but I do say it and strongly assert it for the sake of the dignity of literature as an art and profession. If a few other authors would maintain this position, we might raise the standard of letters by degrees to what it was in the old days of Scott and Byron. I hope you do not think me too proud. On the contrary, I think you are quite right, said Sybil earnestly. And I admire you for your courage and independence. Some of the aristocracy are, I know, such utter snobs that often I feel ashamed to belong to them. But as far as we are concerned, I can only assure you that if you will honor us by becoming our friend as well as neighbor, you shall not regret it. Do try and like me if you can." She bent forward with a witching smile on her fair face. Mavis looked at her seriously and admiringly. "How beautiful you are," she said frankly. "Everybody tells you this, of course, still, I cannot help joining in the general chorus. To me, a lovely face is like a lovely flower, I must admire it. Beauty is quite a divine thing, and though I am often told that the plain people are always the good people, I never can quite believe it. Nature is surely bound to give a beautiful face to a beautiful spirit." Sybil, who had smiled with pleasure at the first words of the open compliment paid her by one of the most gifted of her own sex, now flushed deeply. "Not always, Miss Clare," she said, veiling her brilliant eyes beneath the droop of her long lashes. "One can imagine a fair fiend as easily as a fair angel." "True." And Mavis looked at her musingly, then suddenly laughing in her blithe bright way, she added, "Quite true. Really I cannot picture an ugly fiend, for the fiends are supposed to be immortal, and I am convinced that immortal ugliness has no part in the universe. Downright hideousness belongs to humanity alone, and an ugly face is such a blot on creation that we can only console ourselves by the reflection that it is fortunately perishable, and that in course of time the soul behind it will be released from its ill-formed husk, and will be allowed to wear a fairer aspect. Yes, Lady Sybil, I will come to Willowsmere. I cannot refuse to look upon such loveliness as yours as often as I may." "You are a charming flatterer," said Sybil, rising and putting an arm round her in that affectionate coaxing way of hers which seemed so sincere and which so frequently meant nothing. "But I confess I prefer to be flattered by a woman rather than by a man. Men say the same things to all women, they have a very limited repertoire of compliments, and they will tell a fright she is beautiful if it happens to serve their immediate purpose. But women themselves can so hardly be persuaded to admit that any good qualities exist either inward or outward in one another, that when they do say a kind or generous thing of their own sex it is a wonder worth remembering." "May I see your study?" Mavis willingly assented, and we all three went into the peaceful sanctum where the marble palace presided, and where the dogs Trixie and Emperor were both ensconced, Emperor sitting up on his haunches and surveying the prospect from the window, and Trixie with a most absurd air of importance, imitating the larger animal's attitude precisely, at a little distance off. Both creatures were friendly to my wife and to me, and while Sybil was stroking the St. Bernard's massive head, Mavis said suddenly, "Where is the friend who came with you here first, Prince Romanes?" "He is in St. Petersburg just now," I answered. "But he will be here in 2 or 3 weeks to stay with us on a visit for some time. He is surely a very singular man," said Mavis thoughtfully. "Do you remember how strangely my dogs behaved to him? Emperor was quite restless and troublesome for 2 or 3 hours after he had gone," and in a few words, she told Sybil the incident of the St. Bernard's attack upon Lucio. "Some people have a natural antipathy to dogs," said Sybil, as she heard. "And the dogs always find it out and resent it. But I should not have thought Prince Romanes had an antipathy to any creatures except women," and she laughed, a trifle bitterly. "Except women?" echoed Mavis surprisedly. "Does he hate women? He must be a very good actor then, for to me he was wonderfully kind and gentle." Sybil looked at her intently, and was silent for a minute. Then she said, "Perhaps it is because he knows you are unlike the ordinary run of women and have nothing in common with their usual trumpery aims. Of course he is always courteous to our sex, but I think it is easy to see that his courtesy is often worn as a mere mask to cover a very different feeling." "You have perceived that, then, Sybil?" I said with a slight smile. "I should be blind if I had not perceived it," she replied. "I do not, however, blame him for his pet aversion, I think it makes him all the more attractive and interesting." "He is a great friend of yours?" inquired Mavis, looking at me as she put the question. "The very greatest friend I have," I replied quickly. "I owe him more than I can ever repay, indeed I have to thank him even for introducing me to my wife." I said the words unthinkingly and playfully, but as I uttered them, a sudden shock affected my nerves, a shock of painful memory. Yes, it was true! I owed to him, to Lucio, the misery, fear, degradation and shame of having such a woman as Sybil was, united to me till death should us part. I felt myself turning sick and giddy, and I sat down in one of the quaint oak chairs that helped to furnish Mavis Clare's study, allowing the 2 women to pass out of the open French window into the sunlit garden together, the dogs following at their heels. I watched them as they went, my wife, tall and stately, attired in the newest and the most fashionable mode. Mavis, small and slight, with her soft white gown and floating waist ribbon, the one sensual, the other spiritual, the one base and vicious in desire, the other pure-souled and aspiring to noblest ends, the one a physically magnificent animal, the other merely sweet-faced and ideally fair like a sylph of the woodlands, and looking, I clenched my hands as I thought with bitterness of spirit what a mistaken choice I had made. In the profound egotism which had always been part of my nature, I now actually allowed myself to believe that I might, had I chosen, have wedded Mavis Clare, never for one moment imagining that all my wealth would have been useless to me in such a quest, and that I might as well have proposed to pluck a star from the sky as to win a woman who was able to read my nature thoroughly, and who would never have come down to my money level from her intellectual throne, no, not though I had been a monarch of many nations. I stared at the large tranquil features of the Pallas Athene, and the blank eyeballs of the marble goddess appeared to regard me in turn with impassive scorn. I glanced round the room, and at the walls adorned with the wise sayings of poets and philosophers, sayings that reminded me of truths which I knew, yet never accepted as practicable, and presently my eyes were attracted to a corner near the writing desk, which I had not noticed before, where there was a small dim lamp burning. Above this lamp an ivory crucifix gleamed white against draperies of dark purple velvet, below it, on a silver bracket, was an hourglass through which the sand was running in glistening grains, and round the entire little shrine was written in letters of gold, "Now is the acceptable time." The word "now" being in larger characters than the rest. Now was evidently Mavis's motto, to lose no time, but to work, to pray, to love, to hope, to thank God and be glad for life, all in the now, and neither to regret the past nor forebode the future, but simply do the best that could be done, and leave all else in childlike confidence to the divine will. I got up restlessly, the sight of the crucifix curiously annoyed me, and I followed the path my wife and Mavis had taken through the garden. I found them looking in at the cage of the Athenaeum owls, the owl in chief being as usual puffed out with his own importance and swelling visibly with indignation and excess of feather. Sybil turned as she saw me, her face was bright and smiling. "Miss Clare has very strong opinions of her own, Geoffrey," she said. "She is not as much captivated by Prince Romanes as most people are, in fact, she has just confided to me that she does not quite like him." Mavis blushed, but her eyes met mine with fearless candor. "It is wrong to say what one thinks, I know," she murmured in somewhat troubled accents. "And it is a dreadful fault of mine. Please forgive me, Mr. Tempest. You tell me the prince is your greatest friend, and I assure you I was immensely impressed by his appearance when I first saw him. But afterwards, after I had studied him a little, the conviction was borne in upon me that he was not altogether what he seemed." "That is exactly what he says of himself," I answered, laughing a little. "He has a mystery, I believe, and he has promised to clear it up for me some day." "But I'm sorry you don't like him, Miss Clare, for he likes you. Perhaps when I meet him again my ideas may be different," said Mavis gently. "At present, well, do not let us talk of it any more, indeed I feel I have been very rude to express any opinion at all concerning one for whom you and Lady Sybil have so great regard. But somehow I seemed impelled, almost against my will, to say what I did just now." Her soft eyes looked pained and puzzled, and to relieve her, and change the subject, I asked if she was writing anything new. "Oh, yes," she replied. "It would never do for me to be idle. The public are very kind to me, and no sooner have they read one thing of mine than they clamor for another, so I am kept very busy." "And what are the critics?" I asked, with a good deal of curiosity. She laughed. "I never pay the least attention to them," she answered, "except when they are hasty and misguided enough to write lies about me, then I very naturally take the liberty to contradict those lies, either through my own statement or that of my lawyers. Apart from refusing to allow the public to be led into a false notion of my work and aims, I have no grudge whatever against the critics. They are generally very poor, hard-working men, and have a frightful struggle to live. I have often, privately, done some of them a good turn without their knowledge. A publisher of mine sent me a miss the other day by one of my deadliest enemies on the press, and stated that my opinion would decide its rejection or acceptance. I read it through, and though it was not very brilliant work it was good enough, so I praised it as warmly as I could, and urged its publication, with the stipulation that the author should never be told I had had the casting vote. It has just come out, I see, and I'm sure I hope it will succeed." Here she paused to gather a few deep damask roses, which she handed to Sybil. "Yes, critics are very badly, even cruelly paid," she went on musingly. "It is not to be expected that they should write eulogies of the successful author, while they continue unsuccessful, such work could not be anything but gall and wormwood to them. I know the poor little wife of one of them, and settled her dressmaker's bill for her because she was afraid to show it to her husband. The very week afterwards he slashed away at my last book in the most approved style in the paper on which he is employed and got, I suppose, about a guinea for his trouble. Of course he didn't know about his little wife and her dunning dressmaker, and he never will know, because I have bound her over to secrecy. But why do you do such things? Asked Sybil, astonished. I would have let his wife get into the county court for her bill, if I had been you. Would you? And Mavis smiled gravely. Well, I could not. You know who it was that said, bless them that curse you, and do good to them that hate you. Besides, the poor little woman was frightened to death at her own expenditure. It is pitiful, you know, to see the helpless agonies of people who will live beyond their incomes. They suffer much more than the beggars in the street who make frequently more than £1 a day by mere whining and snivelling. The critics are much more in evil case than the beggars. Few of them make even £1 a day, and of course they regard as their natural enemies the authors who make £30 to £50 a week. I assure you I am very sorry for critics all round, they are the least regarded and worst rewarded of all the literary community. And I never bother myself at all about what they say of me, except as I before observed, when in their haste they tell lies, then of course it becomes necessary for me to state the truth in simple self-defense as well as by way of duty to my public. But as a rule I hand over all my press notices to Trixie there, indicating the minute Yorkshire Terrier who followed closely at the edge of her white gown, and he tears them to indistinguishable shreds in about 3 minutes. She laughed merrily, and Sybil smiled, watching her with the same wonder and admiration that had been expressed in her looks more or less since the beginning of our interview with this light-hearted possessor of literary fame. We were now walking towards the gate preparatory to taking our departure. May I come and talk to you sometimes? My wife said suddenly, in her prettiest and the most pleading voice. It would be such a privilege. You can come whenever you like in the afternoons, replied Mavis readily. The mornings belong to a goddess more dominant even than beauty, work. You never work at night? I asked. Indeed no. I never turn the ordinances of nature upside down, as I am sure I should get the worst of it if I made such an attempt. The night is for sleep, and I use it thankfully for that blessed purpose. Some authors can only write at night though, I said. Then you may be sure they only produce blurred pictures and indistinct characterization, said Mavis. Some I know there are, who invite inspiration through gin, or opium, as well as through the midnight influences, but I do not believe in such methods. Morning and a freshly rested brain are required for literary labor, that is, if one wants to write a book that will last for more than one season. She accompanied us to the gate, and stood under the porch, her big dog beside her and the roses waving high over her head. At any rate, work agrees with you, said Sybil, fixing upon her a long, intent, almost envious gaze. You look perfectly happy. I'm perfectly happy, she answered, smiling. I have nothing in all the world to wish for, except that I may die as peacefully as I have lived. May that day be far distant. I said earnestly. She raised her soft meditative eyes to mine. Thank you. She responded gently. But I do not mind when it comes, so long as it finds me ready. She waved her hand to us as we left her and turned the corner of the lane, and for some minutes we walked on slowly in absolute silence. Then at last Sybil spoke. I quite understand the hatred there is in some quarters for Mavis Clare, she said. I am afraid I begin to hate her myself. I stopped and stared at her, astonished and confounded. You begin to hate her, you ? And why? Are you so blind that you cannot perceive why? She retorted, the little malign smile I knew so well playing round her lips. Because she is happy. Because she has no scandals in her life, and because she dares to be content. One longs to make her miserable. But how to do it? She believes in a God, she thinks all he ordains is right and good. With such a firm faith as that, she would be happy in a garret earning but a few pence a day. I see now perfectly how she has won her public, it is by the absolute conviction she has herself of the theories of life she tries to instill. What can be done against her? Nothing. But I understand why the critics would like to quash her, if I were a critic, fond of whiskey and soda and music hall women, I should like to quash her myself for being so different to the rest of her sex. What an incomprehensible woman you are, Sybil! I exclaimed with real irritation. You admire Miss Clare's books, you have always admired them, you have asked her to become your friend, and almost in the same breath you would like to quash her or to make her miserable. I confess I cannot understand you. Of course you cannot. She responded tranquilly, her eyes resting upon me with a curious expression, as we paused for an instant under the deep shade of a chestnut tree before entering our own grounds. I never supposed you could, and, unlike the ordinary feminine comprise, I have never blamed you for your want of comprehension. It has taken me some time to understand myself, and even now I am not quite sure that I have gauged the depths or shallownesses of my own nature correctly. But on this matter of Mavis Clare, can you not imagine that badness may hate goodness? That the confirmed drunkard may hate the sober citizen? That the outcast may hate the innocent maiden? And that it is possible that I, reading life as I do, and finding it loathsome in many of its aspects, distrusting men and women utterly, and being destitute of any faith in God, may hate, yes hate. And she clenched her hand on a tuft of drooping leaves and scattered the green fragments at her feet. A woman who finds life beautiful, and God existent, who takes no part in our social shams and slanders, and who in place of my self-torturing spirit of analysis, has secured an enviable fame and the honor of thousands, allied to a serene content. Why, it would be something worth living for to make such a woman wretched for once in her life. But as she is constituted, it is impossible to do it. She turned from me and walked slowly onward, I following in a pained silence. If you do not mean to be her friend, you should tell her so, I said presently. You heard what she said about pretended protestations of regard. I heard, she replied morosely. She is a clever woman, Geoffrey, and you may trust her to find me out without any explanation. As she said this, I raised my eyes and looked full at her. Her exceeding beauty was becoming almost an agony to my sight, and in a sudden fool's paroxysm of despair I exclaimed, "Oh, Sybil, Sybil! Why were you made as you are?" "Ah, why indeed?" she rejoined, with a faint mocking smile. "And why, being made as I am, was I born an earl's daughter? If I had been an Arab of the street, I should have been in my proper place, and novels would have been written about me, and plays, and I might have become such a heroine as should cause all good men to weep for joy because of my generosity in encouraging their vices. But as an earl's daughter, respectably married to a millionaire, I am a mistake of nature. Yet nature does make mistakes sometimes, Geoffrey, and when she does they are generally irremediable." We had now reached our own grounds, and I walked, in miserable mood, beside her across the lawn towards the house. "Sybil," I said at last, "I had hoped you and Mavis Clare might be friends." She laughed. "So we shall be friends, I dare say, for a little while," she replied. "But the dove does not willingly consort with the raven, and Mavis Clare's way of life and studious habits would be to me insufferably dull. Besides, as I said before, she, as a clever woman and a thinker, is too clear-sighted not to find me out in the course of time. But I will play humbug as long as I can. If I perform the part of county lady or patron, of course she won't stand me for a moment. I shall have to assume a much more difficult role, that of an honest woman." Again she laughed, a cruel little laugh that chilled my blood, and paced slowly into the house through the open windows of the drawing-room. And I, left alone in the garden among the nodding roses and waving trees, felt that the beautiful domain of Willowsmere had suddenly grown hideous and bereft of all its former charm, and was nothing but a haunted house of desolation, haunted by an all-dominant and ever-victorious spirit of evil. Chapter 28. One of the strangest things in all the strange course of our human life is perhaps the suddenness of certain unlooked-for events, which, in a day or even an hour, may work utter devastation where there has been more or less peace, and hopeless ruin where there has been comparative safety. Like the shock of an earthquake, the clamorous incidents thunder in on the regular routine of ordinary life, crumbling down our hopes, breaking our hearts, and scattering our pleasures into the dust and ashes of despair. And this kind of destructive trouble generally happens in the midst of apparent prosperity without the least warning, and with all the abrupt fierceness of a desert storm. It is constantly made manifest to us in the unexpected and almost instantaneous downfall of certain members of society who have held their heads proudly above their compeers and have presumed to pose as examples of light and leading to the whole community. We see it in the capricious fortunes of kings and statesmen who are in favor one day and disgraced the next, and vast changes are wrought with such inexplicable quickness that it is scarcely wonderful to hear of certain religious sects who, when everything is prospering more than usually well with them, make haste to put on garments of sackcloth and cast ashes on their heads, praying aloud, "Prepare us, O Lord, for the evil days which are at hand." The moderation of the Stoics, who considered it impious to either rejoice or grieve, and strove to maintain an equable middle course between the opposing elements of sorrow and joy, without allowing themselves to be led away by overmuch delight or overmuch melancholy, was surely a wise habit of temperament. I, who who lived miserably as far as my inner and better consciousness was concerned, was yet outwardly satisfied with the material things of life and the luxuries surrounding me, and I began to take comfort in these things, and with them endeavored to quell and ignore my subtle griefs, succeeding so far in that I became more and more of a thorough materialist every day, loving bodily ease, appetizing food, costly wine and personal indulgence to a degree that robbed me gradually of even the desire for mental effort. I taught myself, moreover, almost insensibly to accept and tolerate what I knew of the wanton side of my wife's character. True, I respected her less than the Turk respects the creature of his harem, but like the Turk I took a certain savage satisfaction in being the possessor of her beauty, and with this feeling and the brute passion it engendered, I was fain to be content. So that for a short time at least, the drowsy satisfaction of a well-fed, well-mated animal was mine, I fancied that nothing short of a stupendous financial catastrophe to the country itself could exhaust my stock of cash, and that therefore there was no necessity for me to exert myself in any particular branch of usefulness, but simply to eat, drink and be merry as Solomon advised. Intellectual activity was paralyzed in me, to take up my pen and write, and make another and higher bid for fame, was an idea that now never entered my mind. I spent my days in ordering about my servants and practicing the petty pleasures of tyranny on gardeners and grooms, and in generally giving myself airs of importance mingled with an assumption of toleration and benevolence for the benefit of all those in my employ. I knew the proper thing to do, well enough! I had not studied the ways of the overwealthy for nothing. I was aware that the rich man never feels so thoroughly virtuous as when he has inquired after the health of his coachman's wife and has sent her a couple of pounds for the outfit of her newborn baby. The much prated of kindness of heart and generosity possessed by millionaires generally amounts to this kind of thing, and when, if idly strolling about my park lands, I happened to meet the small child of my lodge-keeper and the bestowed sixpence upon it, I almost felt as if I deserved a throne in heaven at the right hand of the Almighty, so great was my appreciation of my own good nature. Sybil, however, never affected this sort of county-magnate beneficence. She did nothing at all among our poor neighbors. The clergyman of the district unfortunately happened to let slip one day a few words to the effect that there was no great want of anything among his parishioners, owing to the continual kindness and attention of Miss Clare, and Sybil never from that moment proffered any assistance. Now and then she took her graceful person into Lily Cottage and sat with its happy and studious occupant for an hour, and occasionally the fair author herself came and dined with us, or had afternoon tea under the branching elms on the lawn, but even I, intense egotist as I was, could see that Mavis was scarcely herself on these occasions. She was always charming and bright, of course, indeed the only times in which I was able to partially forget myself and the absurdly increasing importance of my personality in my own esteem, were when she, with her sweet voice and animated manner, brought her wide knowledge of books, men, and things to bear on the conversation, thus raising it to a higher level than was ever reached by my wife or me. Yet I now and then noticed a certain vague constraint about her, and her frank eyes had frequently a pained and questioning look of trouble when they rested for any length of time on the enchanting beauty of Sybil's face and form. I, however, paid little heed to these trifling matters, my whole care being to lose myself more and more utterly in the enjoyment of purely physical ease and comfort without troubling myself as to what such self-absorption might lead in the future. To be completely without a conscience, without a heart and without sentiment was, I perceived, the best way to keep one's appetite and preserve one's health. To go about worrying over the troubles of other people or put oneself out to do any good in the world, would involve such an expenditure of time and trouble as must inevitably spoil one's digestion, and I saw that no millionaire or even moderately rich man cares to run the risk of injuring his digestion for the sake of performing a kindness to a poorer fellow creature. Profiting by the examples presented to me everywhere in society, I took care of my digestion, and was particular about the way in which my meals were cooked and served, particular too, as to the fashion in which my wife dressed for those meals, for it suited my supreme humor to see her beauty bedecked as suitably and richly as possible, that I might have the satisfaction of considering her points with the same Epicurean fastidiousness as I considered a dish of truffles or specially prepared game. I never thought of the stern and absolute law unto whom much is given, even from him should much be required. I was scarcely aware of it in fact, the New Testament was of all books in the world the most unfamiliar to me. And while I wilfully deafened myself to the voice of conscience, that voice which ever and anon urged me in vain to a nobler existence, the clouds were gathering, ready to burst above me with that terrific suddenness such as always seems to us who refuse to study the causes of our calamities, as astonishing and startling as death itself. For we are always more or less startled at death, notwithstanding that it is the commonest occurrence known. Towards the middle of September my royal and distinguished house party arrived and stayed at Willowsmere Court for a week. Of course it is understood that whenever the Prince of Wales honours any private residence with a visit, he selects, if not all, at any rate the greater part of those persons who are to be invited to meet him. He did so in the present instance, and I was placed in the odd position of having to entertain certain people whom I had never met before, and who, with the questionable taste frequently exhibited among the upper ten, looked upon me merely as the man with the millions, the caterer for their provisions, and no more, directing their chief attention to Sybil, who was by virtue of her birth and associations one of their set, and pushing me, their host, more or less into the background. However, the glory of entertaining royalty more than sufficed for my poor pride at that time, and with less self-respect than an honest cur I was content to be snubbed and harassed and worried 100 times a day by one or the other of the great personages who wandered at will all over my house and grounds, and accepted my lavish hospitality. Many people imagine that it must be an honor to entertain a select party of aristocrats, but I, on the contrary, consider that it is not only a degradation to one's manlier and more independent instincts, but also a bore. These highly bred, highly connected individuals are for the most part unintelligent and devoid of resources in their own minds, they are not gifted as conversationalists or wits, one gains no intellectual advantage from their society, they are simply dull folk with an exaggerated sense of their own importance, who expect, wherever they go, to be amused without trouble to themselves. Out of all the visitors at Willowsmere the only one whom it was really a pleasure to entertain was the Prince of Wales himself, and amid the many personal irritations I had to suffer from others, I found it a positive relief to render him any attention, however slight, because his manner was always marked by that tact and courtesy which are the best attributes of a true gentleman whether he be prince or peasant. In his own genial way, he went one afternoon to see Mavis Clare, and came back in high good humour, talking for some time of nothing but the author of Differences, and of the success she had achieved in literature. I had asked Mavis to join our party before the prince came, as I felt pretty sure he would not have erased her name from the list of guests submitted to him, but she would not accept, and begged me very earnestly not to press the point. I like the prince, she had said. Everybody likes him who knows him, but I do not always like the people who surround him, pardon me for my frankness. The Prince of Wales is a social magnet, he draws after him all who by dint of wealth if not intelligence can contrive to push into his set. Now I am not an advocate of push, moreover I do not care to be seen with everybody, this is my sinful pride you will say, or as our American cousins would put it, my cussedness. But I assure you, Mr. Tempest, the best possession I have and one which I value a great deal more even than my literary success, is my absolute independence, and I would not have it thought, even erroneously, that I am anxious to mix with the crowd of sycophants and time-servers who are only too ready to take advantage of the prince's good nature. And, acting upon her determination, she had remained more than ever secluded in her cottage nest of foliage and flowers during the progress of the week's festivities, the result being, as I have stated, that the prince dropped in upon her quite casually one day, accompanied by his equerry, and probably, for all I knew, had the pleasure of seeing the Dove reviewers being fed, and squabbling over their meal. Much as we had desired the presence of Romanes at our gathering, he did not appear. He telegraphed his regrets from Paris, and followed the telegram by a characteristic letter which ran thus: My dear Tempest, you are very kind to wish to include me, your old friend, in the party you have invited to meet His Royal Highness, and I only hope you will not think me churlish for refusing to come. I am sick to death of royalties, I have known so many of them in the course of my existence that I begin to find their society monotonous. Their positions are also exactly alike too, and moreover have always been alike from the days of Solomon in all his glory, down to the present blessed era of Victoria, Queen and Empress. One thirsts for a change, at least I do. The only monarch that ever fascinated my imagination particularly was Richard Lion. There was something original and striking about that man, and I presume he would have been well worth talking to. And Charlemagne was doubtless, as the slangy young man of the day would observe, not half bad. But for the rest, and forgo. Much talk is there made about Her Majesty Elizabeth, who was a shrew and a vixen and bloodthirsty with all, the chief glory of her reign was Shakespeare, and he made kings and queens the dancing puppets of his thought. In this, though in nothing else, I resemble him. You will have enough to do in the entertainment of your distinguished guests, for I suppose there is no amusement they have not tried and found more or less unsatisfactory, and I am sorry I can suggest nothing particularly new for you to do. Her Grace the Duchess of Rapidrider is very fond of being tossed in a strong tablecloth between 4 able-bodied gentlemen of good birth and discretion. Before going to bed o' nights, she cannot very well appear on a music hall stage, owing to her exalted rank, and this is a childlike, pretty and harmless method of managing to show her legs, which she rightly considers are too shapely to be hidden. Lady Bouncer, whose name I see in your list, always likes to cheat at cards, I would aid and abet her in her aim if I were you, as if she can only clear her dressmaker's bill by her winnings at Willowsmere, she will bear it in mind and be a useful social friend to you. The Honourable Miss Fitzgander, who has a great reputation for virtue, is anxious, for pressing and particular reasons, to marry Lord Noodles, if you can move on matters between them into a definite engagement of marriage before her lady mother returns from her duty visits in Scotland, you will be doing her a good turn and saving society a scandal. To amuse the men I suggest plenty of shooting, gambling and unlimited smoking. To entertain the prince, do little, for he is clever enough to entertain himself privately with the folly and humbug of those he sees around him, without actually sharing in the petty comedy. He is a keen observer, and must derive infinite gratification from his constant study of men and manners, which is sufficiently deep and searching to fit him for the occupation of even the throne of England. I say even, for at present, till time's great hourglass turns, it is the grandest throne in the world. The prince reads, understands, and secretly laughs to scorn the tablecloth vagaries of the Duchess of Rapidrider, the humours of my Lady Bouncer and the nervous pruderies of the Honourable Miss Fitzgander. And there is nothing he will appreciate so much in his reception as a lack of toadyism, a sincere demeanour, an unostentatious hospitality, a simplicity of speech, and a total absence of affectation. Remember this, and take my advice for what it is worth. Of all the royalties at present flourishing on this paltry planet, I have the greatest respect for the Prince of Wales, and it is by reason of this very respect that I do not intend, on this occasion, to thrust myself upon his notice. I shall arrive at Willowsmere when your royal festivities are over. My homage to your fair spouse, the Lady Sybil, and believe me, yours as long as you desire it, Lucio Romanes. I laughed over this letter and showed it to my wife, who did not laugh. She read it through with a closeness of attention that somewhat surprised me, and when she laid it down there was a strange look of pain in her eyes. How he despises us all, she said slowly. What scorn underlies his words? Do you not recognize it? He was always a cynic, I replied indifferently. I never expect him to be anything else. He seems to know some of the ways of the women who are coming here, she went on in the same musing accents. It is as if he read their thoughts, and perceived their intentions at a distance. Her brows knitted frowningly, and she seemed for some time absorbed in gloomy meditation. But I did not pursue the subject, I was too intent on my own fussy preparations for the prince's arrival to care about anything else. And, as I have said, royalty, in the person of one of the most affable of men, came and went gracefully through the whole program devised for his entertainment, and then departed again with his usual courteous acknowledgments for the hospitality offered and accepted, leaving us, as he very often leaves everybody, charmed with his good humour, provided that nothing has ruffled it. When, with his exit from the scene, the whole party broke up, leaving my wife and me to our own two selves once more, there came a strange silence and desolation over the house that it was like the stealthy sense of some approaching calamity. Sybil seemed to feel it as much as I did, and though we said nothing to each other concerning our mutual sensations, I could see that she was under the same cloud of depression as myself. She went often to Lily Cottage, and always from these visits to the fair-haired student among the roses, came back, I hopefully fancied, in softer mood, her very voice was gentler, her eyes more thoughtful and tender. One evening she said, I have been thinking, Geoffrey, that perhaps there is some good in life after all, if I could only find it out and live it. But you are the last person to help me in such a matter. I was sitting in an armchair near the open window, smoking, and I turned my eyes upon her with some astonishment and a touch of indignation. What do you mean, Sybil? I asked. Surely you know that I have the greatest desire to see you always in your best aspect, many of your ideas have been most repugnant to me. Stop there, she said quickly, her eyes flashing as she spoke. My ideas have been repugnant to you, you say? What have you done, you as my husband, to change those ideas? Have you not the same base passions as I, and do you not give way to them as basely? What have I seen in you from day to day that I should take you as an example? You are master here, and you rule with all the arrogance wealth can give, you eat, drink and sleep, you entertain your acquaintances simply that you may astonish them by the excess of luxury in which you indulge, you read and smoke, shoot and ride, and there an end, you are an ordinary, not an exceptional man. Do you trouble to ask what is wrong with me? Do you try, with the patience of a great love, to set before me nobler aims than those I have consciously or unconsciously imbibed? Do you try to lead me, an erring, passionate, misguided woman, into what I dream of as the light of faith and hope which alone gives peace? And suddenly, burying her head in the pillows of the couch on which she leaned, she broke into a fit of smothered weeping. I drew my cigar from my mouth and stared at her helplessly. It was about an hour after dinner, and a warm soft autumnal evening. I had eaten and drunk well, and I was drowsy and heavy-brained. Dear me, I murmured. You seem very unreasonable, Sybil. I suppose you are hysterical. She sprang up from the couch. Her tears dried on her cheeks as though by sheer heat of the crimson glow that flushed them, and she laughed wildly. Yes, that is it, she exclaimed. Hysteria! Nothing else. It is accountable for everything that moves a woman's nature. A woman has no right to have any emotions that cannot be cured by smelling salts. Heartache? Pooh, cut her stay lace. Despair and a sense of sin and misery? Nonsense. Bathe her temples with vinegar. An uneasy conscience? Ah. For an uneasy conscience there is nothing better than sal volatile. Woman is a toy, a breakable fool's toy, and when she is broken, throw her aside and have done with her, don't try to piece together the fragile rubbish. She ceased abruptly, panting for breath, and before I could collect my thoughts or find any words wherewith to reply, a tall shadow suddenly darkened the embrasure of the window, and a familiar voice inquired, "May I, with the privilege of friendship, enter unannounced?" I started up. "Romanes!" I cried, seizing him by the hand. "Nay, Geoffrey, my homage is due here first," he replied, shaking off my grasp, and advancing to Sybil, who stood perfectly still where she had risen up in her strange passion. "Lady Sybil, am I welcome? Can you ask it?" she said, with an enchanting smile, and in a voice from which all harshness and excitement had fled. "More than welcome." Here she gave him both her hands, which he respectfully kissed. "You cannot imagine how much I have longed to see you again. I must apologize for my sudden appearance, Geoffrey," he then observed, turning to me. "But as I walked here from the station and came up your fine avenue of trees, I was so struck with the loveliness of this place and the exquisite peace of its surroundings, that, knowing my way through the grounds, I thought I would just look about and see if you were anywhere within sight before I presented myself at the conventional door of entrance. And I was not disappointed. I found you, as I expected, enjoying each other's society, the happiest and the most fortunate couple existent, people whom, out of all the world, I should be disposed to envy, if I envied worldly happiness at all, which I do not." I glanced at him quickly, he met my gaze with a perfectly unembarrassed air, and I concluded that he had not overheard Sybil's sudden melodramatic outburst. "Have you dined?" I asked, with my hand on the bell. "Thanks, yes. The town of Leamington provided me with quite a sumptuous repast of bread and cheese and ale. I am tired of luxuries, that is why I find plain fare delicious. You are looking wonderfully well, Geoffrey. Shall I offend you if I say you are growing, yes, positively stout? With the stoutness befitting a true county gentleman who means to be as gouty in the future as his respectable ancestors." I smiled, but not altogether with pleasure. It is never agreeable to be called stout in the presence of a beautiful woman to whom one has only been wedded a matter of 3 months. "You have not put on any extra flesh," I said, by way of feeble retort. "No," he admitted, as he disposed his slim elegant figure in an armchair near my own. "The necessary quantity of flesh is a bore to me always, extra flesh would be a positive infliction. I should like, as the Reverend Sidney Smith said on a hot day, to sit in my bones, or rather, to become a spirit of fine essence like Shakespeare's Ariel, if such things were possible and permissible. How admirably married life agrees with you, Lady Sybil." His fine eyes rested upon her with apparent admiration, she flushed under his gaze, I saw, and seemed confused. "When did you arrive in England?" she inquired. "Yesterday," he answered. "I ran over Channel from Honfleur in my yacht, You did not know I had a yacht, did you, Tempest? Oh, you must come for a trip in her some day. She is a quick vessel, and the weather was fair. Is Emile with you?" I asked. "No. I left him on board the yacht. I can, as the common people say, valet myself for a day or two." "A day or two?" echoed Sybil. "But you surely will not leave us so soon? You promised to make a long visit here." "Did I?" And he regarded her steadily, with the same languorous admiration in his eyes. "But, my dear Lady Sybil, Time alters our ideas, and I am not sure whether you and your excellent husband are of the same opinion as you were when you started on your wedding tour. You may not want me now." He said this with a significance to which I paid no heed whatever. "Not want you?" I exclaimed. "I shall always want you, Lucio, you are the best friend I ever had, and the only one I care to keep. Believe me, ! There's my hand upon it." He looked at me curiously for a minute, then turned his head towards my wife. "And what does Lady Sybil say?" he asked in a gentle, almost caressing tone. "Lady Sybil says," she answered with a smile, and the color coming and going in her cheeks, "that she will be proud and glad if you will consider Willowsmere your home as long as you have leisure to make it so, and that she hopes, though you are reputed to be a hater of women," here she raised her beautiful eyes and fixed them full upon him, "you will relent a little in favor of your present chatelaine." With these words, and a playful salutation, she passed out of the room into the garden, and stood on the lawn at a little distance from us, her white robes shimmering in the mellow autumnal twilight, and Lucio, springing up from his seat, looked after her, clapping his hand down heavily on my shoulder. "By heaven," he said softly, "a perfect woman. I should be a churl to withstand her, or you, my good Geoffrey," and he regarded me earnestly. "I have led a very devil of a life since I saw you last, it's time I reformed, upon my soul it is. The peaceful contemplation of virtuous marriage will do me good, send for my luggage to the station, Geoffrey, and make the best of me, I've come to stay." Chapter 29. A tranquil time now ensued, a time which, though I knew it not, was just that singular pause so frequently observed in nature before a storm, and in human life before a crushing calamity. I put aside all troublesome and harassing thoughts, and became oblivious of everything save my own personal satisfaction in the renewal of the comradeship between myself and Lucio. We walked together, rode together, and passed most of our days in each other's company. Nevertheless, though I gave my friend much of my closest confidence, I never spoke to him of the moral obliquities and perversions I had discovered in Sybil's character, not out of any consideration for Sybil, but simply because I knew by instinct what his reply would be. He would have no sympathy with my feelings. His keen sense of sarcasm would overrule his friendship, and he would retort upon me with the question, what business had I, being imperfect myself, to expect perfection in my wife? Like many others of my sex, I had the notion that I, as man, could do all I pleased, when I pleased and how I pleased. I could sink to a level lower than that of the beasts if I chose, but all the same I had the right to demand from my wife the most flawless purity, to mate with my defilement. I was aware how Lucio would treat this form of arrogant egoism, and with what mocking laughter he would receive any expression of ideas from me on the subject of morality in woman. So I was careful to let no hint of my actual position escape me, and I comported myself on all occasions to Sybil with special tenderness and consideration, though she, I thought, appeared rather to resent my playing the part of lover-husband too openly. She was herself, in Lucio's presence, strangely erratic of humor, by turns brilliant and mournful, sometimes merry, and anon depressed, yet never had she displayed a more captivating grace and charm of manner. How foolish and blind I was all the while! How dead to any perception of the formation and sequence of events! Absorbed in gross material pleasures, I ignored all the hidden forces that make the history of an individual life no less than of a whole nation, and looked upon each day that dawned almost as if it had been my own creation and possession, to waste as I thought fit, never considering that days are but so many white leaflets from God's chronicle of human life, whereon we place our mark, good or bad, for the just and exact summing up of our thoughts and deeds hereafter. Had anyone dared to say this truth to me then, I should have bade him go and preach nonsense to children, but now, when I recall those white leaves of days that were unrolled before me fresh and blank with every sunrise, and with which I did nothing save scrawl my own ego in a foul smudge across each one, I tremble, and inwardly pray that I may never be forced to send back my self-written record. Yet of what use is it to pray against eternal law? It is eternal law that we shall ourselves count up our own misdeeds at the final reckoning, hence it is no wonder that many are found who prefer not to believe in a future after death. Rightly do such esteem it better to die utterly than be forced to live again and look back upon the willful evil they have done. October ripened slowly and almost imperceptibly towards its end, and the trees put on their gorgeous autumnal tints of burning crimson and gold. The weather remained fine and warm, and what the French Canadians poetically term the summer of All Saints gave us bright days and cloudless moonlit evenings. The air was so mild that we were always able to take our coffee after dinner on the terrace overlooking the lawn in front of the drawing room, and it was on one of these balmy nights that I was the interested spectator of a strange scene between Lucio and Mavis Clare, a scene I should have thought impossible of occurrence had I not myself witnessed it. Mavis had dined at Willowsmere. She very rarely so honored us, and there were a few other guests besides. We had lingered over the coffee longer than usual, for Mavis had given an extra charm to the conversation by her eloquent vivacity and bright humor, and all present were anxious to hear, see and know as much of the brilliant novelist as possible. But when a full golden moon rose in mellow splendor over the treetops, my wife suggested a stroll in the grounds, and everyone agreeing to the proposal with delight, we started more or less together, some in couples, some in groups of 3 or 4. After a little desultory rambling, however, the party got separated in the rose gardens and adjacent shrubberies, and I found myself alone. I turned back to the house to get my cigar case which I had left on a table in the library, and passing out again in another direction I strolled slowly across the grass, smoking as I went, towards the river, the silver gleam of which could clearly be discerned through the fast thinning foliage overhanging its banks. I had almost reached the path that followed the course of the winding water when I was brought to a standstill by the sound of voices, one a man's, low and persuasive, the other a woman's, tender, grave and somewhat tremulous. Neither voice could be mistaken. I recognized Lucio's rich penetrating tones, and the sweet vibrant accents of Mavis Clare. Out of sheer surprise I paused, had Lucio fallen in love, I wondered, half-smiling ? Was I about to discover that the supposed woman-hater had been tamed and caught at last? By Mavis too, little Mavis, who was not beautiful according to accepted standards, but who had something more than beauty to enravish a proud and unbelieving soul. Here, as my thoughts ran on, I was conscious of a foolish sense of jealousy. Why should he choose Mavis, I thought, out of all women in the world? Could he not leave her in peace with her dreams, her books and her flowers? Safe under the pure, wise, impassive gaze of Pallas Athene, whose cool brows were never fevered by a touch of passion. Something more than curiosity now impelled me to listen, and I cautiously advanced a step or two towards the shadow of a broad elm where I could see without being seen. Yes, there was Romanes, standing erect with folded arms, his dark, sad, inscrutable eyes fixed on Mavis, who stood opposite to him a few paces off, looking at him in her turn with an expression of mingled fascination and fear. "I have asked you, Mavis Clare," said Lucio slowly, "to let me serve you. You have genius, a rare quality in a woman, and I would advance your fortunes. I should not be what I am if I did not try to persuade you to let me help on your career. You are not rich, I could show you how to become so. You have a great fame, that I grant, but you have many enemies and slanderers who are forever trying to pull you down from the throne you have won. I could bring these to your feet and make them your slaves. With your intellectual power, your personal grace and gifts of temperament, I could, if you would let me guide you, give you such far-reaching influence as no woman has possessed in this century. I am no boaster, I can do what I say and more, and I ask nothing from you in return except that you should follow my advice implicitly. My advice, let me tell you, is not difficult to follow. Most people find it easy." His expression of face, I thought, was very singular as he spoke. It was so haggard, dreary and woebegone that one might have imagined he was making some proposal that was particularly repugnant to him, instead of offering to perform the benevolent action of helping a hard-working literary woman to achieve greater wealth and distinction. I waited expectantly for Mavis to reply. "You are very good, Prince Romanes," she said, after a little pause, "to take any thought for me at all. I cannot imagine why you should do so, for I am really nothing to you. I have of course heard from Mr. Tempest of your great wealth and influence, and I have no doubt you mean kindly. But I have never owed anything to anyone, no one has ever helped me, I have helped myself, and still prefer to do so. And really I have nothing to wish for, except when the time comes a happy death. It is true I am not rich, but then I do not want to be rich. I would not be the possessor of wealth for all the world. To be surrounded with sycophants and flatterers, never to be able to distinguish false friends from true, to be loved for what you have, and not for what you are. Oh no, it would be misery to me. And I have never craved for power, except perhaps the power to win love. And that I have, many people love my books, and through my books love me, I feel their love, though I may never see or know them personally. But I am so conscious of their sympathy that I love them in return without the necessity of personal acquaintance. They have hearts which respond to my heart, that is all the power I care about." "You forget your numerous enemies," said Lucio, still morosely regarding her. "No, I do not forget them," she returned, but I forgive them. They can do me no harm. As long as I do not lower myself, no one else can lower me. If my own conscience is clear, no reproaches can wound. My life is open to all, people can see how I live and what I do. I try to do well, but if there are those who think I do ill, I am sorry, and if my faults can be amended I shall be glad to amend them. One must have enemies in this world, that is, if one makes any sort of position, people without enemies are generally non-entities. All who succeed in winning some little place of independence must expect the grudging enmity of hundreds who cannot find even the smallest foothold, and are therefore failures in the battle of life, I pity these sincerely, and when they say or write cruel things of me, I know it is only spleen and disappointment that moves both their tongues and pens, and I freely pardon them. They cannot hurt or hinder me, in fact, no one can hurt or hinder me but myself. I heard the trees rustle slightly, a branch cracked, and peering through the leaves I saw that Lucio had advanced a step closer to where Mavis stood. A faint smile was on his face, softening it wonderfully and giving an almost supernatural light to his beautiful dark features. Fair philosopher, you are almost a feminine Marcus Aurelius in your estimate of men and things, he said, but you are still a woman, and there is one thing lacking to your life of sublime and calm contentment, a thing at whose touch philosophy fails, and wisdom withers at its root. Love, Mavis Clare. Lover's love, devoted love. Blindly passionate, this has not been yours as yet to win. No heart beats against your own, no tender arms caress you, you are alone. Men are for the most part afraid of you, being brute fools themselves. They like their women to be brute fools also, and they grudge you your keen intellect, your serene independence. Yet which is best? The adoration of a brute fool, or the loneliness pertaining to a spirit aloft on some snowy mountain peak, with no companions but the stars? Think of it! The years will pass, and you must needs grow old, and with the years will come that solitary neglect which makes age bitter. Now, you will doubtless wonder at my words, yet believe me, I speak the truth when I say that I can give you love, not my love, for I love none, but I can bring to your feet the proudest men in any country of the world as suitors for your hand. You shall have your choice of them and your own time for choosing, and whomsoever you love, him you shall wed. Why, what is wrong with you that you shrink from me thus? For she had retreated, and was gazing at him in a kind of horror. You terrify me. She faltered, and as the moonlight fell upon her I could see that she was very pale. Such promises are incredible, impossible. You speak as if you were more than human. I do not understand you, Prince Romanes, you are different to anyone I ever met, and something in me stronger than myself warns me against you. What are you? Why do you talk to me so strangely? Pardon me if I seem ungrateful. Oh, let F 1029 us go in, it is getting quite late I am sure, and I am cold. She trembled violently, and caught at the branch of a tree to steady herself. Romanes stood immovably still, regarding her with a fixed and almost mournful gaze. You say my life is lonely, she went on reluctantly, and with a note of pathos in her sweet voice, and you suggest love and marriage as the only joys that can make a woman happy. You may be right. I do not presume to assert that you are wrong. I have many married women friends, but I would not change my lot with any one of them. I have dreamed of love, but because I have not realized my dream I am not the less content. If it is God's will that I should be alone all my days, I shall not murmur, for my solitude is not actual loneliness. Work is a good comrade, then I have books, and flowers and birds, I am never really lonely. And that I shall fully realize my dream of love one day I am sure, if not here, then hereafter. I can wait. As she spoke she looked up to the placid heavens where 1 or 2 stars twinkled through the arching boughs, her face expressed angelic confidence and perfect peace, and Romanes, advancing a step or two, fully confronted her with a strange light of exultation in his eyes. True, you can wait, Mavis Clare, he said in deep clear tones from which all sadness had fled. You can afford to wait. Tell me, think for a moment, can you remember me? Is there a time on which you can look back, and looking, see my face, not here but elsewhere? Think. Did you ever see me long ago in a far sphere of beauty and light, when you were an angel, Mavis, and I was not what I am now? How you tremble. You need not fear me, I would not harm you for 1,000 worlds. I talk wildly at times, I know, I think of things that are past, long past, and I am filled with regrets that burn my soul with fiercer heat than fire. And so neither world's wealth, world's power, nor world's love will tempt you, Mavis, and you, a woman. You are a living miracle then, as miraculous as the drop of undefiled dew which reflects in its tiny circumference all the colors of the sky, and sinks into the earth sweetly, carrying moisture and refreshment where it falls. I can do nothing for you. You will not have my aid. You reject my service. Then as I may not help you, you must help me. And dropping before her, he reverently took her hand and kissed it. I ask a very little thing of you, pray for me. I know you are accustomed to pray, so it will be no trouble to you, you believe God hears you, and when I look at you, believe it too. Only a pure woman can make faith possible to man. Pray for me then, as one who has fallen from his higher and better self, who strives, but who may not attain, who labors under heavy punishment, who would fain reach heaven, but who by the cursed will of man, and man alone, is kept in hell. Pray for me, Mavis Clare. Promise it! And so shall you lift me a step nearer the glory I have lost. I listened, petrified with amazement. Could this be Lucio? The mocking, careless, cynical scoffer I knew, as I thought, so well? Was it really he who knelt thus like a repentant sinner, abasing his proud head before a woman? I saw Mavis release her hand from his, the while she stood looking down upon him in alarm and bewilderment. Presently she spoke in sweet yet tremulous accents. Since you desire it so earnestly, I promise, she said. I will pray that the strange and bitter sorrow which seems to consume you may be removed from your life. Sorrow? He echoed, interrupting her and springing to his feet with an impassioned gesture. Woman, genius, angel, whatever you are, do not speak of one sorrow for me. I have 1,000,000 sorrows. I am million, that are as little flames about my heart, and as deeply seated as the centers of the universe. The foul and filthy crimes of men, the base deceits and cruelties of women, the ruthless, murderous ingratitude of children, the scorn of good, the martyrdom of intellect, the selfishness, the avarice, the sensuality of human life, the hideous blasphemy and sin of the creature to the Creator, these are my endless sorrows. These keep me wretched and in chains when I would fain be free. These create hell around me, an endless torture. These bind and crush me and pervert my being till I become what I dare not name to myself or to others. And yet, as the eternal God is my witness, I do not think I am as bad as the worst man living. I may tempt, but I do not pursue, I take the lead in many lives, yet I make the way I go so plain that those who follow me do so by their own choice and free will more than by my persuasion. He paused, then continued in a softer tone, you look afraid of me, but be assured you never had less cause for terror. You have truth and purity, I honor both. You will have none of my advice or assistance in the making of your life's history, tonight therefore we part, to meet no more on earth. Never again, Mavis Clare. No, not through all your quiet days of sweet and contented existence will I cross your path, before heaven I swear it. But why? Asked Mavis gently, approaching him now as she spoke, with a soft grace of movement, and laying her hand on his arm. Why do you speak with such a passion of self-reproach? What dark cloud is on your mind? Surely you have a noble nature, and I feel that I have wronged you in my thoughts. You must forgive me, I have mistrusted you. You do well to mistrust me, he answered, and with these words he caught both her hands and held them in his own, looking at her full in the face with eyes that flashed like jewels. Your instinct teaches you rightly. Would there were many more like you to doubt me and repel me. One word, if, when I am gone, you ever think of me, think that I am more to be pitied than the veriest paralyzed and starving wretch that ever crawled on earth, for he, perchance, has hope and I have none. And when you pray for me, for I hold you to this promise, pray for one who dares not pray for himself. You know the words, lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. Tonight you have been led into temptation, though you knew it not, but you have delivered yourself from evil as only a true soul can. And now farewell. In life I shall see you no more, in death, well. I have attended many deathbeds in response to the invitations of the moribund, but I shall not be present at yours. Perhaps, when your parting spirit is on the verge between darkness and light, you may know who I was and am, and you may thank God with your last breath that we parted tonight as we do now forever. He loosened his grasp of her, she fell back from him, pale and terrified, for there was something now in the dark beauty of his face that was unnatural and appalling. A somber shadow clouded his brows, his eyes had gleams in them as a fire, and a smile was on his lips, half tender, half cruel. His strange expression moved even me to a sense of fear, and I shivered with sudden cold, though the air was warm and balmy. Slowly retreating, Mavis moved away, looking round at him now and then as she went, in wistful wonder and alarm, till in a minute or two her slight figure, in its shimmering silken white robe, had vanished among the trees. I lingered, hesitating and uncertain what to do, then finally determining to get back to the house if possible without being noticed. I made one step, when Lucio's voice, scarcely raised, addressed me. "Well, eavesdropper. Why did you not come out of the shadow of that elm tree and see the play to better advantage?" Surprised and confused, I advanced, mumbling some unintelligible excuse. "You saw a pretty bit of acting here," he went on, striking a match and lighting a cigar the while he regarded me coolly, his eyes twinkling with their usual mockery. "You know my theory, that all men and all women are purchasable for gold? Well, I wanted to try Mavis Clare. She rejected all my advantageous offers, as you must have heard, and I could only make matters smooth by asking her to pray for me. That I did this very melodramatically, I hope you will admit. A woman of that dreamy idealistic temperament always likes to imagine that there is a man who is grateful for her prayers. You seemed very much in earnest about it," I said, vexed with myself that he had caught me spying. "Why, of course," he responded, thrusting his arm familiarly through mine. "I had an audience. 2 fastidious critics of dramatic art heard me rant my rantings, I had to do my best." 2 critics? I repeated perplexedly. "Yes. You on one side, Lady Sybil on the other." Lady Sybil rose, after the custom of fashionable beauties at the opera, before the last scene, in order to get home in good time for supper. He laughed wildly and discordantly, and I felt desperately uncomfortable. "You must be mistaken, Lucio," I said. Listened, I admit, and it was wrong of me to do so, but my wife would never condescend." "Ah, then it must have been a sylph of the woods that glided out of the shadow with a silken train behind her and diamonds in her hair," he retorted gaily. "Tut, Geoffrey. Don't look so crestfallen. I have done with Mavis Clare and she with me. I have not been making love to her, I have simply, just to amuse myself, tested her character, and I find it stronger than I thought. The combat is over. She will never go my way, nor, I fear, shall I ever go hers. Upon my word, Lucio," I said with some irritation, "your disposition seems to grow more and more erratic and singular every day, does it not?" He answered with a droll affectation of interested surprise in himself. "I am a curious creature altogether. Wealth is mine and I care not a jot for it, power is mine and I loathe its responsibility, in fact, I would rather be anything but what I am. Look at the lights of your home, sweet home, Geoffrey." This he said as we emerged from among the trees onto the moonlit lawn, from whence could be seen the shining of the electric lamps in the drawing room. "Lady Sybil is an enchanting and perfect woman, who lives but to welcome you to her embracing arms. Fortunate man. Who would not envy you? Love. Who would, who could exist without it save me? Who, in Europe at least, would forego the delights of kissing, which the Japanese by consider a disgusting habit, without embraces, and all those other endearments which are supposed to dignify the progress of true love. One never tires of these things, there is no satiety. I wish I could love somebody, so you can, if you like," I said, with a little uneasy laugh. "I cannot. It is not in me. You heard me tell Mavis Clare as much. I have it in my power to make other people fall in love, somewhat after the dexterous fashion practiced by matchmaking mothers, but for myself, love on this planet is too low a thing, too brief in duration. Last night, in a dream, I have strange dreams at times, I saw one whom possibly I could love, but she was a spirit, with eyes more lustrous than the morning, and a form as transparent as flame, she could sing sweetly, and I watched her soaring upwards and listened to her song. It was a wild song, and to many mortal ears meaningless, it was something like this." And his rich baritone pealed lusciously forth in melodious tune, into the light, into the heart of the fire, to the innermost core of the deathless flame, ascend, I aspire, under me rolls the whirling earth, with the noise of a myriad wheels that run, ever round and about the sun, over me circles the splendid heaven, strewn with the stars of morn and even. And I, queen, of the air serene, float with my flag like wings unfurled. Alone twixt God and the world I." Here he broke off with a laugh. "She was a strange spirit," he said, "because she could see nothing but herself twixt God and the world. She was evidently quite unaware of the numerous existing barriers put up by mankind between themselves and their Maker. I wonder what unenlightened sphere she came from." I looked at him in mingled wonder and impatience. "You talk wildly," I said. "And you sing wildly, of things that mean nothing and are nothing." He smiled, lifting his eyes to the moon, now shining her fullest and brightest. "True," he replied. Things which have meaning and are valuable, have all to do with money or appetite, Geoffrey. There is no wider outlook evidently. But we were speaking of love, and I hold that love should be eternal as hate. Here you have the substance of my religious creed if I have any, that there are two spiritual forces ruling the universe, love and hate, and that their incessant quarrel creates the general confusion of life. Both contend one against the other, and only at Judgment Day will it be proved which is the strongest. I am on the side of hate myself, for at present hate has scored all the victories worth winning, while love has been so often martyred that there is only the poor ghost of it left on earth. At that moment my wife's figure appeared at the drawing-room window, and Lucio threw away his half-smoked cigar. "Your guardian angel beckons," he said, looking at me with an odd expression of something like pity mingled with disdain. "Let us go in." Chapter 30. The very next night but one after Lucio's strange interview with Mavis Clare, the thunderbolt destined to wreck my life and humiliate me to the dust fell with appalling suddenness. No warning given. It came at a moment when I had dared to deem myself happy. All that day, the last day I was ever to know of pride or self-gratulation, I had enjoyed life to the full. It was a day too in which Sybil had seemed transformed to a sweeter, gentler woman than I had hitherto known her, when all her attractions of beauty and manner were apparently put forth to captivate and enthrall me as though she were yet to be wooed and won. Or, did she mean to bewitch and subjugate Lucio? Of this I never thought, never dreamed, I only saw in my wife an enchantress of the most voluptuous and delicate loveliness, a woman whose very garments seemed to cling to her tenderly as though proud of clothing so exquisite a form, a creature whose every glance was brilliant, whose every smile was a ravishment, and whose voice, attuned to the softest and the most caressing tones, appeared in its every utterance to assure me of a deeper and more lasting love than I had yet enjoyed. The hours flew by on golden wings, we all three, Sybil, myself and Lucio, had attained, as I imagined, to a perfect unity of friendship and mutual understanding, we had passed that last day together in the outlying woods of Willowsmere, under a gorgeous canopy of autumn leaves, through which the sun shed mellow beams of rose and gold, we had had an alfresco luncheon in the open air, Lucio had sung for us wild old ballads and love madrigals till the very foliage had seemed to tremble with joy at the sound of such entrancing melody, and not a cloud had marred the perfect peace and pleasure of the time. Mavis Clare was not with us, and I was glad. Somehow I felt that of late she had been more or less a discordant element whenever she had joined our party. I admired her, in a sort of fraternal half-patronizing way. I even loved her, nevertheless I was conscious that her ways were not as our ways, her thoughts not as our thoughts. I placed the fault on her, of course. I concluded that it was because she had what I elected to call literary egoism, instead of by its rightful name, the spirit of honorable independence. I never considered the inflated quality of my own egoism, the poor pride of a cash and county position, which is the pettiest sort of vainglory anyone can indulge in, and after turning the matter over in my mind, I decided that Mavis was a very charming young woman, with great literary gifts and an amazing pride which made it totally impossible for her to associate with many great people, so-called, as she would never descend to the necessary level of flunkish civility which they expected, and which I certainly demanded. I should almost have been inclined to relegate her to Grub Street, had not a faint sense of justice as well as shame held me back from doing her that indignity even in my thoughts. However, I was too much impressed with my own vast resources of unlimited wealth to realize the fact that anyone who, like Mavis, earns independence by intellectual work and worth alone, is entitled to feel a far greater pride than those who by mere chance of birth or heritage become the possessors of millions. Then again, Mavis Clare's literary position was, though I liked her personally, always a kind of reproach to me when I thought of my own abortive efforts to win the laurels of fame. So that on the whole I was glad she did not spend that day with us in the woods. Of course, if I had paid any attention to the trifles which make up the sum of life I should have remembered that Lucio had told her he would meet her no more on earth, but I judged this to be a mere trifle of hasty and melodramatic speech, without any intentional meaning. So my last 24 hours of happiness passed away in halcyon serenity, I felt a sense of deepening pleasure in existence, and I began to believe that the future had brighter things in store for me than I had lately ventured to expect. Sybil's new phase of gentleness and tenderness towards me, combined with her rare beauty, seemed to augur that the misunderstandings between us would be of short duration, and that her nature, too early rendered harsh and cynical by a society education, would soften in time to that beautiful womanliness which is, after all, woman's best charm. Thus I thought, in blissful and contented reverie, reclining under the branching autumnal foliage, with my fair wife beside me, and listening to the rich tones of my friend Lucio's magnificent voice pealing forth sonorous, wild melodies, as the sunset deepened in the sky and the twilight shadows fell. Then came the night which dropped only for a few hours over the quiet landscape, but forever over me. We had dined late, and, pleasantly fatigued with our day in the open air, had retired early. I had latterly grown a heavy sleeper, and I suppose I must have slumbered some hours, when I was awakened suddenly as though by an imperative touch from some unseen hand. I started up in my bed, the night lamp was burning dimly, and by its glimmer I saw that Sybil was no longer at my side. My heart gave one bound against my ribs and then almost stood still. A sense of something unexpected and calamitous chilled my blood. I pushed aside the embroidered silken hangings of the bed and peered into the room. It was empty. Then I rose hastily, put on my clothes and went to the door. It was carefully shut, but not locked as it had been when we retired for the night. I opened it without the least noise, and looked out into the long passage. No one there. Immediately opposite the bedroom door there was a winding oak staircase leading down to a broad corridor which in former times had been used as a music room or picture gallery. An ancient organ, still sweet of tone, occupied one end of it with dull golden pipes towering up to the carved and embossed ceiling. The other end was lit by a large oral window like that of a church, filled with rare old stained glass, representing in various niches the lives of the saints, the center subject being the martyrdom of Saint Stephen. Advancing with soft caution to the balustrade overlooking this gallery, I gazed down into it, and for a moment could see nothing on the polished floor but the criss-crossed patterns made by the moonlight falling through the great window. But presently, as I watched breathlessly, wondering where Sybil could have gone to at this time of night, I saw a dark dull shadow waver across the moonlit network of lines, and I heard the smothered sound of voices. With my pulses beating furiously, and a sensation of suffocation in my throat, full of strange thoughts and suspicions which I dared not define, I crept slowly and stealthily down the stair, till as my foot touched the last step I saw what nearly struck me to the ground with a shock of agony, and I had to draw back and bite my lips hard to repress the cry that nearly escaped them. There before me in the full moonlight, with the colors of the red and blue robes of the painted saints on the window glowing blood-like and azure about her, knelt my wife, arrayed in a diaphanous garment of filmy white which betrayed rather than concealed the outline of her form, her wealth of hair falling about her in wild disorder, her hands clasped in supplication, her pale face upturned, and above her towered the dark imposing figure of Lucio. I stared at the twain with dry burning eyes, what did this portend? Was she my wife false? Was he my friend a traitor? Patience! Patience. I muttered to myself. This is a piece of acting doubtless such as chanced the other night with Mavis Clare! Patience! Let us hear this comedy. And, drawing myself close up against the wall, I leaned there, scarcely drawing breath, waiting for her voice for his. When they spoke I should know, yes, I should know all. And I fastened my looks on them as they stood there, vaguely wondering even in my tense anguish, at the fearful light on Lucio's face, a light which could scarcely be the reflection of the moon, as he backed the window, and at the scorn of his frowning brows. What terrific humor swayed him? Why did he, even to my stupefied thought, appear more than human? Why did his very beauty seem hideous at that moment, and his aspect fiendish? Hush, hush. She spoke, my wife, I heard her every word, heard all and endured all without falling dead at her feet in the extremity of my dishonor and despair. I love you, she wailed. Lucio, I love you, and my love is killing me. Be merciful! Have pity on my passion. Love me for 1 hour, 1 little hour. It is not much to ask, and afterwards, do with me what you will, torture me, brand me an outcast in the public sight, curse me before heaven. I care nothing. I am yours, body and soul. I love you. Her accents vibrated with mad, idolatrous pleading, I listened infuriated, but dumb. Hush, hush. I told myself. This is a comedy not yet played out. And I waited, with every nerve strained, for Lucio's reply. It came, accompanied by a laugh, low and sarcastic. You flatter me, he said. I regret I am unable to return the compliment. My heart gave a throb of relief and fierce joy, almost I could have joined in his ironical laughter. Sybil dragged herself nearer to him. Lucio, she murmured. Have you a heart? Can you reject me when I pray to you thus? When I offer you all myself, all that I am, or ever hope to be? Am I so repugnant to you? Many men would give their lives if I would say to them what I say to you, but they are nothing to me. You alone are my world, the breath of my existence. Ah, Lucio, can you not believe, will you not realize how deeply I love you? He turned towards her with a sudden fierce movement that startled me, and the cloud of scorn upon his brows grew darker. "I know you love me," he said, and from where I stood I saw the cold derisive smile flash from his lips to his eyes in lightning-like mockery. "I have always known it. Your vampire soul leapt to mine at the first glance I ever gave you, you were a false foul thing from the first, and you recognized your master. Yes, your master." For she had uttered a faint cry as if in fear, and he, stooping, snatched her two hands and grasped them hard in his own. "Listen to the truth of yourself for once from one who is not afraid to speak it! You love me, and truly your body and soul are mine to claim if I so choose. You married with a lie upon your lips, you swore fidelity to your husband before God, with infidelity already in your thoughts, and by your own act made the mystical blessing a blasphemy and a curse. Wonder not then that the curse has fallen. I knew it all! The kiss I gave you on your wedding day put fire in your blood and sealed you mine! Why, you would have fled to me that very night, had I demanded it, had I loved you as you love me, that is, if you choose to call the disease of vanity and desire that riots in your veins by such a name as love. But now hear me." And as he held her two wrists he looked down upon her with such black wrath depicted in his face as seemed to create a darkness round him where he stood. "I hate you. Yes, I hate you, and all such women as you. For you corrupt the world, you turn good to evil, you deepen folly into crime, with the seduction of your nude limbs and lying eyes, you make fools, cowards and beasts of men. When you die, your bodies generate foulness, things of the mold and slime are formed out of the flesh that was once fair for man's delight, you are no use in life, you become poison in death, I hate you all. I read your soul, it is an open book to me, and it is branded with a name given to those who are publicly vile, but which should, of strict right and justice, be equally bestowed on women of your position and type, who occupy pride and place in this world's standing, and who have not the excuse of poverty for selling themselves to the devil." He ceased abruptly and with passion, making a movement as though to fling her from him, but she clung to his arm, clung with all the pertinacity of the loathly insect he had taken from the bosom of the dead Egyptian woman and made a toy of to amuse his leisure. And I, looking on and listening, honored him for his plain speaking, for his courage in telling this shameless creature what she was in the opinion of an honest man, without glozing over her outrageous conduct for the sake of civility or social observance. My friend, my more than friend. He was true, he was loyal, he had neither desire nor intent to betray or dishonor me. My heart swelled with gratitude to him, and also with a curious sense of feeble self-pity, compassionating myself intensely. I could have sobbed aloud in nervous fury and pain, had not my desire to hear more repressed my personal excitement and emotion. I watched my wife wonderingly what had become of her pride that she still knelt before the man who had taunted her with such words as should have been beyond all endurance. "Lucio. Lucio," she whispered, and her whispers sounded through the long gallery like the hiss of a snake. "Say what you will say, all you will of me, you can say nothing that is not true. I am vile, I own it. But is it of much avail to be virtuous? What pleasure comes from goodness? What gratification from self-denial? There is no God to care. A few years, and we all die, and are forgotten even by those who loved us, why should we lose such joys as we may have for the mere asking? Surely it is not difficult to love even for an hour? Am I not fair to look upon? And is all this beauty of my face and form worthless in your sight, and you no more than man? Murder me as you may with all the cruelty of cruel words, I care nothing! I love you. And in a perfect passion of self-abandonment she sprang to her feet, tossing back her rich hair over her shoulders, and stood erect, a very Bacchante of wild loveliness. "Look at me. You shall not, you dare not spurn such a love as mine." Dead silence followed her outburst, and I stared in fascinated awe at Lucio as he turned more fully round and confronted her. The expression of his countenance struck me then as quite unearthly, his beautiful broad brows were knitted in a darkling line of menace, his eyes literally blazed with scorn, and yet he laughed, a low laugh, resonant with satire. "Shall not, dare not," he echoed disdainfully. Woman's words, woman's ranting, the shriek of the outraged feminine animal who fails to attract, as she thinks, her chosen mate. Such a love as yours. What is it? Degradation to whosoever shall accept it, shame to whosoever shall rely upon it. You make a boast of your beauty, your mirror shows you a pleasing image, but your mirror lies as admirably as you do. You see within it, not the reflection of yourself, for that would cause you to recoil in horror. You merely look upon your fleshly covering, a garment of tissues, shrinkable, perishable, and only fit to mingle with the dust from which it sprang. Your beauty. I see none of it, I see you. and to me you are hideous, and will remain hideous forever. I hate you! I hate you with the bitterness of an immeasurable and unforgiving hatred, for you have done me a wrong, you have wrought an injury upon me, you have added another burden to the load of punishment I carry. She made a forward movement with outstretched arms, he repulsed her by a fierce gesture. Stand back, he said. Be afraid of me, as of an unknown terror. Oh pitiless heaven! To think of it! But a night ago I was lifted a step nearer to my lost delight! And now this woman drags me back, and down. And yet again I hear the barring of the gates of paradise. Oh infinite torture! Oh wicked souls of men and women! Is there no touch of grace or thought of God left in you? And will you make my sorrows eternal? He stood, lifting his face to the light where it streamed through the oriel windows, and the moonbeams coloring themselves faintly roseate as they filtered through the painted garments of Saint Stephen, showed a great and terrible anguish in his eyes. I heard him with amazement and awe, I could not imagine what he meant by his strange words, and it was evident by her expression, that my reckless and abandoned wife was equally mystified. Lucio, she murmured, Lucio. What is it? What have I done? I who would not wound you for the world. I who but seek your love, Lucio, to repay it in full with such fond passion and tenderness as you have never known. For this and this only, I married Geoffrey, I chose your friend as husband because he was your friend. O perfidious woman! And because I saw his foolish egotism, his pride in himself and his riches, his blind confidence in me and in you, I knew that I could, after a time, follow the fashion of many another woman in my set and choose my lover, my lover! I had chosen him already. I have chosen you, Lucio! Yes, though you hate me you cannot hinder me from loving you, I shall love you till I die. He turned his gaze upon her steadily, the gloom deepening on his brows. And after you die? He said. Will you love me then? There was a stern derision in his tone which appeared to vaguely terrify her. After death? She stammered. Yes, after death. He repeated somberly. There is an after, as your mother knows. A faint exclamation escaped her, she fixed her eyes upon him affrightedly. Fair lady, he went on, your mother was, like yourself, a voluptuary. She, like you, made up her mind to follow the fashion, as you put it, as soon as her husband's blind or willing confidence was gained. She chose, not one lover but many. You know her end. In the written but miscomprehended laws of nature, a diseased body is the natural expression of a diseased mind, her face in her last days was the reflex of her soul. You shudder? The thought of her hideousness is repellent to your self-conscious beauty. Yet the evil that was in her is also in you, it festers in your blood slowly but surely, and as you have no faith in God to cure disease, it will have its way even at the final moment when death clutches at your throat and stops your breathing. The smile upon your frozen lips then will not be the smile of a saint, believe me, but of a sinner. Death is never deceived, though life may be. And afterwards? I ask again, will you love me? Do you think? When you know who I am. I was myself startled at his manner of putting this strange question. I saw her lift her hands beseechingly towards him, and she seemed to tremble. When I know who you are? She repeated wonderingly. Do I not know? You are Lucio, Lucio Romanes, my love, whose voice is my music, whose beauty I adore, whose looks are my heaven and hell. He interposed, with a low laugh. Come here. She went towards him eagerly, yet falteringly. He pointed to the ground, I saw the rare blue diamond he always wore on his right hand flash like a flame in the moon rays. Since you love me so well, he said, kneel down and worship me. She dropped on her knees and clasped her hands, I strove to move, to speak, but some resistless force held me dumb and motionless, The light from the stained glass window fell upon her face and showed its fairness illumined by a smile of perfect rapture. With every pulse of my being I worship you, she murmured passionately. My king! My God! The cruel things you say but deepen my loathing for you, you can kill, but you can never change me. For one kiss of your lips I would die, for one embrace from you I would give my soul. Have you one to give? He asked derisively. Is it not already disposed of? You should make sure of that first. Stay where you are and let me look at you. So. A woman, wearing a husband's name, holding a husband's honor, clothed in the very garments purchased with a husband's money, and newly risen from a husband's side, steals forth thus in the night, seeking to disgrace him, and pollute herself by the vulgarest unchastity. And this is all that the culture and training of 19th century civilization can do for you? Myself, I prefer the barbaric fashion of old times when rough savages fought for their women as they fought for their cattle, treated them as cattle, and kept them in their place, never dreaming of endowing them with such strong virtues as truth and honor. If women were pure and true, then the lost happiness of the world might return to it, but a majority of them are like you, liars, ever pretending to be what they are not. I may do what I choose with you, you say? Torture you, kill you, brand you with the name of outcast in the public sight, and curse you before heaven if I will only love you! All this is melodramatic speech, and I never cared for melodrama at any time. I shall neither kill you, brand you, curse you, nor love you. I shall simply call your husband. I stirred from my hiding place, then stopped. She sprang to her feet in an insensate passion of anger and shame. You dare not! She panted. You dare not so! Disgrace me! Disgrace you! He echoed scornfully. That remark comes rather late, seeing you have disgraced yourself. But she was now fairly roused. All the savagery and obstinacy of her nature was awakened, and she stood like some beautiful wild animal at bay, trembling from head to foot with the violence of her emotions. You repulse me, you scorn me. She muttered in hurried, fierce accents that scarcely rose above an angry whisper. You make a mockery of my heart's anguish and despair, but you shall suffer for it. I am your match, nay, your equal. You shall not spurn me a second time. You ask, will I love you when I know who you are, it is your pleasure to deal in mysteries, but I have no mysteries. I am a woman who loves you with all the passion of a life, and I will murder myself and you, rather than live to know that I have prayed you for your love in vain. Do you think I came unprepared? No. And she suddenly drew from her bosom a short steel dagger with a jeweled hilt, a curio I recognized as one of the gifts to her on her marriage. Love me, I say, or I will stab myself dead here at your feet and cry out to Geoffrey that you have murdered me. She raised the weapon aloft. I almost sprang forward, but I drew back again quickly as I saw Lucio seize the hand that held the dagger and draw it firmly down, while wresting the weapon from her clutch he snapped it asunder and flung the pieces on the floor. Your place was the stage, madame, he said. You should have been the chief female mime at some high-class theater. You would have adorned the boards, drawn the mob, had as many lovers, stagey and private, as you pleased, been invited to act at Windsor, obtained a payment from the Queen, and written your name in her autograph album. That should undoubtedly have been your great career. You were born for it, made for it. You would have been as brutal as you are now, but that would not have mattered, mimes are exempt from chastity. In the action of breaking the dagger, and in the intense bitterness of his speech, he had thrust her back a few paces from him, and she stood breathless and white with rage, eyeing him in mingled passion and terror. For a moment she was silent, then advancing slowly with the feline suppleness of movement which had given her a reputation for grace exceeding that of any woman in England, she said in deliberately measured accents, Lucio Romanes, I have borne your insults as I would bear my death at your hands because I love you. You loathe me. You say you repulse me, I love you still. You cannot cast me off. I am yours. You shall love me, or I will die, one of the two. Take time for thought, I leave you tonight, I give you all tomorrow to consider, love me, give me yourself, be my lover, and I will play the comedy of social life as well as any other woman, so well that my husband shall never know. But refuse me again as you have refused me now, and I will make away with myself. I am not acting, I am speaking calmly and with conviction. I mean what I say, do you? Queried Lucio coldly. Let me congratulate you. Few women attain to such coherence. I will put an end to this life of mine, she went on, paying no sort of heed to his words. I cannot endure existence without your love, Lucio. And a dreary pathos vibrated in her voice. I hunger for the kisses of your lips, the clasp of your arms. Do you ever think of your own power? The cruel, terrible power of your eyes, your speech, your smile, the beauty which makes you more like an angel than a man, and have you no pity? Do you think that ever a man was born like you? He looked at her as she said this, and a faint smile rested on his lips. When you speak, I hear music. When you sing, it seems to me that I understand what the melodies of a poet's heaven must be. Surely you know that your very looks are a snare to the warm, weak soul of a woman. Lucio. And emboldened by his silence, she stole nearer to him. Meet me tomorrow in the lane near the cottage of Mavis Clare. He started as if he had been stung, but not a word escaped him. I heard all you said to her the other night, she continued, advancing yet a step closer to his side. I followed you, and I listened. I was well nigh mad with jealousy. I thought I feared you loved her, but I was wrong. I never do thank God for anything, but I thanked God that night that I was wrong. She was not made for you. I am. Meet me outside her house, where the great white rose tree is in bloom. Gather one of those little autumnal roses and give it to me. I shall understand it as a signal that I may come to you tomorrow night, and not be cursed or repulsed, but loved. Ah, Lucio. Promise me. One little rose. The symbol of an hour's love. Then let me die, I shall have had all I ask of life. With a sudden swift movement, she flung herself upon his breast, and circling her arms about his neck, lifted her face to his. The moonbeams showed me her eyes alight with rapture, her lips trembling with passion, her bosom heaving. The blood surged up to my brain and a red mist swam before my sight. Would Lucio yield? Not he. He loosened her desperate hands from about his throat and forced her back, holding her at arm's length. Woman, false and accursed, he said in tones that were sonorous and terrific. You know not what you seek. All that you ask of life shall be yours in death. This is the law, therefore beware what demands you make lest they be too fully granted. A rose from the cottage of Mavis Clare? A rose from the Garden of Eden. They are one and the same to me. Not for my gathering or yours. Love and joy? For the unfaithful there is no love, for the impure there is no joy. Add no more to the measure of my hatred and vengeance. Go while there is yet time, go and front the destiny you have made for yourself, for nothing can alter it. And as for me, whom you love, before whom you have knelt in idolatrous worship, and a low, fierce laugh escaped him, why, restrain your feverish desires, fair fiend. Have patience. We shall meet ere long. I could not bear the scene another moment, and springing from my hiding place I dragged my wife away from him and flung myself between them. Let me defend you, Lucio, from the pertinacities of this wanton. I cried with a wild burst of laughter. An hour ago I thought she was my wife, I find her nothing but a purchased chattel who seeks a change of masters. Chapter 31. For one instant we all three stood facing each other, I breathless and mad with fury, Lucio calm and disdainful, my wife staggering back from me, half swooning with fear. In an access of black rage, I rushed upon her and seized her in my arms. I have heard you. I said, I have seen you. I have watched you kneel before my true friend, my loyal comrade and try your best to make him as vile as yourself. I am that poor fool, your husband, that blind egoist whose confidence you sought to win and to betray. I am the unhappy wretch whose surplus of world's cash has bought for him in marriage a shameless courtesan. You dare to talk of love? You profane its very name. Good God! What are such women as you made of? You throw yourselves into our arms, you demand our care, you exact our respect, you tempt our senses, you win our hearts, and then you make fools of us all. Fools, and worse than fools, you make us men without feeling, conscience, faith, or pity. If we become criminals, what wonder? If we do things that shame our sex, is it not because you set us the example? God, I, who loved you, yes, loved you in spite of all that my marriage with you taught me, I, who would have died to save you from a shadow of suspicion, I am the one out of all the world you choose to murder by your treachery. I loosened my grasp of her, she recovered her self-possession by an effort and looked at me straightly with cold unfeeling eyes. What did you marry me for? She demanded. For my sake or your own? I was silent, too choked with wrath and pain to speak. All I could do was to hold out my hand to Lucio, who grasped it with a cordial and sympathetic pressure. Yet, I fancied he smiled. Was it because you desired to make me happy out of pure love for me? Pursued Sybil, or because you wished to add dignity to your own position, by wedding the daughter of an earl? Your motives were not unselfish, you chose me simply because I was the beauty of the day, whom London men stared at and talked of, and because it gave you a certain prestige to have me for your wife, in the same way as it gave you a footing with royalty to be the owner of the Derby winner. I told you honestly what I was before our marriage, it made no effect upon your vanity and egoism. I never loved you, I could not love you, and I told you so. You have heard, so you say, all that has passed between me and Lucio, therefore you know why I married you. I state it boldly to your face, it was that I might have your intimate friend for my lover. That you should pretend to be scandalized at this, is absurd. It is a common position of things in France, and is becoming equally common in England. Morality has always been declared unnecessary for men, it is becoming equally unnecessary for women. I stared at her, amazed at the glibness of her speech, and the cool convincing manner in which she spoke, after her recent access of passion and excitement. You have only to read the new fiction, she went on, a mocking smile lighting up her pale face, and indeed all new literature generally, to be assured that your ideas of domestic virtue are quite out of date. Both men and women are, according to certain accepted writers of the day, at equal liberty to love when they will and where they may. Polygamous purity is the new creed. Such love, in fact, so we are taught, constitutes the only sacred union. If you want to alter this movement, and return to the old-fashioned types of the modest maiden and the immaculate matron, you must sentence all the new writers of profitable pruriency to penal servitude for life, and institute a government censorship of the modern press. As matters stand, your attitude of the outraged husband is not only ridiculous, it is unfashionable. I assure you I do not feel the slightest prick of conscience in saying I love Lucio, any woman might be proud of loving him. He, however, will not, or cannot love me, we have had a scene, and you have completed the dramatic effect by witnessing it, there is no more to be said or done in the affair. I do not suppose you can divorce me, but if you can, you may. I shall make no defense. She turned, as if to go, I still stared dumbly at her, finding no words to cope with her effrontery, when Lucio's voice, attuned to a grave and soothing suavity, interposed. This is a very painful and distressing state of things, he said, and the strange half-cynical, half-contemptuous smile still rested on his lips. But I must positively protest against the idea of divorce, not only for her ladyship's sake, but my own. I am entirely innocent in the matter. Innocent! I exclaimed, grasping him again by the hand. You are nobility itself, Lucio. As loyal a friend as ever man had. I thank you for your courage, for the plain and honest manner in which you have spoken. I heard all you said. Nothing was too strong, nothing could be too strong to awaken this misguided woman to a sense of her outrageous conduct, her unfaithfulness. Pardon me, he interrupted delicately. The Lady Sybil can scarcely be called unfaithful, Geoffrey. She suffers, from, let us call it, a little exaltation of nerves. In thought she may be guilty of infidelity, but society does not know that, and in act she is pure, pure as the newly driven snow, and as the newly driven snow, will society, itself immaculate, regard her. His eyes glittered, I met his chill derisive glance. You think as I do, Lucio? I said hoarsely. You feel with me, that a wife's unchaste thought is as vile as her unchaste act. There is no excuse, no palliative for such cruel and abominable ingratitude. Why, and my voice rose unconsciously as I turned fiercely again towards Sybil, did I not free you and your family from the heavy pressure of poverty and debt? Have I grudged you anything? Are you not loaded with jewels? Have you not greater luxuries and liberties than a queen? And do you not owe me at least some duty? I owe you nothing. She responded boldly. I gave you what you paid for, my beauty and my social position. It was a fair bargain, a dear and bitter one. I cried, maybe so. But such as it was, you struck it, not I. You can end it when you please, the law will give you no freedom in such a case, interposed Lucio with a kind of satirical urbanity. A judicial separation on the ground of incompatibility of temper might be possible, certainly, but would not that be a pity? Her ladyship is unfortunate in her tastes, that is all! She selected me as her cavalier servant, and I refused the situation, hence there is nothing for it but to forget this unpleasant incident, and try to live on a better understanding for the future. Do you think, said my wife, advancing with her proud head uplifted in scorn, the while she pointed at me, do you think I will live with him after what he has seen and heard tonight? What do you take me for? For a very charming woman of hasty impulses and unwise reasoning, replied Lucio with an air of sarcastic gallantry. Lady Sybil, you are illogical, most of your sex are. You can do no good by prolonging this scene, a most unpleasant and trying one to us poor men. You know how we hate scenes. Let me beg of you to retire. Your duty is to your husband, pray heaven he may forget this midnight delirium of yours, and set it down to some strange illness rather than to any evil intention. For all answer she came towards him, stretching out her arms in wild appeal. Lucio! She cried. Lucio, my love. Good night! Goodbye. I sprang between him and her advancing form. Before my very face! I exclaimed. Oh infamous woman! Have you no shame? None. She said, with a wild smile. I glory in my love for such a king of worth and beauty. Look at him! And then look at yourself in the nearest mirror that reflects so poor and mean a picture of a man. How, even in your egoism, could you deem it possible for a woman to love you when he was near? Stand out of the light! You interpose a shadow between my God and me. As she uttered these mad words her aspect was so strange and unearthly, that out of sheer stupefied wonder I mechanically did as she bade me, and stood aside. She regarded me fixedly. I may as well say goodbye to you also, she observed, for I shall never live with you again. Nor I with you. I said fiercely, nor I with you, nor I with you. She repeated like a child saying a lesson. Of course not! If I do not live with you, you cannot live with me. She laughed discordantly, then turned her beseeching gaze once more upon Lucio. Goodbye, she said. He looked at her with a curious fixity, but returned no word in answer. His eyes flashed coldly in the moonlight like sharp steel, and he smiled. She regarded him with such passionate intentness that it seemed as though she sought to draw his very soul into herself by the magnetism of her glance, but he stood unmoved, a very statue of fine disdain and intellectual self-repression. My scarcely controlled fury broke out again at the sight of her dumb yearning, and I gave vent to a shout of scornful laughter. By heaven, a veritable new Venus and reluctant Adonis! I cried deliriously. A poet should be here to immortalize so touching a scene. Go. And I motioned her away with a furious gesture. Go, if you do not want me to murder you. Go, with the proud consciousness that you have worked all the mischief and ruin that is most dear to the heart of a woman, you have spoiled a life and dishonored a name, you can do no more, your feminine triumph is complete. Go! Would to God I might never see your face again! Would to God I had been spared the misery of having married you. She paid no attention whatever to my words, but kept her eyes fixed on Lucio. Retreating slowly, she seemed to feel rather than see her way to the winding stair, and there, turning, she began to ascend. Halfway up she paused, looked back and fully confronted us once more, with a wild wicked rapture on her face she kissed her hands to Lucio, smiling like a spectral woman in a dream, then she went onward and upward, step by step, till the last white fold of her robe had vanished, and we two, my friend and I, were alone. Facing one another we stood, silently, I met his somber eyes and thought I read an infinite compassion in them! Then, while I yet looked upon him, something seemed to clutch my throat and stop my breathing, his dark and beautiful countenance appeared to me to grow suddenly lurid as with fire, a coronal of flame seemed to tremble above his brows, the moonlight glistened blood-red, a noise was in my ears of mingled thunder and music as though the silent organ at the end of the gallery were played by hands invisible, struggling against these delusive sensations, I involuntarily stretched out my hands. Lucio. I gasped. Lucio. My friend. I think I am dying. My heart is broken. As I spoke, a great blackness closed over me, and I fell senseless. Chapter 32. Oh, the blessedness of absolute unconsciousness. It is enough to make one wish that death were indeed annihilation. Utter oblivion, complete destruction, surely this would be a greater mercy to the erring soul of man than the terrible God's gift of immortality, the dazzling impress of that divine image of the Creator in which we are all made, and which we can never obliterate from our beings. I, who have realized to the full the unalterable truth of eternal life, eternal regeneration for each individual spirit in each individual human creature, look upon the endless futures through which I am compelled to take my part with something more like horror than gratitude. For I have wasted my time and thrown away priceless opportunities, and though repentance may retrieve these, the work of retrieval is long and bitter. It is easier to lose a glory than to win it. And if I could have died the death that positivists hope for at the very moment when I learned the full measure of my heart's desolation, surely it would have been well. But my temporary swoon was only too brief, and when I recovered I found myself in Lucio's own apartment, one of the largest and most sumptuously furnished of all the guest chambers at Willowsmere, the windows were wide open, and the floor was flooded with moonlight. As I shuddered coldly back to life and consciousness, I heard a tinkling sound of tune, and opening my eyes wearily I saw Lucio himself seated in the full radiance of the moon with a mandolin on his knee from which he was softly striking delicate impromptu melodies. I was amazed at this, astounded that while I personally was overwhelmed with a weight of woe, he should still be capable of amusing himself. It is a common idea with us all that when we ourselves are put out, no one else should dare to be merry, in fact we expect nature itself to wear a miserable face if our own beloved ego is disturbed by any trouble, such is the extent of our ridiculous self-consciousness. I moved in my chair and half rose from it, when Lucio, still thrumming the strings of his instrument pianissimo, said, "Keep still, Geoffrey. You'll be all right in a few minutes. Don't worry yourself, worry myself." I echoed bitterly. "Why not say don't kill yourself?" "Because I see no necessity to offer you that advice at present," he responded coolly, "and if there were necessity, I doubt if I should give it, because I consider it better to kill oneself than worry oneself. However, opinions differ. I want you to take this matter lightly. Lightly. Take my own dishonor and disgrace lightly, I exclaimed, almost leaping from my chair. You ask too much, my good fellow. I ask no more than is asked and expected of 100 society husbands today. Consider. Your wife has been led away from her sober judgment and reasoning by an exalted and hysterical passion for me on account of my looks, not for myself at all, because she really does not know me, she only sees me as I appear to be. The love of handsome exterior personalities is a common delusion of the fair sex and passes in time like other women's diseases. No actual dishonor or disgrace attaches to her or to you, nothing has been seen, heard, or done in public. This being so, I can't understand what you are making a fuss about. The great object of social life, you know, is to hide all savage passions and domestic differences from the gaze of the vulgar crowd. You can be as bad as you like in private, only God sees, and that does not matter. His eyes had a mocking luster in them, twanging his mandolin, he sang under his breath, if she be not fair for me, what care I how fair she be? That is the true spirit, Geoffrey, he went on. It sounds flippant to you no doubt in your present tragic frame of mind, but it is the only way to treat women, in marriage or out of it. Before the world and society your wife is like Caesar's, above suspicion. Only you and I, we will leave God out, have been the witnesses of her attack of hysteria. Hysteria, you call it. She loves you, I said hotly. And she has always loved you. She confessed it, and you admitted that you always knew it. I always knew she was hysterical. Yes, if that is what you mean, he answered. The majority of women have no real feelings, no serious emotions except one, vanity. They do not know what a great love means, their chief desire is for conquest, and failing in this, they run up the gamut of baffled passion to the pitch of frenetic hysteria, which with some becomes chronic. Lady Sybil suffers in this way. Now listen to me. I will go off to Paris or Moscow or Berlin at once, after what has happened. Of course I cannot stay here, and I give you my word I will not intrude myself into your domestic circle again. In a few days you will tide over this rupture, and learn the wisdom of supporting the differences that occur in matrimony, with composure. Impossible. I will not part with you, I said vehemently. Nor will I live with her. Better the companionship of a true friend than that of a false wife. He raised his eyebrows with a puzzled half-humorous expression, then shrugged his shoulders, as one who gives up a difficult argument. Rising, he put aside his mandolin and came over to me, his tall imposing figure casting a gigantic shadow in the brilliant moonbeams. Upon my word, you put me in a very awkward position, Geoffrey, what is to be done? You can get a judicial separation if you like, but I think it would be an unwise course of procedure after barely 4 months of marriage. The world would be set talking at once. Really, it is better to do anything than give the gossips a chance for floating scandal. Look here, don't decide anything hastily, come up to town with me for a day, and leave your wife alone to meditate upon her foolishness and its possible consequences. Then you will be better able to judge as to your future movements. Go to your room and sleep till morning. Sleep, I repeated with a shudder. In that room, where I broke off with a cry and looked at him, imploringly. Am I going mad, I wonder? My brain seems on fire. If I could forget. Lucio, if you, my loyal friend, had been false to me I should have died, your truth, your honor have saved me. He smiled, cynical little smile. Tut, I make no boast of virtue, he rejoined. If the lady's beauty had been any temptation to me I might have yielded to her charms, in so doing I should have been no more than man, as she herself suggested. But perhaps I am more than man. At any rate, bodily beauty in woman makes no sort of effect on me. Unless it is accompanied by beauty of soul, then it does make an effect, and a very extraordinary one. It provokes me to try how deep the beauty goes, whether it is impervious or vulnerable. As I find it, so I leave it. I stared wearily at the moonlight patterns on the floor. What am I to do? I asked. What would you advise? Come up to town with me, he replied. You can leave a note for your wife, explaining your absence, and at one of the clubs we will talk over the matter quietly, and decide how best to avoid a social scandal. Meanwhile, go to bed. If you won't go back to your own room, sleep in the spare one next to mine. I rose mechanically and prepared to obey him. He watched me furtively. Will you take a composing draught if I mix it for you? He said. It's harmless, and will give you a few hours' sleep. I would take poison from your hand, I answered recklessly. Why don't you mix that for me? And then I should sleep indeed, and forget this horrible night. No, unfortunately you would not forget, he said, going to his dressing case and taking out a small white powder which he dissolved gradually in a glass of water. That is the worst of what people call dying. I must instruct you in a little science by and by, to distract your thoughts. The scientific part of death, the business that goes on behind the scenes will interest you very much. It is highly instructive, particularly that section of it which I am entitled to call the regeneration of atoms. The brain cells are atoms, and within these are other atoms called memories, curiously vital and marvelously prolific. Drink this, and he handed me the mixture he had prepared. For temporary purposes it is much better than death because it does numb and paralyze the conscious atoms for a little while, whereas death only liberates them to a larger and more obstinate vitality. I was too self-absorbed to heed or understand his words, but I drank what he gave me submissively and returned the glass. He still watched me closely for about a minute, then he opened the door of the apartment which adjoined his own. Throw yourself on that bed and close your eyes, he continued in somewhat peremptory accents. Till morning breaks I give you a respite, and he smiled strangely, both from dreams and memories. Plunge into oblivion, my friend. Brief as it is and as it must ever be, it is sweet. Even to a millionaire. The ironical tone of his voice vexed me, I looked at him half reproachfully, and saw his proud beautiful face, pale as marble, clear-cut as a cameo, soften as I met his eyes, I felt he was sorry for me despite his love of satire, and grasping his hand I pressed it fervently without offering any other reply. Then, going into the next room as he bade me, I lay down, and falling asleep almost instantly, I remembered no more. Chapter 33. With the morning came full consciousness. I realized bitterly all that had happened, but I was no longer inclined to bemoan my fate. My senses were stricken, as it seemed, too numb and rigid for any further outbreak of passion. A hard callousness took the place of outraged feeling, and though despair was in my heart, my mind was made up to one stern resolve, I would look upon Sybil no more. Never again should that fair face, the deceitful mask of a false nature, tempt my sight and move me to pity or forgiveness, that I determined. Leaving the room in which I had passed the night, I went to my study and wrote the following letter. Sybil. After the degrading and disgraceful scene of last night, you must be aware that any further intercourse between us is impossible. Prince Romanes and I are leaving for London. We shall not return. You can continue to reside at Willowsmere, the house is yours, and the half of my fortune unconditionally settled upon you on our marriage day will enable you to keep up the fashions of your set, and live with that luxury and extravagance you deem necessary to an aristocratic position. I have decided to travel, and I intend to make such arrangements as may prevent, if possible, our ever meeting again, though I shall of course do my best for my own sake, to avoid any scandal. To reproach you for your conduct would be useless. You are lost to all sense of shame. You have abased yourself in the humiliation of a guilty passion before a man who despises you, who, in his own loyal and noble nature, hates you for your infidelity and hypocrisy, and I can find no pardon for the wrong you have thus done to me, and the injury you have brought upon my name. I leave you to the judgment of your own conscience, if you have one, which is doubtful. Such women as you are seldom troubled with remorse. It is not likely you will ever see me or the man to whom you have offered your undesired love again, make of your life what you can or will. I am indifferent to your movements, and for my own part, shall endeavor as much as may be, to forget that you exist. Your husband, Geoffrey Tempest. This letter, folded and sealed, I sent to my wife in her own apartments, by her maid, the girl came back and said she had delivered it, but that there was no answer. Her ladyship had a severe headache and meant to keep her room that morning. I expressed just as much civil regret as a confidential maid would naturally expect from the newly wedded husband of her mistress, and then, giving instructions to my man Morris to pack my portmanteau, I partook of a hurried breakfast with Lucio in more or less silence and constraint, for the servants were in attendance, and I did not wish them to suspect that anything was wrong. For their benefit, I gave out that my friend and I were called suddenly to town on urgent business, that we might be absent a couple of days, perhaps longer, and that any special message or telegram could be sent on to me at Arthur's Club. I was thankful when we at last got away, when the tall picturesque red gables of Willowsmere vanished from my sight, and when finally, seated in a railway smoking carriage reserved for our two selves, we were able to watch the miles of distance gradually extending between us and the beautiful autumnal woods of poet-haunted Warwickshire. For a long time we kept silence, turning over and pretending to read the morning's papers, till presently, flinging down the dull and wearisome Times sheet, I sighed heavily, and leaning back, closed my eyes. I am truly very much distressed about all this, said Lucio then, with extreme gentleness and suavity. It seems to me that I am the adverse element in the affair. If Lady Sybil had never seen me, why, Then I should never have seen her. One I responded bitterly. It was through you I met her first, true. And he eyed me thoughtfully. Lamb very unfortunately placed exclamation mark. It is almost as if I were to blame, though no one could be more innocent or well-intentioned than myself. He smiled, then went on very gravely. I really should avoid scandalous gossip if I were you, I do not speak of my own involuntary share in the disaster, what people say of me is quite immaterial, but for the lady's sake, for my own sake I shall try to avoid it, I said brusquely, whereat his eyes glittered strangely. It is myself I have to consider most of all. I shall, as I hinted to you this morning, travel for a few years, yes, go on a tiger hunting expedition in India. He suggested, or kill elephants in Africa. It is what a great many men do when their wives forget themselves. Several well-known husbands are abroad just now. Again the brilliant enigmatical smile flashed over his face, but I could not smile in answer. I stared moodily out of the window at the bare autumnal fields past which the train flew, bare of harvest, stripped of foliage like my own miserable life. Come and winter with me in Egypt, he continued. Come in my yacht the Flame, we will take her to Alexandria, and then do the Nile in a dahabi, and forget that such frivolous dolls as women exist, except to be played with by us superior creatures and thrown aside. Egypt, the Nile. I murmured, somehow the idea pleased me. Yes, why not? Why not indeed? He echoed. The proposal is agreeable to you, I am sure. Come and see the land of the old gods. The land where my princess used to live and torture the souls of men. Perhaps we may discover the remains of her last victim, who knows? I avoided his gaze, the recollection of the horrible winged thing he persisted in imagining to be the transmigrated soul of an evil woman, was repugnant to me. Almost I felt as if there was some subtle connection between that hateful creature and my wife, Sybil. I was glad when the train reached London, and we, taking a hansom, were plunged into the very vortex of human life. The perpetual noise of traffic, the motley crowds of people, the shouting of newsboys and omnibus conductors, all this hubbub was grateful to my ears, and for a time at least, distracted my thoughts. We lunched at the Savoy, and amused ourselves with noting the town noodles of fashion, the inane young man in the stocks of the stiff high collar, and wearing the manacles of equally stiff and exaggerated cuffs, a veritable prisoner in the dock of silly custom, the frivolous fool of a woman, painted and powdered, with false hair and dyed eyebrows, trying to look as much like a paid courtesan as possible, the elderly matron, skipping forward on high heels, and attempting by the assumption of juvenile airs and graces to cover up and conceal the obtrusive facts of a too obvious paunch and overlapping bosom, the would-be dandy and beau of 70, strangely possessed by youthful desires and manifesting the same by goat-like caperings at the heels of young married women, these and such like contemptible units of a contemptible social swarm, passed before us like puppets at a country fair, and aroused us in turn to laughter or disdain. While we yet lingered over our wine, a man came in alone, and sat down at the table next to ours. He had with him a book which, after giving his orders for luncheon, he at once opened at a marked place and began to read with absorbed attention. I recognized the cover of the volume and knew it to be Mavis Clare's Differences. A haze floated before my sight, a sensation of rising tears was in my throat, I saw the fair face, earnest eyes and sweet smile of Mavis, that woman wearer of the laurel crown, that keeper of the lilies of purity and peace. Alas, those lilies, they were for me, des fils étranges, avec les airs de sceptres d'apostrophe anges de thyses luminux pour oigts de savafins, whose parfums sont trop torts, tout ensemble, et drop fins. I shaded my eyes with one hand, yet under that shade I felt that Lucio watched me closely. Presently he spoke softly, just as if he had read my thoughts. Considering the effect a perfectly innocent woman has on the mind of even an evil man, it's strange, isn't it, that there are so few of them? I did not answer. In the present day, he went on, there are a number of females clamoring like unnatural hens in a barnyard about their rights and wrongs. Their greatest right, their highest privilege is to guide and guard the souls of men. This, they for the most part, throw away as worthless. Aristocratic women, royal women even, hand over the care of their children to hired attendants and inferiors, and then are surprised and injured if those children turn out to be either fools or guards. If I were controller of the state, I would make it a law that every mother should be bound to nurse and guard her children herself as nature intended, unless prevented by ill health, in which case she would have to get a couple of doctor's certificates to certify the fact. Otherwise, any woman refusing to comply with the law should be sentenced to imprisonment with hard labor. This would bring them to their senses. The idleness, wickedness, extravagance and selfishness of women, make men the bores and egotists they are. I looked up. The devil is in the whole business, I said bitterly. If women were good, men would have nothing to do with them. Look round you at what is called society. How many men there are who deliberately choose tainted women for their wives, and leave the innocent uncared for. Take Mavis Clare, Edmond Rostand. La Princesse Cloynlane. Oh, you were thinking of Mavis Clare, were you? He rejoined, with a quick glance at me. But she would be a difficult prize for any man to win. She does not seek to be married, and she is not uncared for, since the whole world cares for her. That is a sort of impersonal love, I answered. It does not give her the protection such a woman needs, and ought to obtain. Do you want to become her lover? He asked with a slight smile. I'm afraid you've no chance. Her lover. Good God! I exclaimed, the blood rushing hotly to my face at the mere suggestion. What a profane idea. You are right, it is profane, he agreed, still smiling. It is as though I should propose your stealing the sacramental cup from a church, with just this difference, you might succeed in running off with the cup because it is only the church's property, but you would never succeed in winning Mavis Clare, inasmuch as she belongs to God. You know what Milton says. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey her, driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision, tell her of things which no gross ear can hear, till oft converse with heavenly habitants, begin to cast a beam on th' outward shape, the unpolluted temple of the mind, and turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. He quoted the lines softly and with an exquisite gravity. That is what you see in Mavis Clare, he continued, that beam on the outward shape which turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, and which makes her beautiful without what is called beauty by lustful men. I moved impatiently, and looked out from the window near which we were seated, at the yellow width of the flowing Thames below. Beauty, according to man's ordinary standard, pursued Lucio, means simply good flesh, nothing more. Flesh, arranged prettily and roundly on the always ugly skeleton beneath, flesh, daintily colored and soft to the touch without scar or blemish. Plenty of it too, disposed in the proper places. It is the most perishable sort of commodity, an illness spoils it, a trying climate ruins it, age wrinkles it, death destroys it, but it is all the majority of men look for in their bargains with the fair sex. The most true of 60 that ever trotted jauntily down Piccadilly pretending to be 30, expects like Shylock his pound or several pounds of youthful flesh. The desire is neither refined nor intellectual, but there it is, and it is solely on this account that the ladies of the music hall become the tainted members and future mothers of the aristocracy. It does not need the ladies of the music hall to taint the already tainted. I said, true. And he looked at me with kindly commiseration. Let us put the whole mischief down to the new fiction. We rose then, having finished luncheon, and leaving the Savoy we went on to Arthur's. Here we sat down in a quiet corner and began to talk of our future plans. It took me very little time to make up my mind, all quarters of the world were the same to me, and I was really indifferent as to where I went. Yet there is always something suggestive and fascinating about the idea of a first visit to Egypt, and I willingly agreed to accompany Lucio thither and remain the winter. We will avoid society, he said. The well-bred, well-educated swagger people who throw champagne bottles at the Sphinx, and think a donkey-raced ripping fun shall not have the honor of our company. Cairo is full of such dancing dolls, so we will not stay there. Old Nile has many attractions, and lazy luxury on a dahabi will soothe your overwrought nerves. I suggest our leaving England within a week. I consented, and while he went over to a table and wrote some letters in preparation for our journey, I looked through the day's papers. There was nothing to read in them, for though all the world's news palpitates into Great Britain on obediently throbbing electric wires, each editor of each little pennyworth, being jealous of every other editor of every other pennyworth, only admits into his columns exactly what suits his politics or personally pleases his taste, and the interests of the public at large are scarcely considered. Poor, bamboozled, patient public. No wonder it is beginning to think that a halfpenny spent on a newspaper which is only purchased to be thrown away, enough and more than enough. I was still glancing up and down the heavy columns of the Americanized Pall Mall Gazette, and Lucio was still writing, when a page boy entered with a telegram. Mr. Tempest, yes. And I snatched the yellow-covered missive and tore it open, and read the few words it contained almost uncomprehendingly. They ran thus: return at once. Something alarming has happened. Afraid to act without you. Mavis Clare. A curious chill came over me, the telegram fell from my hands on the table. Lucio took it up and glanced at it. Then, regarding me steadfastly, he said, "Of course you must go. You can catch the 4:40 train if you take a hansom, and you?" I muttered. My throat was dry and I could scarcely speak. "I'll stay at the Grand, and wait for news." "Don't delay a moment, Miss Clare would not have taken it upon herself to send this message, unless there had been serious cause. What do you think? What do you suppose?" I began. He stopped me by a slight imperative gesture. "I think nothing, I suppose nothing. I only urge you to start immediately. Come." And almost before I realized it, he had taken me with him out into the hall of the club, where he helped me on with my coat, gave me my hat, and sent for a cab to take me to the railway station. We scarcely exchanged farewells, stupefied with the suddenness of the unexpected summons back to the home I had left in the morning, as I thought, forever. I hardly knew what I was doing or where I was going, till I found myself alone in the train, returning to Warwickshire as fast as steam would bear me, with the gloom of the deepening dusk around me, and such a fear and horror at my heart as I dared not think of or define. What was the something alarming that had happened? How was it that Mavis Clare had telegraphed to me? These, and endless other questions tormented my brain, and I was afraid to suggest answers to any of them. When I arrived at the familiar station, there was no one waiting to receive me, so I hired a fly, and was driven up to my own house just as the short evening deepened into night. A low autumnal wind was sighing restlessly among the trees like a wandering soul in torment, not a star shone in the black depths of the sky. Directly the carriage stopped, a slim figure in white came out under the porch to meet me, it was Mavis, her angel's face grave and pale with emotion. "It is you at last," she said in a trembling voice. "Thank God you have come." Chapter 34. I grasped her hands hard. "What is it?" I began. Then, looking round, I saw that the hall was full of panic-stricken servants, some of whom came forward, confusedly murmuring together about being afraid and not knowing what to do. I motioned them back by a gesture and turned again to Mavis Clare. "Tell me, quick, what is wrong?" "We fear something has happened to Lady Sybil," she replied at once. "Her rooms are locked, and we cannot make her hear." Her maid got alarmed, and ran over to my house to ask me what was best to be done. I came at once, and knocked and called, but could get no response. "You know the windows are too high to reach from the Grand, there is no ladder on the premises long enough for the purpose, and no one can climb up that side of the building." I begged some of the servants to break open the door by force, but they would not, they were all afraid, and I did not like to act on my own responsibility, so I telegraphed for you. I sprang away from her before she had finished speaking and hurried upstairs at once, outside the door of the ante-room which led into my wife's luxurious suite of apartments. I paused breathless. "Sybil," I cried. There was not a sound. Mavis had followed me, and stood by my side trembling a little. 2 or 3 of the servants had also crept up the stairs, and were clinging to the banisters, listening nervously. "Sybil," I called again. Still absolute silence. I turned round upon the waiting and anxious domestics with an assumption of calmness. "Lady Sybil is probably not in her rooms at all," I said. "She may have gone out unobserved. This door of the antechamber has a spring lock, it can easily get fast shut by the merest accident. Bring a strong hammer, or a crowbar, anything that will break it open, if you had had sense you would have obeyed Miss Clare, and done this a couple of hours ago." And I waited with enforced composure, while my instructions were carried out as rapidly as possible. 2 of the men servants appeared with the necessary tools, and very soon the house resounded with clamour, blow after blow was dealt upon the solid oaken door for some time without success, the spring lock would not yield, neither would the strong hinges give way. Presently, however, after 10 minutes' hard labour, one of the finely carved panels was smashed in, then another, and, springing over the debris, I rushed through the ante-room into the boudoir, then paused, listening, and calling again, "Sybil." No one followed me, some indefinable instinct, some nameless dread, held the servants back, and Mavis Clare as well. I was alone, and in complete darkness. Groping about, with my heart beating furiously, I sought for the ivory button in the wall which would, at pressure, flood the rooms with electric light, but somehow I could not find it. My hand came in contact with various familiar things which I recognized by touch, rare bits of china, bronzes, vases, pictures, costly trifles that were heaped up, as I knew, in this particular apartment with a lavish luxury and disregard of cost befitting a wanton Eastern empress of old time. Cautiously feeling my way along, I started with terror to see, as I thought, a tall figure outline itself suddenly against the darkness, white, spectral and luminous, a figure that, as I stared at it aghast, raised a pallid hand and pointed me forward with a menacing air of scorn. In my dazed horror at this apparition, or delusion, I stumbled over the heavy trailing folds of a velvet portiere, and knew by this that I had passed from the boudoir into the adjoining bedroom. Again I stopped, calling, "Sybil." But my voice had scarcely strength enough to raise itself above a whisper. Giddy and confused as I was, I remembered that the electric light in this room was fixed at the side of the toilet table, and I stepped hurriedly in that direction, when all at once in the thick gloom I touched something clammy and cold like dead flesh, and brushed against a garment that exhaled faint perfume, and rustled at my touch with a silken sound. This alarmed me more thoroughly than the spectre I fancied I had just seen, I drew back shudderingly against the wall, and in so doing, my fingers involuntarily closed on the polished ivory stud, which, like a fairy talisman in modern civilization, emits radiance at the owner's will. I pressed it nervously, the light blazed forth through the rose-tinted shells which shaded its dazzling clearness, and showed me where I stood. Within an arm's length of a strange, stiff white creature, that sat staring at itself in the silver-framed mirror with wide-open, fixed and glassy eyes. "Sybil," I gasped. "My wife." But the words died chokingly in my throat. Was it indeed my wife? This frozen statue of a woman, watching her own impassive image thus intently. I looked upon her wonderingly, doubtingly, as if she was some stranger. It took me time to recognize her features, and the bronze-gold darkness of her long hair which fell loosely about her in a lavish wealth of rippling waves. Her left hand hung limply over the arm of the chair in which, like some carved ivory goddess, she sat enthroned, and tremblingly, slowly, reluctantly, I advanced and took that hand. Cold as ice it lay in my palm, much as though it were a waxen model of itself. It glittered with jewels, and I studied every ring upon it with a curious, dull pertinacity, like one who seeks a clue to identity. That largest turquoise in a diamond setting was a marriage gift from a duchess, that opal her father gave her, the lustrous circle of sapphires and brilliants surmounting her wedding ring was my gift, that ruby I seemed to know, well. What a mass of sparkling value wasted on such fragile clay. I peered into her face, then at the reflection of that face in the mirror, and again I grew perplexed, could it be Sybil after all? Sybil was beautiful. This dead thing had a devilish smile on its blue, parted lips, and frenzied horror in its eyes. Suddenly something tense in my brain seemed to snap and give way, dropping the chill fingers I held, I cried aloud, "Mavis! Mavis Clare!" In a moment she was with me, in a glance she comprehended all. Falling on her knees by the dead woman, she broke into a passion of weeping. "Oh, poor girl!" she cried. "Oh, poor, unhappy, misguided girl." I stared at her gloomily. It seemed to me very strange that she should weep for sorrows not her own. There was a fire in my brain, a confused trouble in my thoughts, I looked at my dead wife with her fixed gaze and evil smile, sitting rigidly upright, and robed in the mocking sheen of her rose silk peignoir, showered with old lace, after the costliest of Paris fashions, then at the living, tender-souled, earnest creature, famed for her genius throughout the world, who knelt on the ground, sobbing over the stiffening hand on which so many rare gems glistened derisively, and an impulse rose in me stronger than myself, moving me to wild and clamorous speech. "Get up, Mavis!" I cried. "Do not kneel there. Go, go out of this room, out of my sight. You do not know what she was, this woman whom I married, I deemed her an angel, but she was a fiend, yes, Mavis, a fiend. Look at her staring at her own image in the glass, you cannot call her beautiful now. She smiles, you see, just as she smiled last night when... Ah, you know nothing of last night. I tell you, go." And I stamped my foot almost furiously. "This air is contaminated, it will poison you. The perfume of Paris and the effluvia of death intermingled are sufficient to breed a pestilence. Go quickly, inform the household their mistress is dead, have the blinds drawn down, show all the exterior signs of decent and fashionable woe," and I began laughing deliriously. "Tell the servants they may count upon expensive mourning, for all that money can do shall be done in homage to King Death. Let everyone in the place eat and drink as much as they can or will, and sleep, or chatter as such menials love to do, of hearses, graves and sudden disasters, but let me be left alone, alone with her. We have much to say to one another." White and trembling, Mavis rose up and stood gazing at me in fear and pity. "Alone?" she faltered. "You are not fit to be alone." "No, I am not fit to be, but I must be," I rejoined quickly and harshly. "This woman and I loved after the manner of brutes, and were wedded or rather mated in a similar manner, though an archbishop blessed the pairing and called upon heaven to witness its sanctity. Yet we parted ill friends, and dead though she is, I choose to pass the night with her, I shall learn much knowledge from her silence. Tomorrow the grave and the servants of the grave may claim her, but tonight she is mine. The girl's sweet eyes brimmed over with tears. Oh, you are too distracted to know what you are saying, she murmured. You do not even try to discover how she died. That is easy enough to guess, I answered quickly, and I took up a small dark-colored bottle labeled poison that I had already perceived on the toilet table. This is uncorked and empty. What it contained I do not know, but there must be an inquest of course, people must be allowed to make money for themselves out of her ladyship's rash act. And see here I pointed to some loose sheets of notepaper covered with writing, and partially concealed by a filmy lace handkerchief which had evidently been hastily thrown across them, and a pen and inkstand close by. There is some admirable reading prepared for me doubtless. The last message from the beloved dead is sacred, Mavis Clare. Surely you, a writer of tender romances, can realize this. And realizing it, you will do as I ask you, leave me. She looked at me in deep compassion, and slowly turned to go. God help you, she said sobbingly. God console you. At this some demon in me broke loose, and springing to her side I caught her hands in mine. Do not dare to talk of God, I said in passionate accents. Not in this room, not in that presence. Why should you call curses down upon me? The help of God means punishment, the consolations of God are terrible. For strength must acknowledge itself weak before he will help it, and a heart must be broken before he will console it. But what do I say? I believe in no God. I believe in an unknown force that encompasses me and hunts me down to the grave, but nothing more. She thought as I do, and with reason, for what has God done for her? She was made evil from the first, a born snare of Satan. Something caught my breath here. I stopped, unable to utter another word. Mavis stared at me affrighted, and I stared back again. What is it? She whispered alarmingly. I struggled to speak, finally, with difficulty I answered her, nothing, and I motioned her away with a gesture of entreaty. The expression of my face must have startled or intimidated her, I fancy, for she retreated hastily and I watched her disappearing as if she were the phantom of a dream, then, as she passed out through the boudoir, I drew close the velvet portiere behind her and locked the intermediate door. This done, I went slowly back to the side of my dead wife. Now, Sybil, I said aloud, we are alone, you and I alone with our own reflected images, you dead, and I living. You have no terrors for me in your present condition, your beauty has gone. Your smile, your eyes, your touch cannot stir me to a throb of the passion you craved, yet wearied of. What have you to say to me? I have heard that the dead can speak at times, and you owe me reparation, reparation for the wrong you did me, the lie on which you based our marriage, the guilt you cherished in your heart. Shall I read your petition for forgiveness here? And I gathered up the written sheets of notepaper in one hand, feeling them rather than seeing them, for my eyes were fixed on the pallid corpse in its rose silk negligee and jewels, that gazed at itself so pertinaciously in the shining mirror. I drew a chair close to it, and sat down, observing likewise the reflection of my own haggard face in the glass beside that of the self-murdered woman. Turning presently, I began to scrutinize my immovable companion more closely and perceived that she was very lightly clothed, under the silk peignoir there was only a flowing white garment of soft fine material lavishly embroidered, through which the statuesque contour of her rigid limbs could be distinctly seen. Stooping, I felt her heart, I knew it was pulseless, yet I half imagined I should feel its beat. As I withdrew my hand, something scaly and glistening caught my eye, and looking I perceived Lucio's marriage gift circling her waist, the flexible emerald snake with its diamond crest and ruby eyes. It fascinated me, coiled round that dead body it seemed alive and sentient, if it had lifted its glittering head and hissed at me I should scarcely have been surprised. I sat back for a moment in my chair, almost as rigid as the corpse beside me, I stared again, as the corpse stared always, into the mirror which pictured us both, we twain in one, as the sentimentalists aver of wedded folk, though in truth it often happens that there are no two creatures in the world more widely separated than husband and wife. I heard stealthy movements and suppressed whisperings in the passage outside, and guessed that some of the servants were watching and waiting, but I cared nothing for that. I was absorbed in the ghastly night interview I had planned for myself, and I so entered into the spirit of the thing that I turned on all the electric lamps in the room, besides lighting 2 tall clusters of shaded candles on either side of the toilet table. When all the surroundings were thus rendered as brilliant as possible, so that the corpse looked more livid and ghastly by comparison, I seated myself once more, and prepared to read the last message of the dead. Now Sybil, I muttered, leaning forward a little, and noting with a morbid interest that the jaws of the corpse had relaxed a little within the last few minutes, and that the smile on the face was therefore more hideous. "Confess your sins, for I am here to listen." Such dumb, impressive eloquence as yours deserves attention. A gust of wind fled round the house with a wailing cry, the windows shook, and the candles flickered. I waited till every sound had died away, and then with a glance at my dead wife, under the sudden impression that she had heard what I said and knew what I was doing, I began to read. Chapter 35. Thus ran the last document, commencing abruptly and without prefix. "I have made up my mind to die. Not out of passion or petulance, but from deliberate choice, and, as I think, necessity. My brain is tired of problems, my body is tired of life. It is best to make an end. The idea of death, which means annihilation, is very sweet to me. I am glad to feel that by my own will and act one can silence this uneasy throbbing of my heart, this turmoil and heat of my blood, this tortured aching of my nerves. Young as I am, I have no delight now in existence, I see nothing but my love's luminous eyes, his godlike features, his enthralling smile, and these are lost to me. For a brief while he has been my world, life and time, he has gone, and without him there is no universe. How could I endure slow, wretched, passing of hours, days, weeks, months and years alone? Though it is better to be alone than in the dull companionship of the self-satisfied, complacent and arrogant fool who is my husband. He has left me forever, so he says in a letter the maid brought to me an hour ago. It is quite what I expected of him, what man of his type could find pardon for a blow to his own amour propre? If he had studied my nature, entered into my emotions, or striven in the least to guide and sustain me, if he had shown me any sign of a great, true love such as one sometimes dreams of and seldom finds, I think I should be sorry for him now, I should even ask his forgiveness for having married him. But he has treated me precisely as he might treat a paid mistress, that is, he was fed me, clothed me, and provided me with money and jewels in return for making me the toy of his passions, but he has not given me one touch of sympathy, one proof of self-denial or humane forbearance. Therefore, I owe him nothing. And now he, and my love who will not be my lover, have gone away together. I am free to do as I will with the small pulse within me called life, which is after all, only a thread, easily broken. There is no one to say me nay, or to hold my hand back from giving myself the final quietus. It is well I have no friends. It is good for me that I have probed the hypocrisy and social sham of the world, and that I have mastered the following hard truths of life, that there is no love without lust, no friendship without self-interest, no religion without avarice, and no so-called virtue without its accompanying stronger vice. Who, knowing these things, would care to take part in them? On the verge of the grave I look back along the short vista of my years, and I see myself a child in this very place, this wooded Willowsmere. I can note how that life began to which I am about to put an end. Pampered, petted and spoilt, told that I must look pretty and take pleasure in my clothes, I was even at the age of 10, capable of a certain amount of coquetry. Old Ruiz, smelling of wine and tobacco, were eager to take me on their knees and pinch my soft flesh, they would press my innocent lips with their withered ones, withered and contaminated by the kisses of cocottes and soiled doves of the town. I have often wondered how it is these men can dare to touch a young child's mouth, knowing in themselves what beasts they are. I see my nurse, a trained liar and time-server, giving herself more airs than a queen, and forbidding me to speak to this child or that child, because they were beneath me, Then came my governess, full of a prurient prudery, as bad a woman in morals as ever lived, yet highly recommended and with excellent references, and wearing an assumption of the strictest virtue, like many equally loose clergymen's wives I have known. I soon found her out, for even as a child I was painfully observant, and the stories she and my mother's French maid used to tell, in lowered voices now and then broken by coarse laughter, were sufficient to enlighten me as to her true character. Yet, beyond having a supreme contempt for the woman who practiced religious austerity outwardly and was at heart a rake, I gave small consideration to the difficult problem such a nature suggested. I lived, how strange it seems that I should be writing now of myself, as past and done with. Yes, I lived in a dreamy, more or less idyllic state of mind, thinking without being conscious of thought, full of fancies concerning the flowers, trees and birds, wishing for things of which I knew nothing, imagining myself a queen at times, and again, a peasant. I was an omnivorous reader, and I was specially fond of poetry. I used to pore over the mystic verse of Shelley, and judged him then as a sort of demigod, and never, even when I knew all about his life, Could I realize him as a man with a thin, shrieking falsetto voice and loose notions concerning women? But I am quite sure it was good for his fame that he was drowned in early youth with so many melancholy and dramatic surroundings, it saved him, I consider, from a possibly vicious and repulsive old age. I adore Keats till I knew he had wasted his passion on a Fanny Brawne, and then the glamour of him vanished. I can offer no reason for this, I merely set down the fact. I made a hero of Lord Byron. In fact, he has always formed for me the only heroical type of poet. Strong in himself and pitiless in his love for women, he treated them for the most part as they merited, considering the singular and unworthy specimens of the sex it was his misfortune to encounter. I used to wonder, when reading these men's amorous lines, whether love would ever come my way, and what beatific state of emotion I should then enjoy. Then came the rough awakening from all my dreams, childhood melted into womanhood, and at 16 I was taken up to town with my parents to know something of the ways and manners of society before finally coming out. Oh, those ways and manners. I learned them to perfection. Astonished at first, then bewildered, and allowed no time to form any judgment on what I saw, I was hurried through a general vague impression of things such as I had never imagined or dreamed of. While I was yet lost in wonderment, and kept constantly in companionship with young girls of my own rank and age, who nevertheless seemed much more advanced in knowledge of the world than I, my father suddenly informed me that Willowsmere was lost to us, that he could not afford to keep it up, and that we should return there no more. What tears I shed! What a fury of grief consumed me. I did not then comprehend the difficult entanglements of either wealth or poverty. All I could realize was that the doors of my dear old home were closed upon me forever. After that, I think I grew cold and hard in disposition. I had never loved my mother very dearly, in fact I had seen very little of her, as she was always away visiting, if not entertaining visitors, and she seldom had me with her, so that when she was suddenly struck down by a first shock of paralysis, it affected me but little. She had her doctors and nurses, I had my governess still with me, and my mother's sister, Aunt Charlotte, came to keep house for us, so I began to analyze society for myself, without giving any expression of my opinions on what I observed. I was not yet out, but I went everywhere where girls of my age were invited, and perceived things without showing that I had any faculty or perception. I cultivated a passionless and cold exterior, a listless, uninterested and frigid demeanor, for I discovered that this was accepted by many people as dullness or stupidity, and that by assuming such a character, certain otherwise crafty persons would talk more readily before me, and betray themselves and their vices unawares. Thus my social education began in grim earnest. Women of title and renown would ask me to their quiet teas, because I was what they were pleased to call a harmless girl, rather pretty, but dull, and allow me to assist them in entertaining the lovers who called upon them while their husbands were out. I remember on one occasion, a great lady famous for two things, her diamonds and her intimacy with the Queen, kissed her cavalier servant, a noted sporting earl, with considerable abandon in my presence. He muttered something about me, I heard it, but his amorous mistress merely answered in a whisper, it's only Sybil Elton, she understands nothing. Afterwards, however, when he had gone, she turned to me with a grin and remarked, you saw me kiss Bertie, didn't you? I often do, he's quite like my brother. I made no reply, I only smiled vaguely, and the next day she sent me a valuable diamond ring, which I at once returned to her with a prim little note, stating that I was much obliged, but that my father considered me too young as yet to wear diamonds. Why do I think of these trifles now, I wonder! Now when I am about to take my leave of life and all its lies. There is a little bird singing outside my bedroom window, such a pretty creature. I suppose it is happy? It should be, as it is not human. The tears are in my eyes as I listen to its sweet warbling, and think that it will be living and singing still today at sunset when I am dead. That last sentence was mere sentiment, for I am not sorry to die. If I felt the least regret about it I should not carry out my intention. I must resume my narrative, for it is an analysis I am trying to make of myself, to find out if I can whether there are no excuses to be found for my particular disposition, whether it is not after all the education and training I have had that have made me what I am, or whether indeed I was born evil from the first. The circumstances that surrounded me did not, at any rate, tend to soften or improve my character. I had just passed my 17th birthday, when one morning my father called me into his library and told me the true position of his affairs. I learned that he was crippled on all sides with debt, that he lived on advances made to him by Jew usurers, and that these advances were trusted to him solely on the speculation that I, his only daughter, would make a sufficiently rich marriage to enable him to repay all loans with heavy interest. He went on to say that he hoped I would act sensibly, and that when any men showed indications of becoming suitors for my hand, I would, before encouraging them, inform him, in order that he might make strict inquiries as to their actual extent of fortune. I then understood, for the first time, that I was for sale. I listened in silence till he had finished, then I asked him, love, I suppose, is not to be considered in the matter? He laughed, and assured me it was much easier to love a rich man than a poor one, as I would find out after a little experience. He added, with some hesitation, that to help make both ends meet, as the expenses of town life were considerable, he had arranged to take a young American lady under his charge, a Miss Diana Chesney, who wished to be introduced into English society, and he would pay 2,000 guineas a year to him for that privilege, and for Aunt Charlotte's services as chaperone. I do not remember now what I said to him when I heard this, I knows that my long-suppressed feelings broke out in a storm of fury, and that for the moment he was completely taken aback by the force of my indignation. An American boarder in our house. It seemed to me as outrageous and undignified as the conduct of a woman I once knew, who, favoured by the Queen's patronage with free apartments in Kensington Palace, took from time to time on the sly, an American or colonial paying guest, who adopted forthwith the address of Her Majesty's birthplace as her own, thus lowering the whole prestige of that historic habitation. My wrath, however, was useless. The bargain was arranged, my father, regardless of his proud lineage and the social dignity of his position, had degraded himself, in my opinion, to the level of a sort of superior lodging-house keeper, and from that time I lost all my former respect for him. Of course it can be argued that I was wrong, that I ought to have honored him for turning his name to monetary account by loaning it out as a protective shield and panoply for an American woman without anything but the dollars of a vulgar railway king to back her up in society, but I could not see it in that light. I retreated into myself more than ever, and became more than pleasantly known for my coldness, reserve and hauteur. Miss Chesney came, and strove hard to be my friend, but she soon found that impossible. She is a good-hearted creature, I believe, but she is badly bred and badly trained, as all her compatriots are, more or less, despite their smattering of an European education. I disliked her from the first, and have spared no pains to show it. Yet I know she will be Countess of Elton as soon as it is decently possible, say, after the year's ceremonious mourning for my mother has expired, and perhaps 3 months' hypocritical wearing of black for me. My father believes himself to be still young and passably good-looking, and he is quite incapable of resisting the fortune she will bring him. When she took up her fixed abode in our house, and Aunt Charlotte became her paid chaperone, I seldom went out to any social gatherings, for I could not endure the idea of being seen in her companionship. I kept to my own room a great deal, and thus secluded, read many books. All the fashionable fiction of the day passed through my hands, much to my gradual enlightenment, if not to my edification. One day, a day that is stamped on my memory as a kind of turning point in my life, I read a novel by a woman which I did not at first entirely understand, but on going over some of its passages a second time, all at once its horrible lasciviousness flashed upon me and filled me with such a genuine disgust that I flung it on the ground in a fit of loathing and contempt. Yet I had seen it praised in all the leading journals of the day, its obscenities were hinted as daring, its vulgarities were quoted as brilliant wit, in fact so many laudatory columns were written about it in the press that I resolved to read it again. Encouraged by the literary censors of the time, I did so, and little by little the insidious abomination of it filtered into my mind and stayed there. I began to think about it, and by found pleasure in thinking about it. I sent for other books by the same tainted hand, and my appetite for that kind of prurient romance grew keener. At this particular juncture, as chance or fate would have it, an acquaintance of mine, the daughter of Marchioness, a girl with large black eyes and those full protruding lips which remind one unconsciously of a swine's snout, brought me 2 or 3 odd volumes of the poems of Swinburne. Always devoted to poetry, and considering it to be the highest of the arts, and up to that period having been ignorant of this writer's work, I turned over the books with eagerness, expecting to enjoy the usual sublime emotions which it is the privilege and glory of the poet to inspire in mortals less divinely endowed than himself, and who turn to him for help to climb beyond the highest peaks of time. Now I should like, if I could do so, to explain clearly the effect of this satyr songster upon my mind, for I believe there are many women to whom his works have been deadlier than the deadliest poison, and far more soul-corrupting than any book of Zola's or the most pernicious of modern French writers. At first I read the poems quickly, with a certain pleasure in the mere swing and jangle of rhythm, and without paying much attention to the subject matter of the verse, but presently, as though a lurid blaze of lightning had stripped a fair tree of its adorning leaves, my senses suddenly perceived the cruelty and fiendish sensuality concealed under the ornate language and persuasive rhymes, and for a moment I paused in my reading, and closed my eyes, shuddering and sick at heart. Was human nature as base and abandoned as this man declared it to be? Was there no God but lust? Were men and women lower and more depraved in their passions and appetites than the very beasts? I mused and dreamed, I pored over the Laus Veneris Faustine and Anactoria, till I felt myself being dragged down to the brute level of the mind that conceived such outrages to decency. I drank in Swinburne's own fiendish contempt of God, and I read over and over again his verses before a crucifix till I knew them by heart, till they rang in my brain as persistently as any nursery jingle, and drove my thoughts into as haughty a scorn of Christ and his teachings as any unbelieving Jew. It is nothing to me now, when without hope or faith or love, I am about to take the final plunge into eternal darkness and silence, but for the sake of those who have the comfort of religion, I ask, why, in a so-called Christian country, is such a hideous blasphemy as before a crucifix allowed to circulate among the people without so much as one reproof from those who elect themselves judges of literature? I have seen many noble writers condemned unheard, many have been accused of blasphemy, whose works tend quite the other way, but these lines are permitted to work their cruel mischief unchecked, and the writer of them is glorified as though he were a benefactor to mankind instead of a corrupter. I quote them here, from bitter memory, that I may not be deemed as exaggerating their nature, so when our souls look back to thee, they sicken, seeing against thy side. Too foul to speak of or to see. The leprous likeness of a bride, whose kissing lips through his lips groan, leave their God rotten to the bone, when we would see thee, man, and know what heart thou hadst towards man indeed. Lo, thy blood-blackened altars, lo, the lips of priests that pray and feed, while their own hell's worm curls and licks the poison of the crucifix. Thou badest the children come to thee, what children now but curses come? What manhood in that God can be, who sees their worship and is dumb? No soul that lived, loved, wrought, and died, is this, their carrion crucified? Nay, if their God and thou be one, if thou and this thing be the same, thou shouldst not look upon the sun. The sun grows haggard at thy name. Come down, be done with, cease, give or hide thyself, strive not, be no more. From the time of reading this, I used to think of Christ as carrion crucified, if I ever thought at all. I found out that no one had ever approached Mr. Swinburne for this term, that it did not interfere with his chances for the laureateship, and that not even a priest of the church had been bold-spoken nor zealous enough in his master's cause to publicly resent the shameless outrage. So I concluded that Swinburne must be right in his opinions, and I followed the lazy and unthinking course of social movement, spending my days with such literature as stored my brain with a complete knowledge of things evil and pernicious. Whatever soul I had in me was killed, the freshness of my mind was gone. Swinburne, among others, had helped me to live mentally, if not physically, through such a phase of vice as had poisoned my thoughts forever. I understand there is some vague law in existence about placing an interdiction on certain books considered injurious to public morals, if there is such a rule, it has been curiously lax concerning the author of Anactoria who, by virtue of being a poet, passes unquestioned into many a home, carrying pollution into minds that were once cleanly and simple. As for me, after I had studied his verse to my heart's content, nothing remained sacred. I judged men as beasts and women as little better, I had no belief in honor, virtue or truth, and I was absolutely indifferent to all things save one, and that was my resolve to have my own way as far as love was concerned. I might be forced to marry without love for purely money considerations, but all the same, love I would have, or what I called love, not an ideal passion by any means, but precisely what Mr. Swinburne and a few of the most praised novelists of the day had taught me to consider as love. I began to wonder when and how I should meet my lover, such thoughts as I had at this time indeed would have made moralists stare and uplift their hands in horror, but to the exterior world I was the very pink and pattern of maidenly decorum, reserve and pride. Men desired, but feared me, for I never gave them any encouragement, seeing as yet none among them whom I deemed worthy of such love as I could give. The majority resembled carefully trained baboons, respectably clothed and artistically shaven, but nevertheless all with a spasmodic grin, the leering eye and the uncouth gestures of the hairy woodland monster. When I was just 18 I came out in earnest, that is, I was presented at court with all the foolish and farcical pomp practiced on such occasions. I was told before going that it was a great and necessary thing to be presented, that it was a guarantee of position and above all of reputation, the Queen received none whose conduct was not rigidly correct and virtuous. What humbug it all was. I laughed then, and I can smile now to think of it, why, the very woman who presented me had 2 illegitimate sons, unknown to her lawful husband, and she was not the only playful sinner in the court comedy. Some women were there that day whom St. Stephen would not receive, so openly infamous are their lives and characters, yet they make their demure curtsies before the throne at stated times and assume to be the very patterns of virtue and austerity. Now and then, it chances in the case of an exceedingly beautiful woman of whom all the others are jealous, that for her little slips she is selected as an example and excluded from court, while her plainer sisters, though sinning 70 times 7 against all the laws of decency and morality, are still received, but otherwise, there is very little real care exercised as to the character and prestige of the women whom the Queen receives. If any one of them is refused, it is certain she adds to her social enormities the greater crime of being beautiful, otherwise there would be no one to whisper away her reputation. I was what is called a success on my presentation day. That is, I was stared at, and openly flattered by certain members of my sex who were too old and ugly to be jealous, and treated with insolent contempt by those who were young enough to be my rivals. There was a great crush to get into the throne room, and some of the ladies used rather strong language. One duchess, just in front of me, said to her companion, "Do as I do, kick out. Bruise their shins for them as hard as you can, we shall get on faster then." This choice remark was accompanied by the grin of a fishwife and the stare of a drab. Yet it was a great lady who spoke, not a transatlantic importation, but a woman of distinguished lineage and connection. Her observation, however, was only one out of many similar speeches which I heard on all sides of me during the distinguished melee, a thoroughly ill-mannered crush, which struck me as supremely vulgar and totally unfitting the dignity of our sovereign's court. When I curtsied before the throne at last, and saw the majesty of the empire represented by a kindly-faced old lady, looking very tired and bored, whose hand was as cold as ice when I kissed it, I was conscious of an intense feeling of pity for her in her high state. Who would be a monarch to be doomed to the perpetual receiving of a company of fools? I got through my duties quickly, and returned home more or less wearied out and disgusted with the whole ceremony, and next day I found that my debut had given me the position of a leading beauty, or in other words that I was now formally put up for sale. That is really what is meant by being presented and coming out, these are the fancy terms of one's parental auctioneer. My life was now passed in dressing, having my photograph taken, giving sittings to aspiring fashionable painters, and being inspected by men with a view to matrimony. It was distinctly understood in society that I was not to be sold under a certain figure per annum, and the price was too high for most would-be purchasers. How sick I grew of my constant exhibition in the marriage market. What contempt and hatred was fostered in me for the mean and pitiable hypocrisies of my set. I was not long in discovering that money was the chief motive power of all social success, that the proudest and highest personages in the world could be easily gathered together under the roof of any vulgar plebeian who happened to have enough cash to feed and entertain them. As an example of this, I remember a woman, ugly, parsy and squint-eyed, who during her father's life was only allowed about £0.50 a week as pocket money up to her 40th year, and who, when that father died, leaving her in possession of half his fortune, the other half going to illegitimate children of whom she had never heard, he having always posed as a pattern of immaculate virtue, suddenly blossomed out as a leader of fashion, and succeeded, through cautious scheming and ungrudging toadyism, in assembling some of the highest people in the land under her roof. Ugly and parsy though she was, and verging towards 50, with neither grace, wit, nor intelligence, through the power of her cash alone she invited royal dukes and titles generally to her dinners and dances, and it is to their shame that they actually accepted her invitations. Such voluntary degradations on the part of really well-connected people I have never been able to understand, it is not as if they were actually in want of food or amusement, for they have a surfeit of both every season, and it seems to me that they ought to show a better example than to flock in crowds to the entertainments of a mere uninteresting and ugly nobody just because she happens to have money. I never entered her house myself, though she had the audacity to invite me, I learned, moreover, that she had promised a friend of mine 100 guineas if she could persuade me to make one appearance in her rooms. For my renown as a beauty, combined with my pride and exclusiveness, would have given her parties a prestige greater than even royalty could bestow, she knew that and I knew that, and knowing it, never condescended to so much as notice her by a bow. But though I took a certain satisfaction in thus revenging myself on the atrocious vulgarity of parvenus and social interlopers, I grew intensely weary of the monotony and emptiness of what fashionable folks call amusement, and presently falling ill of a nervous fever, I was sent down to the seaside for a few weeks' change of air with a young cousin of mine, a girl I rather liked because she was so different to myself. Her name was Eve Maitland. She was but 16 and extremely delicate, poor little soul. She died 2 months before my marriage. She and I, and a maid to attend us, went down to Cromer, and one day, sitting on the cliffs together, she asked me timidly if I knew an author named Mavis Clare. I told her no, whereupon she handed me a book called The Wings of Psyche. Do read it, she said earnestly. It will make you feel so happy. I laughed. The idea of a modern author writing anything to make one feel happy seemed to me quite ludicrous, the aim of most of them being to awaken a disgust of life, and a hatred of one's fellow creatures. However, to please Eva, I read The Wings of Psyche, and if it did not make me actually happy, it moved me to a great wonder and deep reverence for the woman writer of such a book. I found out all about her, that she was young, pretty, of a noble character and unblemished reputation, and that her only enemies were the press critics. This last point was so much in her favor with me that I at once bought everything she had ever written, and her works became, as it were, my haven of rest. Her theories of life are strange, poetic, ideal and beautiful, though I have not been able to accept them or work them out in my own case. I have always felt soothed and comforted for a while in the very act of wishing they were true. And the woman is like her books, strange, poetic, ideal and beautiful, how odd it is to think that she is within 10 minutes' walk of me now. I could send for her if I liked, and tell her all, but she would prevent me carrying out my resolve. She would cling to me woman-like and kiss me, and hold my hands and say, "No, Sybil, no. You are not yourself, you must come to me and rest." An odd fancy has seized me. I will open my window and call her very gently, she might be in the garden coming here to see me, and if she hears and answers, who knows? Why, perhaps my ideas may change, and fate itself may take a different course. Well, I have called her. I have sent her name Mavis. Softly out on the sunshine and still air 3 times, and only a little brown namesake of hers, a thrush, swinging on a branch of fir, answered me with his low autumnal piping. Mavis. She will not come, today. God will not make her his messenger. She cannot guess, she does not know this tragedy of my heart, greater and more poignant than all the tragedies of fiction. If she did know me as I am, I wonder what she would think of me. Let me go back to the time when love came to me, love, ardent, passionate, and eternal. Ah, what wild joy thrilled through me! What mad ecstasy fired my blood! What delirious dreams possessed my brain! I saw Lucio, and it seemed as if the splendid eyes of some great angel had flashed a glory in my soul. With him came his friend, the foil to his beauty, the arrogant, self-satisfied fool of a millionaire, Geoffrey Tempest, he who bought me, and who by virtue of his purchase, is entitled by law to call himself my husband. Here I paused in my reading and looked up. The dead woman's eyes appeared now to regard me as steadily as herself in the opposite mirror, the head was a little more dropped forward on the breast, and the whole face very nearly resembled that of the late Countess of Elton when the last shock of paralysis had rendered her hideous disfigurement complete. To think that I loved that! I said aloud, pointing at the corpse's ghastly reflection. Fool that I was indeed! As great a fool as all men are who barter their lives for the possession of a woman's mere body. Why, if there were any life after death, if such a creature had a soul that at all resembled this poisoned clay, the very devils might turn away aghast from such a loathly comrade. The candles flickered, and the dead face seemed to smile, a clock chimed in the adjoining room, but I did not count the hour, I merely arranged the manuscript pages I held more methodically, and read on with renewed attention. Chapter 36. From the moment I saw Lucio Romanes, went on Sybil's dying speech, I abandoned myself to love and the desire of love. I had heard of him before from my father, who had, as I learned to my shame, been indebted to him for monetary assistance. On the very night we met, my father told me quite plainly that now was my chance to get settled in life. Marry Romanes or Tempest, whichever you can most easily catch, he said. The prince is fabulously wealthy, but he keeps up a mystery about himself and no one knows where he actually comes from, besides which, he just likes women, Now Tempest has 5 millions and seems an easygoing fool. I should say you had better go for Tempest. I made no answer and gave no promise either way. I soon found out, however, that Lucio did not intend to marry, and I concluded that he preferred to be the lover of many women, instead of the husband of one. I did not love him any the less for this, I only resolved that I would at least be one of those who were happy enough to share his passion. I married the man Tempest, feeling that, like many women I knew, I should, when safely wedded, have greater liberty of action, I was aware that most modern men prefer an amour with a married woman to any other kind of liaison, and I thought Lucia would have readily yielded to the plan I had preconceived. But I was mistaken, and out of this mistake comes all my perplexity, pain and bewilderment. I cannot understand why my love, beloved beyond all word and thought, should scorn me and repulse me with such bitter loathing. It is such a common thing nowadays for a married woman to have her own lover apart from her husband a convenience. The writers of books advise it, I have seen the custom not only excused but advocated, over and over again, in long and scientific articles that are openly published in leading magazines. Why then should I be blamed or my desires considered criminal? As long as no public scandal is made, what harm is done? I cannot see it, it is not as if there were a God to care, the scientists say there is no God. I was very startled just now. I thought I heard Lucio's voice calling me. I have walked through the rooms looking everywhere, and I opened my door to listen. But there is no one. I am alone. I have told the servant not to disturb me till I ring. I shall never ring. Now I come to think of it, it is singular that I have never known who Lucio really is. A prince, he says, and that I can well believe, though truly princes nowadays are so plebeian and common in looks and bearing that he seems too great to belong to so shabby a fraternity. From what kingdom does he come? To what nation does he belong? These are questions which he never answers save equivocally. I pause here, and look at myself in a mirror. How beautiful I am! I note with admiration the deep and dewy luster of my eyes, and their dark silky fringes, I see the delicate coloring of my cheeks and lips, the dear rounded chin, with its pretty dimple, the pure lines of my slim throat and snowy neck, the glistening wealth of my long hair. All this was given to me for the attraction and luring of men, but my love, whom I love with all this living, breathing, exquisite being of mine, can see no beauty in me, and rejects me with such scorn as pierces my very soul. I have knelt to him, I have prayed to him, I have worshipped him, in vain. Hence it comes that I must die. Only one thing he said that had the sound of hope, though the utterance was fierce, and his looks were cruel, patience. He whispered, we shall meet ere long. What did he mean? What possible meeting can there be now, when death must close the gate of life, and even love would come too late? I have unlocked my jewel case and taken from it the deadly thing secreted, a poison that was entrusted to me by one of the physicians who lately attended my mother. Keep this under lock and key, he said, and be sure that it is used only for external purposes. There is sufficient in this flask to kill 10 men if swallowed by mistake. I look at it wonderingly. It is colorless, and there is not enough to fill a teaspoon. Yet, it will bring down upon me an eternal darkness, and close up forever the marvelous scenes of the universe. So little. To do so much. I have fastened Lucio's wedding gift round my waist, the beautiful snake of jewels that clings to me as though it were charged with an embrace from him, Would I could cheat myself into so pleasing a fancy. I am trembling, but not with cold or fear, it is simply an excitation of the nerves, an instinctive recoil of flesh and blood at the near prospect of death. How brilliantly the sun shines through my window. Its callous golden stare has watched so many tortured creatures die without so much as a cloud to dim its radiance by way of the suggestion of pity. If there were a God, I fancy he would be like the sun, glorious, changeless, unapproachable, beautiful, but pitiless. Out of all the various types of human beings, I think I hate the class called poets most. I used to love them and believe in them, but I know them now to be mere weavers of lies, builders of cloud castles in which no throbbing life can breathe, no eerie heart find rest. Love is their chief motive, they either idealize or degrade it, and of the love we women long for most they have no conception. They can only sing of brute passion or ethical impossibilities, of the mutual great sympathy, the ungrudging patient tenderness that should make love lovely. They have no sweet things to say. Between their strained aestheticism and unbridled sensualism, my spirit has been stretched on the rack and broken on the wheel. I should think many a wretched woman wrecked among love's disillusions must curse them as I do. I am ready now, I think. There is nothing more to say. I offer no excuses for myself. I am as I was made, a proud and rebellious woman, self-willed and sensual, seeing no fault in free love, and no crime in conjugal infidelity, and if I am vicious, I can honestly declare that my vices have been encouraged and fostered in me by most of the literary teachers of my time. I married, as most women of my set marry, merely for money, I loved, as most women of my set love, for mere bodily attraction, I die, as most women of my set will die, either naturally or self-slain, in utter atheism, rejoicing that there is no God and no hereafter. I had the poison in my hand a moment ago, ready to take, when I suddenly felt someone approaching me stealthily from behind, and glancing up quickly at the mirror I saw my mother. Her face, hideous and ghastly as it had been in her last illness, was reflected in the glass. Peering over my shoulder when I sprang up and confronted her, she was gone. And now I am shivering with cold, and I feel a chill dampness on my forehead. Mechanically I have soaked a handkerchief with perfume from one of the silver bottles on the dressing table, and have passed it across my temples to help me recover from this sick swooning sensation. To recover? How foolish of me, seeing I am about to die. I do not believe in ghosts, yet I could have sworn my mother was actually present just now, of course it was an optical delusion of my own feverish brain. The strong scent on my handkerchief reminds me of Paris. I can see the shop where I bought this particular perfume, and the well-dressed doll of a man who served me, with his little wax moustache and his indefinable French manner of conveying a speechless personal compliment while making out a bill. Laughing at this recollection, I see my face radiate in the glass, my eyes flash into vivid luster, and the dimples near my lips come and go, giving my expression an enchanting sweetness. Yet in a few hours this loveliness will be destroyed, and in a few days, the worms will twine where the smile is now. An idea has come upon me that perhaps I ought to say a prayer. It would be hypocritical, but conventional. To die fashionably, one ought to concede a few words to the church. And yet, to kneel down with clasped hands and tell an inactive, unsympathetic, selfish, paid community called the church, that I am going to kill myself for the sake of love and love's despair, and that therefore I humbly implore its forgiveness for the act, seems absurd, as absurd as to tell the same thing to a non-existent deity. I suppose the scientists do not think what a strange predicament their advanced theories put the human mind in at the hour of death. They forget that on the brink of the grave, thoughts come that will not be gainsaid, and that cannot be appeased by a learned thesis. However, I will not pray, it would seem to myself cowardly that I, who have never said my prayers since I was a child, should run over them now in a foolish babbling attempt to satisfy the powers invisible, I could not, out of sheer association, appeal to Mr. Swinburne's crucified carrion. Besides, I do not believe in the powers invisible at all, I feel that once outside this life, the rest, as Hamlet said, is silence. I have been staring dreamily and in a sort of stupefaction at the little poison flask in my hand. It is quite empty now. I have swallowed every drop of the liquid it contained, I took it quickly and determinately as one takes nauseous medicine without allowing myself another moment of time for thought or hesitation. It tasted acrid and burning on my tongue, but at present I am not conscious of any strange or painful result. I shall watch my face in the mirror and trace the oncoming of death, this will be at any rate a new sensation not without interest. My mother is here, here with me in this room. She is moving about restlessly, making wild gestures with her hands and trying to speak. She looks as she did when she was dying, only more alive, more sentient. I have followed her up and down, but am unable to touch her, she eludes my grasp. I have called her mother. Mother. But no sound issues from her white lips. Her face is so appalling that I was seized with a convulsion of terror a moment ago and fell on my knees before her, imploring her to leave me, and then she paused in her gliding to and fro and smiled. What a hideous smile it was. I think I lost consciousness, for I found myself lying on the ground. A sharp and terrible pain running through me made me spring to my feet, and I bit my lips till they bled, lest I should scream aloud with the agony I suffered and so alarm the house. When the paroxysm passed, I saw my mother standing quite near to me, dumbly watching me with a strange expression of wonder and remorse. I tottered past her and back to this chair where I now sit. I am calmer now, and I am able to realize that she is only the phantom of my own brain, that I fancy she is here, while knowing she is dead. Torture indescribable has made of me a writhing, moaning, helpless creature for the past few minutes. Truly that drug was deadly, the pain is horrible. Horrible. It has left me quivering in every limb and palpitating in every nerve. Looking at my face in the glass, I see that it has already altered. It is drawn and livid, all the fresh rose tint of my lips has gone, my eyes protrude unnaturally. There are dull blue marks at the corners of my mouth and in the hollows of my temples, and I observe a curious quick pulsation in the veins of my throat. Be my torment what it will, now there is no remedy, and I am resolved to sit here and study my own features to the end. The Reaper whose name is Death must surely be near, ready to gather my long hair in his skeleton hand like a sheaf of ripe corn. My poor beautiful hair! How I have loved its glistening ripples, and brushed it, and twined it round my fingers. And how soon it will lie like a dank weed in the mold. A devouring fire is in my brain and body, I am burning with heat, and parched with thirst, I have drunk deep draughts of cold water, but this has not relieved me. The sun glares in upon me like an open furnace, I try to rise and close the blind against it, but find I have no force to stand upright. The strong radiance blinds me, the silver toilet boxes on my table glitter like so many points of swords. It is by a powerful effort of will that I am able to continue writing, my head is swimming round, and there is a choking sensation in my throat. A moment since I thought I was dying. Torn asunder as it were by the most torturing pangs, I could have screamed for help, and would have done so, had voice been left me. But I cannot speak above a whisper, I mutter my own name to myself, Sybil. Sybil. And can scarcely hear it. My mother stands beside me, apparently waiting, A little while ago I thought I heard her say, "Come, Sybil. Come to your chosen lover." Now I am conscious of a great silence everywhere. A numbness has fallen upon me, and a delicious respite from pain, but I see my face in the glass and know it is the face of the dead. It will soon be all over, a few more uneasy breathings, and I shall be at rest. I am glad, for the world and I were never good friends, I am sure that if we could know, before we were born, what life really is, we should never take the trouble to live. A horrible fear has suddenly beset me. What if death were not what the scientists deem it, suppose it were another form of life? Can it be that I am losing reason and courage together? Or what is this terrible misgiving that is taking possession of me? I begin to falter. A strange sense of horror is creeping over me. I have no more physical pain, but something worse than pain oppresses me. A feeling that I cannot define. I am dying. Dying! I repeat this to myself for comfort. In a little while I shall be deaf and blind and unconscious. Why then is the silence around me now broken through by sound? I listen, and I hear distinctly the clamor of wild voices mingled with a sullen jar and roll as of distant thunder. My mother stands closer to me. She is stretching out her hand to touch mine. Oh God! Let me write while I can. Let me yet hold fast the thread which fastens me to earth, give me time before I drift out, lost in yonder blackness and flame. Let me write for others the awful truth, as I see it, there is no death. None. Cannot die. I am passing out of my body, I am being wrenched away from it inch by inch in inexplicable mystic torture, but I am not dying, I'm being carried forward into a new life, vague and vast. I see a new world full of dark forms, half-shaped yet shapeless, they float towards me, beckoning me on. I am actively conscious, I hear, I think, I know. Death is a mere human dream, a comforting fancy, it has no real existence, there is nothing in the universe but life. Oh hideous misery! Cannot die, in my mortal body I can scarcely breathe, the pen I try to hold writes of itself rather than through my shaking hand, but these pangs are the throes of birth, not death. I hold back, with all the force of my soul I strive not to plunge into that black abyss I see before me, but my mother drags me with her, I cannot shake her off. I hear her voice now, she speaks distinctly, and laughs as though she wept. Come, Sybil. Soul of the child I bore, come and meet your lover. Come and see upon whom you fixed your faith. Soul of the woman I trained, return to that from whence you came. Still I hold back, nude and trembling I stare into a dark void, and now there are wings about me, wings of fiery scarlet! They fill the space, they enfold me, they propel me, they rush past and whirl around me, stinging me as with flying arrows and showers of hail. Let me write on, write on with this dead fleshly hand. One moment more time. Dread God. One moment more to write the truth, the terrible truth of death, whose darkest secret, life, is unknown to men. I live! A new, strong, impetuous vitality possesses me, though my mortal body is nearly dead. Faint gasps and weak shudderings affect it still, and I, outside it and no longer of it, propel its perishing hand to write these final words. I live! I to my despair and terror, to my remorse and agony, I live. Oh, the unspeakable misery of this new life. And worst of all, God whom I doubted, God whom I was taught to deny, this wronged, blasphemed and outraged God exists. And I could have found him had I chosen, this knowledge is forced upon me as I am torn from hence, it is shouted at me by 1,000 wailing voices. Too late. Too late. The scarlet wings beat me downward, these strange half-shapeless forms close round and drive me onward. To a further darkness. Amid wind and fire, serve me, dead hand, once more ere I depart. My tortured spirit must seize and compel you to write down this thing unnameable, that earthly eyes may read, and earthly souls take timely warning. I know at last whom I have loved, whom I have chosen, whom I have worshipped. O God, have mercy. I know WHO claims my worship now and drags me into yon rolling world of flame. His name is... Here the manuscript ended, incomplete and broken off abruptly, and there was a blot on the last sentence, as though the pen had been violently wrenched from the dying fingers and hastily flung down. The clock in the west room again chimed the hour. I rose stiffly from my chair, trembling, my self-possession was giving way, and I began to feel at last unnerved. I looked askance at my dead wife, she, who with a superhuman dying effort had declared herself to be yet alive, who, in some imaginable strange way, had seemingly written after death, in a frantic desire to make some appalling declaration which nevertheless remained undeclared. The rigid figure of the corpse had now real terrors for me, I dared not touch it, I scarcely dared to look at it. In some dim inscrutable fashion I felt as if scarlet wings environed it, beating me down, yet pressing me on, me too, in my turn. With the manuscript gathered close in my hand, I bent nervously forward to blow out the wax lights on the toilet table. I saw on the floor the handkerchief odorous with the French perfume the dead woman had written of, I picked it up and placed it near her where she sat grinning hideously at her own mirrored ghastliness. The flash of the jeweled serpent round her waist caught my eyes anew as I did this, and I stared for a moment at its green glitter, dumbly fascinated, then, moving stealthily with the cold sweat pouring down my back and every pulse in me rendered feeble by sheer horror, I turned to leave the room. As I reached the portiere and lifted it, some instinct made me look back at the dread picture of the leading society beauty sitting stark and livid pale before her own stark and livid pale image in the glass, what a fashion plate she would make now, I thought, for a frivolous and hypocritical lady's paper. You say you are not dead, Sybil. I muttered aloud, not dead, but living. Then, if you are alive, where are you, Sybil? Where are you? The heavy silence seemed fraught with fearful meaning, the light of the electric lamps on the corpse and on the shimmering silk garment trapped round it appeared unearthly, and the perfume in the room had a grave-like earthy smell. A panic seized me, and dragging frantically at the portiere till all its velvet folds were drawn thickly together, I made haste to shut out from my sight the horrible figure of the woman whose bodily fairness I had loved in the customary way of sensual men, and left her without so much as a pardoning or pitying kiss of farewell on the cold brow. For, after all, I had myself to think of. And she was dead. Chapter 37. I pass over all the details of polite shock, affected sorrow, and feigned sympathy of society at my wife's sudden death. No one was really grieved about it, men raised their eyebrows, shrugged their shoulders, lit extra cigarettes and dismissed the subject as too unpleasant and depressing to dwell upon, women were glad of the removal of a too beautiful and too much admired rival, and the majority of fashionable folk delighted in having something thrilling to talk about in the tragic circumstances of her end. As a rule, people are seldom or never unselfish enough to be honestly sorry for the evanishment of some leading or brilliant figure from their midst, the vacancy leaves room for the pushing in of smaller fry. Be sure that if you are unhappily celebrated for either beauty, wit, intellect, or all three together, half society wishes you dead already, and the other half tries to make you as wretched as possible while you are alive. To be missed at all when you die, someone must love you very deeply and unselfishly, and deep unselfish love is rarer to find among mortals than a pearl in a dustbin. Thanks to my abundance of cash, everything concerning Sybil's suicide was admirably managed. In consideration of her social position as an earl's daughter, 2 doctors certified, on my paying them very handsome fees, that hers was a death by misadventure, namely, through taking an accidental overdose of a powerful sleeping draught. It was the best report to make, and the most respectable. It gave the penny press an opportunity of moralizing on the dangers that lurked in sleeping draughts generally, and Tom, Dick, and Harry all wrote letters to their favorite periodicals, signing their names in full, giving their opinions as to the nature of sleeping draughts, so that for a week at least the ordinary dullness of the newspapers was quite enlivened by ungrammatical gratis copy. The conventionalities of law, decency and order were throughout scrupulously observed and complied with, everybody was paid, which was the chief thing, and everybody was, I believe, satisfied with what they managed to make out of a death payment. The funeral gave joy to the souls of all undertakers, it was so expensive and impressive. The florist's trade gained something of an impetus by the innumerable orders received for wreaths and crosses made of the costliest flowers. When the coffin was carried to the grave, it could not be seen for the load of blossoms that covered it. And amid all the cards and loving tokens and farewell dearests and not lost but gone befores that ticketed the white masses of lilies, gardenias and roses which were supposed to symbolize the innocence and sweetness of the poisoned corpse they were sent to adorn, there was not one honest regret, not one unfeigned expression of true sorrow. Lord Elton made a sufficiently striking figure of dignified parental woe, but on the whole I think he was not sorry for his daughter's death, since the only opposing obstacle to his marriage with Diana Chesney was now removed. I fancy Diana herself was sorry, so far as such a frivolous little American could be sorry for anything, perhaps, however, it would be more correct to say that she was frightened. Sybil's sudden end startled and troubled her, but I am not sure that it grieved her. There is such a difference between unselfish grief and the mere sense of nervous personal shock. Miss Charlotte Fitzroy took the news of her niece's death with that admirable fortitude which frequently characterizes religious spinsters of a certain age. She put by her knitting, said God's will be done, and sent for her favorite clergyman. He came, stayed with her some hours drinking strong tea, and the next morning at church administered to her the communion. This done, Miss Fitzroy went on the blameless and even tenor of her way, wearing the same virtuously distressed expression as usual, and showed no further sign of feeling. I, as the afflicted millionaire husband, was no doubt the most interesting figure on the scene. I was, I know, very well got up, thanks to my tailor, and to the affectionate care of the chief undertaker who handed me my black gloves on the day of the funeral with servile solicitude, but in my heart I felt myself to be a far better actor than Henry Irving, and if only for my admirable mimicry of heartbreak, more fully worthy of the accolade. Lucio did not attend the obsequies, he wrote me a brief note of sympathy from town, and hinted that he was sure I could understand his reasons for not being present. I did understand, of course, and appreciated his respect, as I thought, for me and my feelings, yet strange and incongruous as it may seem, I never longed so much for his company as I did then. However, we had a glorious burial of my fair and false lady, prancing horses drew coroneted carriages in a long defile down the pretty Warwickshire lanes to the grey old church, picturesque and peaceful, where the clergyman and his assistants in newly washed surplices met the flower-laden coffin, and with the usual conventional mumblings, consigned it to the dust. There were even press reporters present, who not only described the scene as it did not happen, but who also sent fancy sketches, to their respective journals, of the church as it did not exist. I mention this simply to show how thoroughly all proper forms were carried out and conceded to. After the ceremony all we mourners went back to Willowsmere to luncheon, and I well remember that Lord Elton told me a new and risque joke over a glass of port before the meal was finished. The undertakers had a sort of festive banquet in the servants' hall, and taking everything into due consideration, my wife's death gave a great deal of pleasure to many people, and put useful money into several ready pockets. She had left no blank in society that could not be easily filled up, she was merely one butterfly out of thousands, more daintily coloured perhaps and more restless in flight, but never judged as more than up to the butterfly standard. I said no one gave her an honest regret, but I was wrong. Mavis Clare was genuinely, almost passionately grieved. She sent no flowers for the coffin, but she came to the funeral by herself, and stood a little apart waiting silently till the grave was covered in and then, just as the fashionable train of mourners were leaving the churchyard, she advanced and placed a white cross of her own garden lilies across the newly turned brown mould. I noticed her action, and determined that before I left Willowsmere for the east with Lucio, for my journey had only been postponed a week or two on account of Sybil's death, she should know all. The day came when I carried out this resolve. It was a rainy and chill afternoon, and I found Mavis in her study, sitting beside a bright log fire with her small terrier in her lap and her faithful St. Bernard stretched at her feet. She was absorbed in a book, and over her watched the marble pillars, inflexible and austere. As I entered she rose, and putting down the volume and her pet dog together, she advanced to meet me with an intense sympathy in her clear eyes, and a wordless pity in the tremulous lines of her sweet mouth. It was charming to see how sorry she felt for me, and it was odd that I could not feel sorry for myself. After a few words of embarrassed greeting I sat down and watched her silently, while she arranged the logs in the fire to make them burn brighter, and for the moment avoided my gaze. I suppose you know I began with harsh abruptness that the sleeping draught story is a polite fiction? You know that my wife poisoned herself intentionally. Mavis looked at me with a troubled and compassionate expression. I feared it was so. She began nervously. Oh, there is nothing either to fear or to hope, I said with some violence. She did it. And can you guess why she did it? Because she was mad with her own wickedness and sensuality, because she loved with a guilty love, my friend Lucio Romanes. Mavis gave a little cry as of pain, and sat down white and trembling. You can read quickly, I am sure, I went on. Part of the profession of literature is the ability to skim books and manuscripts rapidly, and grasp the whole gist of them in a few minutes. Read this, and I handed her the rolled-up pages of Sybil's dying declaration. Let me stay here, while you learn from that what sort of a woman she was, and judge whether, despite her beauty, she is worth a regret. Pardon me, said Mavis gently. I would rather not read what was not meant for my eyes. But it is meant for your eyes, I retorted impatiently. It is meant for everybody's eyes apparently, it is addressed to nobody in particular. There is a mention of you in it. I beg, nay, I command you to read it! I want your opinion on it, your advice. You may possibly suggest, after perusal, the proper sort of epitaph I ought to inscribe on the monument I am going to build to her sacred and dear memory. I covered my face with one hand to hide the bitter smile which I knew betrayed my thoughts, and pushed the manuscript towards her. Very reluctantly she took it, and slowly unrolling it, began to read. For several minutes there was a silence, broken only by the crackling of the logs on the fire, and the regular breathing of the dogs, who now both lay stretched comfortably in front of the wood blaze. I looked covertly at the woman whose fame I had envied, at the girlish figure, the coronal of soft hair, the delicate, drooping sensitive face, the small white classic hand that held the written sheets of paper so firmly yet so tenderly, the very hand of the Greek marble Psyche, and I thought what short-sighted asses some literary men are who suppose they can succeed in shutting out women like Mavis Clare from winning everything that fame or fortune can offer. Such a head as hers, albeit covered with locks fair and caressable, was not meant, in its fine shape and compactness, for submission to inferior intelligences, whether masculine or feminine. That determined little chin, which the firelight delicately outlined, was a visible declaration of the strength of will and the indomitably high ambition of its owner, and yet, the soft eyes, the tender mouth, did not these suggest the sweetest love, the purest passion that ever found place in a woman's heart? I lost myself in dreamy musing, I thought of many things that had little to do with either my own past or present. I realized that now and then at rare intervals God makes a woman of genius with a thinker's brain and an angel's soul, and that such an one is bound to be a destiny to all mortals less divinely endowed, and a glory to the world in which she dwells. So considering, I studied Mavis Clare's face and form, I saw her eyes fill with tears as she read on, why should she weep, I wondered, over that last document which had left me unmoved and callous. I was startled almost as if from sleep when her voice, thrilling with pain, disturbed the stillness, she sprang up, gazing at me as if she saw some horrible vision. Oh, are you so blind, she cried, as not to see what this means? Can you not understand? Do you not know your worst enemy, my worst enemy? I echoed, amazed. You surprise me, Mavis, what have I, or my enemies or friends, to do with my wife's last confession? She raved, between poison and passion. She could not tell, as you see by her final words, whether she was dead or alive, and her writing at all under such stress of circumstances was a phenomenal effort, but it has nothing to do with me personally. For God's sake do not be so hard-hearted, said Mavis passionately. To me these last words of Sybil '(s), poor, tortured, miserable girl, are beyond all expression horrible and appalling. Do you mean to tell me you have no belief in a future life? None. I answered with conviction. Then this is nothing to you? This solemn assurance of hers that she is not dead, but living again, living too, in indescribable misery. You do not believe it? Does anyone believe the ravings of the dying? I answered. She was, as I have said, suffering the torments of poison and passion, and in those torments wrote as one tormented. Is it impossible to convince you of the truth? Asked Mavis solemnly. Are you so diseased in your spiritual perceptions as not to know, beyond a doubt, that this world is but the shadow of the other worlds awaiting us? I assure you, as I live, you will have that terrible knowledge forced upon you some day. I am aware of your theories, your wife had the same beliefs or rather non-beliefs as yourself, yet she has been convinced at last. I shall not attempt to argue with you. If this last letter of the unhappy girl you wedded cannot open your eyes to the eternal facts you choose to ignore, nothing will ever help you. You are in the power of your enemy. Of whom are you speaking, Mavis? I asked, astonished, observing that she stood like one suddenly appalled in a dream, her eyes fixed musingly on vacancy, and her lips trembling apart. Your enemy, she repeated with energy. It seems to me as if his shadow stood near you now. Listen to this voice from the dead Sybil's voice. What does she say? Oh God, have mercy. I know who claims my worship now and drags me into yon rolling world of flame. His name is apostrophe. Well, I interrupted eagerly. She breaks off there. His name is apostrophe Lucio Romanes, said Mavis in a thrilling tone. I do not know from whence he came, but I take God to witness my belief that he is a worker of evil, a fiend in beautiful human shape, a destroyer and a corrupter. The curse of him fell on Sybil the moment she met him, the same curse rests on you. Leave him if you are wise, take your chance of escape while it remains to you, and never let him see your face again. She spoke with a kind of breathless haste as though impelled by a force not her own, I stared at her amazed, and in a manner irritated. Such a course of action would be impossible, Tom. Mavis, I said somewhat coldly. The Prince Romanes is my best friend. No man ever had a better and his loyalty to me has been put to a severe test under which most men would have failed. I have not told you all. And I related in a few words the scene I had witnessed between my wife and Lucio in the music gallery at Willowsmere. She listened, but with an evident effort, and pushing back her clustering hair from her brows, she sighed heavily. I am sorry, but it does not alter my conviction, she said. I look upon your best friend as your worst foe. And I feel you do not realize the awful calamity of your wife's death in its true aspect. Will you forgive me if I ask you to leave me now? Lady Sybil's letter has affected me terribly. I feel I cannot speak about it any more. I wish I had not read it. She broke off with a little half-suppressed sob, I saw she was unnerved, and taking the manuscript from her hand I said half-banteringly, You cannot then suggest an epitaph for my wife's monument? She turned upon me with a grand gesture of reproach. Yes, I can, she replied in a low, indignant voice. Inscribe it as from a pitiless hand to a broken heart. That will suit the dead girl, and you, the living man. Her rustling gown swept across my feet, she passed me and was gone. Stupefied by her sudden anger and equally sudden departure, I stood inert, the St. Bernard rose from the hearthrug and glowered at me suspiciously, evidently wishing me to take my leave, Pallas Athene stared, as usual, through me and beyond me in a boundless scorn, all the various objects in this quiet study seemed silently to eject me as an undesired occupant. I looked round it once longingly, as a tired outcast may look on a peaceful garden and wish in vain to enter. How like her sex she is after all, I said half aloud. She blames me for being pitiless, and forgets that Sybil was the sinner, not I. No matter how guilty a woman may be, she generally manages to secure a certain amount of sympathy. A man is always left out in the cold. A shuddering sense of loneliness oppressed me as my eyes wandered round the restful room. The odor of lilies was in the air, exhaled, so I fancied, from the delicate and dainty personality of Mavis herself. If I had only known her first, and loved her, I murmured, as I turned away at last and left the house. But then I remembered I had hated her before I ever met her, and not only had I hated her, but I had vilified and misrepresented her work with a scurrilous pen under the shield of anonymity, and out of sheer malice, thus giving her in the public sight the greatest proof of her own genius a gifted woman can ever win, man's envy. Chapter 38. 2 weeks later I stood on the deck of Lucio's yacht the Flame, a vessel whose complete magnificence filled me as well as all other beholders with bewildered wonderment and admiration. She was a miracle of speed, her motive power being electricity, and the electric engines with which she was fitted were so complex and remarkable as to baffle all would-be inquirers into the secret of their mechanism and potency. A large crowd of spectators gathered to see her as she lay off Southampton, attracted by the beauty of her shape and appearance, some bolder spirits even came out in tugs and rowboats, hoping to be allowed to make a visit of inspection on board, but the sailors, powerfully built men of a foreign and somewhat unpleasing type, soon intimated that the company of such inquisitive persons was undesirable and unwelcome. With white sails spread and a crimson flag flying from her mast, she weighed anchor at sunset on the afternoon of the day her owner and I joined her, and moving through the waters with delicious noiselessness and incredible rapidity, soon left far behind her the English shore, looking like a white line in the mist, or the pale vision of a land that might once have been. I had done a few quixotic things before departing from my native country, for example, I had made a free gift of his former home, Willowsmere, to Lord Elton, taking a sort of sullen pleasure in thinking that he, the spendthrift nobleman, owed the restoration of his property to me. To me who had never been either a successful linen draper or furniture man, but simply an author, one of those sort of people whom my lord and my lady imagine they can patronize and neglect again at pleasure without danger to themselves. The arrogant fools invariably forget what lasting vengeance can be taken for an unmerited slight by the owner of a brilliant pen. I was glad too, in a way, to realize that the daughter of the American railway king would be brought to the grand old house to air her countessship, and look at her prettily pert little physiognomy in the very mirror where Sybil had watched herself die. I do not know why this idea pleased me, for I bore no grudge against Diana Chesney, she was vulgar but harmless, and would probably make a much more popular chatelaine at Willowsmere Court than my wife had ever been. Among other things, I dismissed my man Morris, and made him miserable, with a gift of £1,000, to marry and start a business on. He was miserable because he could not make up his mind what business to adopt, his anxiety being to choose the calling that would pay best, and also, because, though he had his eye upon several young women, he could not tell which among them would be likely to be least extravagant, and the most serviceable as a cook and housekeeper. The love of money and the pains of taking care of it, embittered his days as it embitters the days of most men, and my unexpected munificence towards him burdened him with such a weight of trouble as robbed him of natural sleep and appetite. I cared nothing for his perplexities, however, and gave him no advice, good or bad. My other servants I dismissed, each with a considerable gift of money, not that I particularly wished to benefit them, but simply because I desired them to speak well of me. And in this world it is very evident that the only way to get a good opinion is to pay for it. I gave orders to a famous Italian sculptor for Sybil's monument, English sculptors having no conception of sculpture, it was to be of exquisite design, wrought in purest white marble, the chief adornment being the center figure of an angel ready for flight, with the face of Sybil faithfully copied from her picture. Because, however devilish a woman may be in her lifetime, one is bound by all the laws of social hypocrisy to make an angel of her as soon as she is dead. Just before I left London I heard that my old college friend Boffles, John Conington, had met with a sudden end. Busy at the retorting of his gold, he had been choked by the mercurial fumes and had died in hideous torment. At one time this news would have deeply affected me, but now, I was scarcely sorry. I had heard nothing of him since I had come into my fortune, he had never even written to congratulate me. Always full of my own self-importance, I judged this as great neglect on his part, and now that he was dead I felt no more than any of us feel nowadays at the loss of friends. And that is very little, we have really no time to be sorry, so many people are always dying. And we are in such a desperate hurry to rush on to death ourselves. Nothing seemed to touch me that did not closely concern my own personal interest, and I had no affections left, unless I may call the vague tenderness I had for Mavis Clare an affection. Yet, to be honest, this very emotion was after all nothing but a desire to be consoled, pitied and loved by her, to be able to turn upon the world and say, this woman whom you have lifted on your shield of honor and crowned with laurels, she loves me, she is not yours, but mine. Purely interested and purely selfish was the longing, and it deserved no other name than selfishness. My feelings for Romanes too began at this time to undergo a curious change. The fascination I had for him, the power he exercised over me remained as great as ever, but I found myself often absorbed in a close study of him, strangely against my own will. Sometimes his every look seemed fraught with meaning, his every gesture suggestive of an almost terrific authority. He was always to me the most attractive of beings, nevertheless there was an uneasy sensation of doubt and fear growing up in my mind regarding him, a painful anxiety to know more about him than he had ever told me, and on rare occasions I experienced a sudden shock of inexplicable repulsion against him which like a tremendous wave threw me back with violence upon myself and left me half stunned with a dread of I knew not what. Alone with him, as it were, on the wide sea, cut off for a time from all other intercourse than that which we shared together, these sensations were very strong upon me. I began to note many things which I had been too blind or too absorbed in my own pursuits to observe before. The offensive presence of Emile, who acted as chief steward on board the yacht, filled me now not only with dislike, but nervous apprehension, the dark and more or less repulsive visages of the crew haunted me in my dreams, and one day, leaning over the vessel's edge and gazing blankly down into the fathomless water below, I fell to thinking of strange sorceries of the East, and stories of magicians who by the exercise of unlawful science did so make victims of men and delude them that their wills were entirely perverted and no longer their own. I do not know why this passing thought should have suddenly overwhelmed me with deep depression, but when I looked up, to me the sky had grown dark, and the face of one of the sailors who was near me polishing the brass handrail, seemed singularly threatening and sinister. I moved to go to the other side of the deck, when a hand was gently laid on my shoulder from behind, and turning, I met the sad and splendid eyes of Lucio. "Are you growing weary of the voyage, Geoffrey?" he asked, weary of those two suggestions of eternity: the interminable sky, the interminable sea? I am afraid you are. Man easily gets fatigued with his own littleness and powerlessness when he is set afloat on a plank between air and ocean. Yet we are traveling as swiftly as electricity will bear us, and, as worked in this vessel, it is carrying us at a far greater speed than you perhaps realize or imagine. I made no immediate answer, but taking his arm strolled slowly up and down. I felt he was looking at me, but I avoided meeting his gaze. You have been thinking of your wife? He queried softly and, as I thought, sympathetically. I have shunned, for reasons you know of, all allusion to the tragic end of so beautiful a creature. Beauty is, alas, so often subject to hysteria. Yet if you had any faith, you would believe she is an angel now. I stopped short at this, and looked straight at him. There was a fine smile on his delicate mouth. An angel, I repeated slowly, or a devil? Which would you say she is? You, who sometimes declare that you believe in heaven, and hell. He was silent, but the dreamy smile remained still on his lips. Come, speak, I said roughly. You can be frank with me, you know, angel or devil, which, my dear Geoffrey? He remonstrated gently and with gravity. A woman is always an angel, both here and hereafter. I laughed bitterly. If that is part of your faith, I am sorry for you. I have not spoken of my faith, he rejoined in colder accents, lifting his brilliant eyes to the darkening heaven. I'm not a salvationist, that I should bray forth a creed to the sound of drum and drum. All the same, you have a creed, I persisted, and I fancy it must be a strange one. If you remember, you promised to explain it to me. Are you ready to receive such an explanation? He asked in a somewhat ironical tone. No, my dear friend. Permit me to say you are not ready, not yet. My beliefs are too positive to be brought even into contact with your contradictions, too frightfully real to submit to your doubts for a moment. You would at once begin to revert to the puny used-uphold arguments of Voltaire, Schopenhauer and Huxley, little atomic theories like grains of dust in the whirlwind of my knowledge. I can tell you I believe in God as a very actual and positive being, and that is presumably the first of the church articles. You believe in God? I echoed his words, staring at him stupidly. He seemed in earnest. In fact, he had always seemed in earnest on the subject of deity. Vaguely I thought of a woman in society whom I slightly knew, an ugly woman, unattractive and mean-minded, who passed her time in entertaining semi-royalties and pushing herself amongst them, she had said to me one day, I hate people who believe in God, don't you? The idea of a God makes me sick. You believe in God? I repeated again dubiously. Look, he said, raising his hand towards the sky. There, a few drifting clouds cover millions of worlds, impenetrable, mysterious, yet actual. Down there, and he pointed to the sea, lurk 1,000 things of which, though the ocean is a part of Earth, human beings have not yet learned the nature. Between these upper and lower spaces of the incomprehensible yet absolute, you, a finite atom of limited capabilities, stand, uncertain how long the frail thread of your life shall last, yet arrogantly balancing the question with your own poor brain, as to whether you in your utter littleness and incompetency shall condescend to accept a God or not. I confess, that of all astonishing things in the universe, this particular attitude of modern mankind is the most astonishing to me. Your own attitude is? The reluctant acceptance of such terrific knowledge as is forced upon me, he replied with a dark smile. I do not say I have been an apartment or a willing pupil, I have had to suffer in learning what I know. Do you believe in hell? I asked him suddenly, and in Satan, the arch-enemy of mankind? He was silent for so long that I was surprised, the more so as he grew pale to the lips, and a curious, almost death-like rigidity of feature gave his expression something of the ghastly and terrible. After a pause he turned his eyes upon me. An intense burning misery was reflected in them, though he smiled. Most assuredly I believe in hell. How can I do otherwise if I believe in heaven? If there is an up, there must be a down. If there is light, there must also be darkness. And, concerning the arch-enemy of mankind, if half the stories reported of him be true, he must be the most piteous and pitiable figure in the universe. What would be the sorrows of 1,000 million worlds, compared to the sorrows of Satan? Sorrows? I echoed. He is supposed to rejoice in the working of evil. Neither angel nor devil can do that, he said slowly. To rejoice in the working of evil is a temporary mania which affects man only. For actual joy to come out of evil, chaos must come again, and God must extinguish himself. He stared across the dark sea, the sun had sunk, and one faint star twinkled through the clouds. And so I again say the sorrows of Satan. sorrows immeasurable as eternity itself, imagine them. To be shut out of heaven. To hear, all through the unending seons, the far-off voices of angels whom once he knew and loved. To be a wanderer among deserts of darkness, and to pine for the light celestial that was formerly as air and food to his being, and to know that man's folly, man's utter selfishness, man's cruelty, keep him thus exiled, an outcast from pardon and peace. Man's nobleness may lift a lost spirit almost within reach of his lost joys, but man's vileness drags him down again. Easy was the torture of Sisyphus compared with the torture of Satan. No wonder that he loathes mankind. Small blame to him if he seeks to destroy the puny tribe eternally. Little marvel that he grudges them their share of immortality. Think of it as a legend merely, and he turned upon me with a movement that was almost fierce. Christ redeemed man, and by his teaching, showed how it was possible for man to redeem the devil. I do not understand you, I said feebly, awed by the strange pain and passion of his tone. Do you not? Yet my meaning is scarcely obscure. If men were true to their immortal instincts and to the God that made them, if they were generous, honest, fearless, faithful, reverent, unselfish. If women were pure, brave, tender and loving, can you not imagine that, in the strong force and fairness of such a world, Lucifer, son of the morning, would be moved to love instead of hate? That the closed doors of paradise would be unbarred, and that he, lifted towards his Creator on the prayers of pure lives, would wear again his angel's crown? Can you not realize this, even by way of a legendary story? Why yes, as a legendary story the idea is beautiful, I admitted, and to me, as I told you once before, quite new. Still, as men are never likely to be honest, or women pure, I'm afraid the poor devil stands a bad chance of ever getting redeemed. I fear so too. And he eyed me with a curious derision. I very much fear so. And his chances being so slight, I rather respect him for being the arch-enemy of such a worthless race. He paused a moment, then added, I wonder how we have managed to get on such an absurd subject of conversation. It is dull and uninteresting, as all spiritual themes invariably are. My object in bringing you out on this voyage is not to indulge in psychological argument, but to make you forget your troubles as much as possible, and enjoy the present while it lasts. There was a vibration of compassionate kindness in his voice which at once moved me to an acute sense of self-pity, the worst inhibitor of moral force that exists. I sighed heavily. Truly I have suffered, I said, more than most men, more even than most millionaires deserve to suffer, declared Lucio, with that inevitable touch of a sarcasm which distinguished some of his friendliest remarks. Money is supposed to make amends to a man for everything, and even the wealthy wife of a certain Irish patriot has not found it incompatible with affection to hold her moneybags close to herself while her husband has been declared a bankrupt. How she has idolized him, let others say. Now, considering your cash abundance, it must be owned the fates have treated you somewhat unkindly. The smile that was half cruel and half sweet radiated in his eyes as he spoke, and again a singular revulsion of feeling against him moved me to dislike and fear. And yet, how fascinating was his company. I could not but admit that the voyage with him to Alexandria on board the Flame was one of positive enchantment and luxury all the way. There was nothing in a material sense left to wish for, all that could appeal to the intelligence or the imagination had been thought of on board this wonderful yacht which sped like a fairy ship over the sea. Some of the sailors were skilled musicians, and on tranquil nights, or at sunset, would bring stringed instruments and discourse to our ears the most dulcet and ravishing melodies. Lucio himself too would often sing, his luscious voice resounding, as it seemed, over all the visible sea and sky, with such passion as might have drawn an angel down to listen. Gradually my mind became impregnated with these snatches of mournful, fierce, or weird minor tunes, and I began to suffer in silence from an inexplicable depression and foreboding sense of misery, as well as from another terrible feeling to which I could scarcely give a name, a dreadful uncertainty of myself, as of one lost in a wilderness and about to die. I endured these fits of mental agony alone, and in such dreary burning moments, believed I was going mad. I grew more and more sullen and taciturn, and when we at last arrived at Alexandria I was not moved to any particular pleasure. The place was new to me, but I was not conscious of novelty, everything seemed flat, dull, and totally uninteresting. A heavy, almost lethargic stupor chained my wits, and when we left the yacht in harbour and went on to Cairo, I was not sensible of any personal enjoyment in the journey, or interest in what I saw. I was only partially roused when we took possession of a luxurious dahabi, which, with a retinue of attendants, had been specially chartered for us, and commenced our lotus-like voyage up the Nile. The reed-edged, sluggish yellow river fascinated me, I used to spend long hours reclining at full length in a deck chair, gazing at the flat shores, the blown sand heaps, the broken columns and mutilated temples of the dead kingdoms of the past. One evening, thus musing, while the great golden moon climbed languidly up into the sky to stare at the wrecks of earthly ages, I said, if one could only see these ancient cities as they once existed, what strange revelations might be made. Our modern marvels of civilization and progress might seem small trifles after all, for I believe in our days we are only rediscovering what the peoples of old time knew. Lucio drew his cigar from his mouth and looked at it meditatively. Then he glanced up at me with a half smile. Would you like to see a city resuscitated? He inquired. Here, in this very spot, some 6,000 years ago, a king reigned, with a woman not his queen, but his favorite, quite a lawful arrangement in those days, who was as famous for her beauty and virtue as this river is for its fructifying tide. Here, civilization had progressed enormously, with the one exception that it had not outgrown faith. Modern France and England have beaten the ancients in their scorn of God and creed, their contempt for divine things, their unnameable lasciviousness and blasphemy. This city, and he waved his hand towards a dreary stretch of shore where a cluster of tall reeds waved above the monster fragment of a fallen column, was governed by the strong pure faith of its people more than anything, and the ruler of social things in it was a woman. The king's favorite was something like Mavis Clare in that she possessed genius, she had also the qualities of justice, intelligence, love, truth and a most noble unselfishness, she made this place happy. It was a paradise on earth while she lived, when she died, its glory ended. So much can a woman do if she chooses, so much does she not do, in her usual cow-like way of living. How do you know all this you tell me of? I asked him. By study of past records, he replied. I read what modern men declare they have no time to read. You are right in the idea that all new things are only old things reinvented or rediscovered, if you had gone a step further and said that some of men's present lives are only the continuation of their past, you would not have been wrong. Now, if you like, I can, by my science, show you the city that stood here long ago, the city beautiful as its name is, translated from the ancient tongue. I roused myself from my lounging attitude and looked at him amazedly. He met my gaze unmoved. You can show it to me, I exclaimed. How can you do such an impossible thing? Permit me to hypnotize you, he answered, smiling. My system of hypnotism is, very fortunately, not yet discovered by meddlesome inquirers into occult matters, but it never fails of its effect, and I promise you, you shall, under my influence, see not only the place, but the people. My curiosity was strongly excited, and I became more eager to try the suggested experiment than I cared to openly show. I laughed, however, with affected indifference. I'm perfectly willing, I said. All the same, I don't think you can hypnotize me, I have much too strong a will of my own, at which remark I saw a smile, dark and saturnine, hover on his lips. But you can make the attempt. He rose at once, and signed to one of our Egyptian servants. Stop the dahabi, Azima, he said. We will rest here for the night. Azima, a superb-looking Eastern in picturesque white garments, put his hands to his head in submission and retired to give the order. In another few moments the dahabi had stopped. A great silence was around us, the moonlight fell like yellow wine on the deck, in the far distance, across the stretches of dark sand, a solitary column towered so clear-cut against the sky that it was almost possible to discern upon it the outline of a monstrous face. Lucio stood still, confronting me, saying nothing, but looking me steadily through and through, with those wonderfully mystic, melancholy eyes that seemed to penetrate and burn my very flesh. I was attracted as a bird might be by the basilisk eyes of a snake, yet I tried to smile and say something indifferent. My efforts were useless, personal consciousness was slipping from me fast, the sky, the water and the moon whirled round each other in a giddy chase for precedence, I could not move, for my limbs seemed fastened to my chair with weights of iron, and I was for a few minutes absolutely powerless. Then suddenly my vision cleared, as I thought my senses grew vigorous and alert. I heard the sound of solemn marching music. And there, there in the full radiance of the moon, with 1,000 lights gleaming from towers and cupolas, shone the city beautiful. Chapter 39. A vision of majestic buildings, vast, stately and gigantic. Apostrophe of streets crowded with men and women in white and colored garments, adorned with jewels, with flowers that grew on the roofs of palaces and swung from terrace to terrace in loops and garlands of fantastic bloom, of trees, broad-branched and fully leafed, of marble embankments overlooking the river, of lotus lilies growing thickly below, by the water's edge, of music, that echoed in silver and brazen wangings from the shelter of shady gardens and covered balconies, every beautiful detail rose before me more distinctly than an ivory carving mounted on an ebony shield. Just opposite where I stood, or seemed to stand, on the deck of a vessel in the busy harbor, a wide avenue extended, opening up into huge squares embellished with strange figures of granite gods and animals, I saw the sparkling spray of many fountains in the moonlight, and heard the low persistent hum of the restless human multitudes that thronged the place as thickly as bees clustered in a hive. To the left of the scene I could discern a huge bronze gate guarded by sphinxes. There was a garden beyond it, and from that depth of shade a girl's voice, singing a strange wild melody, came floating towards me on the breeze. Meanwhile the marching music I had first of all caught the echo of, sounded nearer and nearer, and presently I perceived a great crowd approaching with lighted torches and garlands of flowers. Soon I saw a band of priests in brilliant robes that literally blazed with sun-like gems, they were moving towards the river, and with them came young boys and little children, while on either side, maidens whitely veiled and rose-wreathed, paced demurely, swinging silver censers to and fro. After the priestly procession walked a regal figure between ranks of slaves and attendants, I knew it for the king of this city beautiful, and was almost moved to join in the thundering acclamations which greeted his progress. And that snowy palanquin, carried by lily-crowned girls, that followed his train, who occupied it? What gem of his land was thus tenderly enshrined? I was consumed by an extraordinary longing to know this, I watched the white burden coming nearer to my point of vantage, I saw the priests arrange themselves in a semicircle on the river embankment, the king in their midst, and the surging shouting multitude around, then came the brazen clangor of many bells, intermixed with the rolling of drums and the shrilling sound of reed pipes lightly blown upon, and, amid the blaze of the flaring torches, the white palanquin was set down upon the ground. A woman, clad in some silvery glistening tissue, stepped forth from it like a sylph from there, foam of the sea, but she was veiled, I could not discern so much as the outline of her features, and the keen disappointment of this was a positive torture to me. If I could but see her, I thought, I should know something I had never hitherto guessed. Lift, oh, lift the shrouding veil, spirit of the city beautiful. I inwardly prayed, for I feel I shall read in your eyes the secret of happiness. But the veil was not withdrawn. The music made barbaric clamor in my ears. The blaze of strong light and color blinded me, and I felt myself reeling into a dark chaos, where, as I imagined, I chased the moon, as she flew before me on silver wings, then the sound of a rich baritone trolling out a light song from a familiar modern opera booth confused and startled me, and in another second I found myself staring wildly at Lucio, who, lying easily back in his deck chair, was caroling joyously to the silent night and the blank expanse of sandy shore, in front of which our dahabi rested motionless. With a cry I flung myself upon him. "Where is she?" I exclaimed. "Who is she?" He looked at me without replying, and smiling quizzically, released himself from my sudden grasp. I drew back shuddering and bewildered. I saw it all. I murmured, the city, the priests, the people, the king. All but her face. Why was that hidden from me? And actual tears rose to my eyes involuntarily, Lucio surveyed me with evident amusement. What a find you would be to a first-class spiritual impostor playing his tricks in cultured and easily gulled London society, he observed. You seem most powerfully impressed by a passing vision. Do you mean to tell me, I said earnestly, that what I saw just now was the mere thought of your brain conveyed to mine? TCC 37. Precisely. He responded. I know what the city beautiful was like, and I was able to draw it for you on the canvas of my memory and present it as a complete picture to your inward sight. For you have an inward sight, though, like most people, you live unconscious of that neglected faculty. But who was she? I repeated obstinately. She was, I presume, the king's favorite. If she kept her face hidden from you as you complain, I am sorry. But I assure you it was not my fault. Get to bed, Geoffrey, you look dazed. You take visions badly, yet they are better than realities, believe me. Somehow I could not answer him. I left him abruptly and went below to try and sleep, but my thoughts were all cruelly confused, and I began to be more than ever overwhelmed with a sense of deepening terror, a feeling that I was being commanded, controlled, and, as it were, driven along by a force that had in it something unearthly. It was a most distressing sensation, it made me shrink, at times, from the look of Lucio's eyes, now and then indeed I almost cowered before him, so increasingly great was the indefinable dread I had of his presence. It was not so much the strange vision of the city beautiful that had inspired this in me, for after all, that was only a trick of hypnotism, as he had said, and as I was content to argue it with myself, but it was his whole manner that suddenly began to impress me as it had never impressed me before. If any change was slowly taking place in my sentiments towards him, so surely it seemed was he changing equally towards me. His imperious ways were more imperial, his sarcasm more sarcastic, his contempt for mankind more openly displayed and more frequently pronounced. Yet I admired him as much as ever, I delighted in his conversation, whether it were witty, philosophical, or cynical, I could not imagine myself without his company. Nevertheless the gloom on my mind deepened, our Nile trip became infinitely wearisome to me, so much so, that almost before we had got halfway on our journey up the river, I longed to turn back again and wished the voyage at an end. An incident that occurred at Luxor was more than sufficient to strengthen this desire. We had stayed there for several days exploring the district and visiting the ruins of Thebes and Karnak, where they were busy excavating tombs. One afternoon they brought to light a red granite sarcophagus intact, in it was a richly painted coffin which was opened in our presence, and was found to contain the elaborately adorned mummy of a woman. Lucio proved himself an apartment reader of hieroglyphics, and he translated in brief and with glib accuracy the history of the corpse as it was pictured inside the sepulchral shell. A dancer at the court of Queen Amenartes, he announced for the benefit of several interested spectators who with myself stood round the sarcophagus, who, because of her many sins, and secret guilt, which made her life unbearable, and her days full of corruption, died of poison administered by her own hand, according to the king's command, and in presence of the executioners of law. Such is the lady's story, condensed semicolon. There are a good many other details, of course. She appears to have been only in her 20th year. Well. And he smiled as he looked round upon his little audience, we may congratulate ourselves on having progressed since the days of these over-strict ancient Egyptians. The sins of dancers are not, with us, taken no grand serious. Shall we see what she is like? No objection was raised by the authorities concerned in the discoveries, and I, who had never witnessed the unrolling of a mummy before, watched the process with great interest and curiosity. As one by one of the scented wrappings were removed, a long tress of nut brown hair became visible, then, those who were engaged in the task, used more extreme and delicate precaution, Lucio himself assisting them to uncover the face. As this was done, a kind of sick horror stole over me, brown and stiff as parchment though the features were, their contour was recognizable, and when the whole countenance was exposed to view I could almost have shrieked aloud the name of Sybil. For it was like her. Dreadfully like ! And as the faint half-aromatic half-putrid odors of the unrolled cerements crept towards me on the air, I reeled back giddily and covered my eyes. Irresistibly I was reminded of the subtle French perfume exhaled from Sybil's garments when I found her dead, that, and this sickly effluvia were not unlike. A man standing near me saw me swerve as though about to fall, and caught me on his arm. "The sun is too strong for you, I fear?" he said kindly. "This climate does not suit everybody." I forced a smile and murmured something about a passing touch of vertigo, then, recovering myself I gazed fearfully at Lucio, who was studying the mummy attentively with a curious smile. Presently stooping over the coffin he took out of it a piece of finely wrought gold in the shape of medallion. "This, I imagine, must be the fair dancer's portrait," he said, holding it up to the view of all the eager and exclaiming spectators. "Quite a treasure trove. An admirable piece of ancient workmanship, besides being the picture of a very lovely woman. Do you not think so, Geoffrey?" He handed me the medallion, and I examined it with deadly and fascinated interest, The face was exquisitely beautiful, but assuredly it was the face of Sybil. I never remember how I lived through the rest of that day. At night, as soon as I had an opportunity of speaking to Romanes alone, I asked him, "Did you see, did you not recognize, that the dead Egyptian dancer resembled your late wife?" He quietly continued, "Yes, I noticed it at once. But that should not affect you. History repeats itself, why should not lovely women repeat themselves? Beauty always has its double somewhere, either in the past or future." I said no more, but next morning I was very ill, so ill that I could not rise from my bed, and passed the hours in restless moaning and irritable pain that was not so much physical as mental. There was a physician resident at the hotel at Luxor, and Lucio, always showing himself particularly considerate for my personal comfort, sent for him at once. He felt my pulse, shook his head, and after much dubious pondering, advised my leaving Egypt immediately. I heard his mandate given with a joy I could scarcely conceal. The yearning I had to get quickly away from this land of the old gods was intense and feverish, I loathed the vast and awful desert silences, where the Sphinx frowns contempt on the puny littleness of mankind, where the open tombs and coffins expose once more to the light of day faces that are the very semblances of those we ourselves have known and loved in our time, and where painted history tells us of just such things as our modern newspapers chronicle, albeit in different form. Romanes was ready and willing to carry out the doctor's orders, and arranged our return to Cairo, and from thence to Alexandria, with such expedition as left me nothing to desire, and filled me with gratitude for his apparent sympathy. In as short a time as abundance of cash could make possible, we had rejoined the Flame, and were en route, as I thought, for France or England. We had not absolutely settled our destination, having some idea of coasting along the Riviera, but my old confidence in Romanes being now almost restored, I left this to him for decision, sufficiently satisfied in myself that I had not been destined to leave my bones in terror-haunted Egypt. And it was not till I had been about a week or 10 days on board, and had made good progress in the recovery of my health, that the beginning of the end of this never-to-be-forgotten voyage was foreshadowed to me in such terrific fashion as nearly plunged me into the darkness of death, or rather, let me now say, having learned my bitter lesson thoroughly, into the fell brilliancy of that life beyond the tomb which we refuse to recognize or realize till we are whirled into its glorious or awful vortex. One evening, after a bright day of swift and enjoyable sailing over a smooth and sunlit sea, I retired to rest in my cabin, feeling almost happy. My mind was perfectly tranquil, my trust in my friend Lucio was again re-established, and I may add, so was my old arrogant and confident trust in myself. My access to fortune had not, so far, brought me either much joy or distinction, but it was not too late for me yet to pluck the golden apples of Hesperides. The various troubles I had endured, though of such recent occurrence, began to assume a blurred indistinctness in my mind, as of things long past and done with, I considered the strength of my financial position again with satisfaction, to the extent of contemplating a second marriage, and that marriage with Mavis Clare. No other woman should be my wife, I mentally swore, she, and she only should be mine. I foresaw no difficulties in the way, and full of pleasant dreams and self-delusions I settled myself in my berth, and dropped easily off to sleep. About midnight I woke vaguely terrified, to see the cabin full of a strong red light and fierce glare. My first dazed impression was that the yacht was on fire, the next instant I became paralyzed and dumb with horror. Sybil stood before me. Sybil, a wild, strange, tortured, writhing figure, half nude, waving beckoning arms, and making desperate gestures, her face was as I had seen it last in death, livid and hideous. Her eyes blazed mingled menace, despair, and warning upon me. Round her a living wreath of flame coiled upwards like a twisted snake. Her lips moved as though she strove to speak, but no sound came from them, and while I yet looked at her, she vanished. I must have lost consciousness then, for when I awoke, it was broad day. But this ghastly visitation was only the first of many such, and at last, every night I saw her thus, sheeted in flame, till I grew well nigh mad with fear and misery. My torment was indescribable, yet I said nothing to Lucio, who watched me, as I imagined, narrowly, I took sleeping draughts in the hope to procure unbroken rest, but in vain, always I woke at one particular moment, and always I had to face this fiery phantom of my dead wife, with despair in her eyes and an unuttered warning on her lips. This was not all. One day in the full sunlight of a quiet afternoon, I entered the saloon of the yacht alone, and started back amazed to see my old friend John Carrington seated at the table, pen in hand, casting up accounts. He bent over his papers closely, his face was furrowed and very pale, but so lifelike was he, so seemingly substantial, that I called him by name, whereat he looked up, smiled drearily, and was gone. Trembling in every limb, I realized that here was another spectral terror added to the burden of my days, and sitting down, I tried to rally my scattered forces and reason out what was best to be done. There was no doubt I was very ill, these phantoms were the warning of brain disease. I must endeavor, I thought, to keep myself well under control till I got to England, there I determined to consult the best physicians, and put myself under their care till I was thoroughly restored. Meanwhile, I muttered to myself, I will say nothing. Not even to Lucio. He would only smile. And I should hate him. I broke off, wondering at this. For was it possible I should ever hate him? Surely not. That night, by way of a change, I slept in a hammock on deck, hoping to dispel midnight illusions by resting in the open air. But my sufferings were only intensified. I woke as usual. To see, not only Sybil, but also, to my deadly fear, the 3 dark phantoms that had appeared to me in my room in London on the evening of Viscount Linton's suicide. That they were, the same. The very same, only this time all their livid faces were lifted and turned towards me, and though their lips never moved, the word misery seemed uttered, for I heard it tolling like a funeral bell on the air and across the sea. And Sybil, with her face of death in the coils of a silent flame. Sybil, smiled at me. A smile of torture and remorse. God! I could endure it no longer. Leaping from my hammock, I ran towards the vessel's edge. One plunge into the cool waves. Ha! There stood Emile, with his impenetrable dark face and ferret eyes. "Can I assist you, sir?" he inquired deferentially. I stared at him, then burst into a laugh. "Assist me? Why no!" "You can do nothing. I want rest. And I cannot sleep here. The air is too close, and sulphurous. The very stars are burning hot." I paused, he regarded me with his usual gravely derisive expression. "I am going down to my cabin," I continued. Trying to speak more calmly. "I shall be alone there, perhaps." Again I laughed wildly and involuntarily, and staggered away from him down the deck stairs, afraid to look back lest I should see those three dread figures of fate following me. Once safe in my cabin, I shut to the door violently, and in feverish haste seized my case of pistols. I took out one and loaded it. My heart was beating furiously, I kept my eyes fixed on the ground, lest they should encounter the dead eyes of Sybil. "One click of the trigger," I whispered, "and all is over. I shall be at peace, senseless, sightless and painless. Horrors can no longer haunt me. I shall sleep." I raised the weapon steadily to my right temple, when suddenly my cabin door opened, and Lucio looked in. "Pardon me," he said as he observed my attitude. "I had no idea you were busy. I will go away. I would not disturb you for the world." His smile had something fiendish in its fine mockery. Moved with a quick revulsion of feeling, I turned the pistol downwards and held its muzzle firmly against the table near me. "You say that?" I exclaimed in acute anguish, "You say it seeing me thus? I thought you were my friend." He looked full at me. His eyes grew large and luminous with a splendor of scorn, passion and sorrow intermingled. "Did you?" And again the terrific smile lit up his pale features, "You were mistaken. Am your enemy." A dreadful silence followed. Something lurid and unearthly in his expression appalled me. I trembled and grew cold with fear. Mechanically I replaced the pistol in its case, then I gazed up at him with a vacant wonder and wild piteousness, seeing that his dark and frowning figure seemed to increase in stature, towering above me like the gigantic shadow of a storm cloud. My blood froze with an unnameable sickening terror. Then, thick darkness veiled my sight, and I dropped down senseless. Chapter 40. Thunder and wild tumult, the glare of lightning, the shattering roar of great waves leaping mountains high and hissing asunder in mid-air, to this fierce riot of savage elements let loose in a whirling boisterous dance of death. I woke at last with a convulsive shock. Staggering to my feet, I stood in the black obscurity of my cabin, trying to rally my scattered forces, the electric lamps were extinguished, and the lightning alone illumined the sepulchral darkness. Frantic shoutings echoed above me on deck, fiend-like yells that sounded now like triumph, now like despair, and again like menace, the yacht leapt to and fro like a hunted stag amid the furious billows, and every frightful crash of thunder threatened, as it seemed, to split her in twain. The wind howled like a devil in torment, it screamed and moaned and sobbed as though endowed with a sentient body that suffered acutest agony, anon it rushed downwards with an angry swoop as of wide flapping wings, and at each raging gust I thought the vessel must surely founder. Forgetting everything but immediate personal danger, I tried to open my door. It was locked outside. I was a prisoner. My indignation at this discovery exceeded every other feeling, and beating with both hands on the wooden panels, I called, I shouted, I threatened, I swore, all in vain. Thrown down twice by the topsy-turvy lurching of the yacht, I still kept up a desperate hammering and calling, striving to raise my voice above the distracting pandemonium of noise that seemed to possess the ship from end to end, but all to no purpose, and finally, hoarse and exhausted, I stopped and leaned against the unyielding door to recover breath and strength. The storm appeared to be increasing in force and clamor, the lightning was well nigh incessant, and the clattering thunder followed each flash so instantaneously as to leave no doubt but that it was immediately above us. I listened, and presently heard a frenzied cry. Breakers ahead. This was followed by peals of discordant laughter. Terrified, I strained my ears for every sound, and all at once someone spoke to me quite closely, as through the very darkness around me had found a tongue. Breakers ahead. Throughout the world, storm and danger and doom. Doom and death. But afterwards life. A certain intonation in these words filled me with such frantic horror that I fell on my knees in abject misery and almost prayed to the God I had through all my life disbelieved in and denied. But I was too mad with fear to find words. The dense blackness, the horrid uproar of the wind and sea, the infuriated and confused shouting, all this was to my mind as though hell itself had broken loose, and I could only kneel dumbly and tremble. Suddenly a swirling sound as of an approaching monstrous whirlwind made itself heard above all the rest of the din, a sound that gradually resolved itself into a howling chorus of thousands of voices sweeping along on the gusty blast. Fierce cries were mingled with the jarring thunder, and I leapt erect as I caught the words of the clangorous shout, Ave Sathanas! Ave! Rigidly upright, with limbs stiffening for sheer terror, I stood listening, the waves seemed to roar Ave Sathanas. The wind shrieked it to the thunder, the lightning wrote it in a snaky line of fire on the darkness, Ave Sathanas. My brain swam round and grew full to bursting, I was going mad, raving mad surely, ! Or why should I thus distinctly hear such unmeaning sounds as these? With a sudden access of superhuman force I threw the whole weight of my body against the door of my cabin in a delirious effort to break it open, it yielded slightly, and I prepared myself for another rush and similar attempt, when all at once it was flung widely back, admitting a stream of pale light, and Lucio, wrapped in heavy shrouding garments, confronted me. Follow me, Geoffrey Tempest, he said in low clear tones. Your time has come. As he spoke, all self-possession deserted me, the terrors of the storm, and now the terror of his presence, overwhelmed my strength, and I stretched out my hands to him appealingly, unknowing what I did or said. For God's sake, I began wildly. He silenced me by an imperious gesture. Spare me your prayers. For God's sake, for your own sake, and for mine. Follow. He moved before me like a black phantom in the pale strange light surrounding him, and I, dazzled, dazed and terror-stricken, trod in his steps closely, moved, as it seemed, by some volition not my own, till I found myself alone with him in the saloon of the yacht, with the waves hissing up against the windows like live snakes ready to sting. Trembling and scarcely able to stand, I sank on a chair, he turned round and looked at me for a moment meditatively. Then he threw open one of the windows, a huge wave dashed in and scattered its bitter salt spray upon me where I sat, but I heeded nothing, my agonized looks were fixed on him, the being I had so long made the companion of my days. Raising his hand with a gesture of authority, he said, Back, ye devils of the sea and wind. Ye which are not God's elements, but my servants, the unrepenting souls of men. Lost in the waves, or whirled in a hurricane, whichever ye have made your destiny, get hence and cease your clamor. This hour is mine. Panic-stricken I heard, aghast I saw the great billows that had shouldered up in myriads against the vessel, sink suddenly, the yelling wind dropped, silenced, the yacht glided along with a smooth even motion as though on a tranquil inland lake, and almost before I could realize it, the light of the full moon beamed forth brilliantly and fell in a broad stream across the floor of the saloon. But in the very cessation of the storm the words Ave Sathanas trembled as it were upwards to my ears from the underworld of the sea, and died away in distance like a parting echo of thunder. Then Lucio faced me, with what a countenance of sublime and awful beauty. Do you know me now, man whom my millions of dross have made wretched? Or do you need me to tell you who lamb? My lips moved, but I could not speak. The dim and dreadful thought that was dawning on my mind seemed as yet too frenzied, too outside the boundaries of material sense for mortal utterance. Be dumb, be motionless. But hear and feel. He continued. By the supreme power of God, for there is no other power in any world or any heaven, I control and command you at this moment, your own will being set aside for once as naught. I choose you as one out of millions to learn in this life the lesson that all must learn hereafter, Let every faculty of your intelligence be ready to receive that which I shall impart, and teach it to your fellow men if you have a conscience as you have a soul. Again I strove to speak, he seemed so human, so much my friend still, though he had declared himself my enemy, and yet... What was that lambent radiance encircling his brows? That burning glory steadily deepening and flashing from his eyes? You are one of the world's fortunate men, he went on, surveying me straightly and pitilessly. So at least this world judges you, because you can buy its goodwill. But the powers that govern all worlds do not judge you by such a standard, you cannot buy their goodwill, not though all the churches should offer to sell it you. They regard you as you are, stripped soul naked, not as you seem. They behold in you a shameless egoist, persistently engaged in defacing their divine image of immortality, and for that sin there is no excuse and no escape but punishment. Whosoever prefers self to God, and in the arrogance of that self, presumes to doubt and deny God, invites another power to compass his destinies, the power of evil, made evil and kept evil by the disobedience and wickedness of man alone, the power whom mortals call Satan, prince of darkness, but whom once the angels knew as Lucifer, prince of light. He broke off, paused, and his flaming regard fell full upon me. Do you know me? Now? I sat rigid figure of fear, dumbly staring. Was this man, for he seemed mad, that he should thus hint at a thing too wild and terrible for speech? If you do not know me, if you do not feel in your convicted soul that you are aware of me, it is because you will not know. Thus do I come upon men, when they rejoice in their willful self-blindness and vanity. Thus do I become their constant companion, humoring them in such vices as they best love! Thus do I take on the shape that pleases them, and fit myself to their humors. They make me what I am, they mold my very form to the fashion of their flitting time. Through all their changing and repeating eras, they have found strange names and titles for me, and their creeds and churches have made a monster of me, as though imagination could compass any worse monster than the devil in man. Frozen and mute I heard the dead silence, and his resonant voice vibrating through it, seemed more terrific than the wildest storm. You, God's work, endowed as every conscious atom of his creation is endowed, with the infinite germ of immortality. You, absorbed in the gathering together of such perishable trash as you conceive good for yourself on this planet, you dare, in the puny reach of your mortal intelligence, to dispute and question the everlasting things invisible. You, by the Creator's will, are permitted to see the natural universe, but in mercy to you, the veil is drawn across the supernatural. For such things as exist there would break your puny earth brain as a frail shell is broken by a passing wheel, and because you cannot see, you doubt. You doubt not only the surpassing love and wisdom that keeps you in ignorance till you shall be strong enough to bear full knowledge, but you doubt the very fact of such another universe itself. Arrogant fool! Your hours are counted by supernatural time, your days are compassed by supernatural law, your every thought, word, deed and look must go to make up the essence and shape of your being in supernatural life hereafter, and what you have been in your soul here, must and shall be the aspect of your soul there. That law knows no changing. The light about his face deepened, he went on in clear accents that vibrated with the strangest music. Men make their own choice and form their own futures, he said. And never let them dare to say they are not free to choose. From the uttermost reaches of high heaven the Spirit of God descended to them as man, from the uttermost depths of lowest hell, I, the spirit of rebellion, come, equally as man. But the God in man was rejected and slain, I, the devil in man, live on, forever accepted and adored. Man's choice this is not God's or mine. Were this self-seeking human race once to reject me utterly, I should exist no more as I am, nor would they exist who are with me. Listen, while I trace your career. It is a copy of the lives of many men, and judge how little the powers of heaven can have to do with you. How much the powers of hell. I shuddered involuntarily, dimly I began to realize the awful nature of this unearthly interview. You, Geoffrey Tempest, are a man in whom a thought of God was once implanted, that subtle fire or note of music out of heaven, called genius. So great a gift is rarely bestowed on any mortal, and woe betide him, who having received it, holds it as of mere personal value, to be used for self and not for God. Divine laws moved you gently in the right path of study, the path of suffering, of disappointment, of self-denial and poverty, for only by these things is humanity made noble, and trained in the ways of perfection. Through pain and enduring labor the soul is armed for battle, and strengthened for conquest. For it is more difficult to appear a victory well, than to endure many buffetings of war. But you resented heaven's goodwill towards you, the valley of humiliation suited you not at all. Poverty maddened you, starvation sickened you. Yet poverty is better than arrogant wealth, and starvation is healthier than self-indulgence. You could not wait, your own troubles seemed to you enormous, your own efforts laudable and marvelous. The troubles and efforts of others were nothing to you, you were ready to curse God and die. Compassionating yourself, admiring yourself and none other, with a heart full of bitterness, and a mouth full of cursing, you were eager to make quick havoc of both your genius and your soul. For this cause, your millions of money came and so did I. Standing now full height he confronted me, his eyes were less brilliant, but they reflected in their dark splendor a passionate scorn and sorrow. Oh fool! In my very coming I warned you. On the very day we met I told you I was not what I seemed. God's elements crashed to menace when we made our compact of friendship. And when I saw the faint last struggle of the not quite torpid soul in you to resist and distrust me. Did I not urge you to let that better instinct have its way? You, jester with the supernatural exclamation mark, you, base scoffer at Christ. 1,000 hints have been given you, 1,000 chances of doing such good as must have forced me to leave you, as would have brought me a welcome respite from sorrow, a moment's cessation of torture. His brows contracted in a somber frown, he was silent a moment, then he resumed. Now learn from me the weaving of the web you so willingly became entangled in. Your millions of money were mine, exclamation mark. The man that left you heir to them was a wretched miser, evil to the soul's core. By virtue of his own deeds he and his dross were mine. And maddened by the sheer accumulation of world's wealth, he slew himself in a fit of frenzy. He lives again in a new and much more realistic phase of existence, and knows the actual value of mankind's cash payments. This you have yet to learn. He advanced a step or two, fixing his eyes more steadily upon me. Wealth is like genius, bestowed not for personal gratification, but for the benefit of those who lack it. What have you done for your fellow men? The very book you wrote and launched upon the tide of bribery and corruption, was published with the intention to secure applause for yourself, not to give help or comfort to others. Your marriage was prompted by lust and ambition, and in the fair sensuality you wedded, you got your deserts. No love was in the union, it was sanctified by the blessing of fashion, but not the blessing of God. You have done without God, so you think. Every act of your existence has been for the pleasure and advancement of yourself, and this is why I have chosen you out to hear and see what few mortals ever hear or see till they have passed the dividing line between this life and the next. I have chosen you because you are a type of the apparently respected and unblameable man, you are not what the world calls a criminal, you have murdered no one, you have stolen no neighbor's goods, your unchastities and adulteries are those of every fashionable vice-monger, and your blasphemies against the divine are no worse than those of the most approved modern magazine contributors. You are guilty nevertheless of the chief crime of the age, sensual egotism, the blackest sin known to either angels or devils, because hopeless. The murderer may repent, and save 100 lives to make up for the one he snatched, the thief may atone with honest labor, the adulterer may scourge his flesh and do grim penance for late pardon, the blasphemer may retrieve his blasphemies, but for the egoist there is no chance of wholesome penitence, since to himself he is perfect, and counts his creator as somewhat inferior. This present time of the world breathes egotism, the taint of self, the hideous worship of money corrodes all life, all thought, all feeling. For vulgar cash, the fairest and noblest scenes of nature are wantonly destroyed without protest. The earth, created in beauty, is made hideous, parents and children, wives and husbands are ready to slay each other for a little gold, heaven is barred out, God is denied, and destruction darkens over this planet, known to all angels as the sorrowful star. Be no longer blind, millionaire whose millions have ministered to self without relieving sorrow, for when the world is totally corrupt, oneself is dominant, when cunning supersedes honesty, when gold is man's chief ambition, when purity is condemned, when poets teach lewdness, and scientists blasphemy, when love is mocked, and God forgotten, the end is near. I take my part in that end. For the souls of mankind are not done with when they leave their fleshly tenements. When this planet is destroyed as a bubble broken in the air, the souls of men and women witness the destruction of foyers, to the historical shame and disgrace of Scotland. Author. Live on, as the soul of the woman you loved lives on, as the soul of the mother who bore her lives on, as all my worshippers live on through a myriad worlds, a myriad phases, till they learn to shape their destinies for heaven. And I, with them live on, in many shapes, in many ways, when they return to God cleansed and perfect, so shall I return. But not till then. He paused again, and I heard a faint sighing sound everywhere as of wailing voices, and the name Ahriman's was breathed suddenly upon the silence. I started up listening. Every nerve strained. Ahriman's ? Or Romana's? I gazed, fearfully at him. Always beautiful, his countenance was now sublime. And his eyes shone with a lustrous flame. You thought me friend, he said. You should have known me foe. For everyone who flatters a man for his virtues, or humors him in his vices, is that man's worst enemy, whether demon or angel. But you judged me a fitting comrade, hence I was bound to serve you, I and my followers with me. You had no perception to realize this, you, supreme scorner of the supernatural. Little did you think of the terrifying agencies that worked the wonders of your betrothal feast at Willowsmere. Little did you dream that fiends prepared the costly banquet and poured out the luscious wine. At this, a smothered groan of horror escaped me, I looked wildly round me, longing to find some deep grave of oblivious rest wherein to fall. He continued, the festival was fitted to the time of the world today. Society, gorging itself blind and senseless, and attended by a retinue from hell. My servants looked like men! For truly there is little difference twixt man and devil. 'Twas a brave gathering. England has never seen so strange a one in all her annals. The sighing, wailing cries increased in loudness, my limbs shook under me, and all power of thought was paralyzed in my brain. He bent his piercing looks upon me with a new expression of infinite wonder, pity and disdain. What a grotesque creation you men have made of me. He said, as grotesque as your conception of God. With what trifling human attributes you have endowed me. Know you not that the changeless, yet ever-changing essence of immortal life can take a million shapes and yet remain unalterably the same? Were I as hideous as your churches figure me, could the eternal beauty with which all angels are endowed, ever change to such loathsomeness as haunts mankind's distorted imaginations? Perchance it would be well, for none would make of me their comrade, and none would cherish me as friend. As fits each separate human nature, so seems my image, for thus is my fate and punishment commanded. Yet even in this mask of man I wear, men own me their superior, think you not that when the supreme spirit of God wore that same mask on earth, men did not know him for their master? Yea, they did know, and knowing, murdered him, as they ever strive to murder all divine things as soon as their divinity is recognized. Face to face I stood with him upon the mountain top, and there fulfilled my vow of temptation. Worlds and kingdoms, supremacies, and powers. What were they to the ruler of them all? Get thee hence, Satan, said the golden-sounding voice, glorious behest! Happy respite. For I reached the very gate of heaven that night, and heard the angels sing. His accents sank to an infinitely mournful cadence. What have your teachers done with me and my eternal sorrows? He went on. Have not they, and the unthinking churches, proclaimed a lie against me, saying that I rejoice in evil? Oh, man, to whom, by God's will and because the world's end draws nigh, I unveil a portion of the mystery of my doom, learn now once and for all, that there is no possible joy in evil. It is the despair and the discord of the universe, it is man's creation, my torment, God's sorrow. Every sin of every human being adds weight to my torture, and length to my doom, yet my oath against the world must be kept. I have sworn to tempt, to do my uttermost to destroy mankind, but man has not sworn to yield to my tempting. He is free. Let him resist, and I depart, let him accept me, I remain. Eternal justice has spoken, humanity, through the teaching of God made human, must work out its own redemption, and mine. Here, suddenly advancing, he stretched out his hand, his figure grew taller, vaster and more majestic. Come with me now, he said in a low penetrating voice that sounded sweet, yet menacing. Come. For the veil is down for you tonight. You shall understand with whom you have dwelt so long in your shifting cloud castle of life! And in what company you have sailed perilous seas! One who, proud and rebellious, like you, errs less in that he owns God as his master. At these words a thundering crash assailed my ears, all the windows on either side of the saloon flew open, and showed a strange glitter as of steely spears pointed aloft to the moon. Then, half fainting, I felt myself grasped and lifted suddenly and forcibly upwards. And in another moment found myself on the deck of the Flame, held fast as a prisoner in the fierce grip of hands invisible. Raising my eyes in deadly despair, prepared for hellish tortures, and with a horrible sense of conviction in my soul that it was too late to cry out to God for mercy, I saw around me a frozen world! A world that seemed as if the sun had never shone upon it. Thick glassy green walls of ice pressed round the vessel on all sides and shut her in between their inflexible barriers, fantastic palaces, pinnacles, towers, bridges and arches of ice, formed in their architectural outlines and groupings the semblance of a great city, over all the coldly glistening peaks the round moon, emerald pale, looked down, and standing opposite to me against the mast, I beheld, not Lucio, but an angel. Chapter 41. Crowned with a mystic radiance as of trembling stars of fire, that sublime figure towered between me and the moonlit sky. The face, austerely grand and beautiful, shone forth luminously pale, the eyes were full of unquenchable pain, unspeakable remorse, unimaginable despair. The features I had known so long and seen day by day in familiar intercourse were the same, yet transfigured with ethereal splendor, while shadowed by an everlasting sorrow. Bodily sensations I was scarcely conscious of, only the soul of me, hitherto dormant, was awake and palpitating with fear. Gradually I became aware that others were around me, and looking, I saw a dense crowd of faces, wild and wonderful, imploring eyes were turned upon me in piteous or stern agony, and pallid hands were stretched towards me more in appeal than menace. And I beheld, as I gazed, the air darkening and anon lightening with the shadow and the brightness of wings! Vast pinions of crimson flame began to unfurl and spread upwards all round the icebound vessel, upwards till their glowing tips seemed well nigh to touch the moon. And he, my foe, who leaned against the mast, became likewise encircled with these shafted pinions of burning rose, which, like finely webbed clouds coloured by a strong sunset, streamed outwards, flaring me from his dark form, and sprang aloft in a blaze of scintillant glory. And a voice infinitely sad, yet infinitely sweet, struck solemn music from the frozen silence: "Steer onward, Emile. Onward, to the boundaries of the world." With every spiritual sense aroused, I glanced towards the steersman's wheel. Was that Emile? That being, stern as a figure of deadliest fate, with sable wings and tortured countenance? If so, I knew him for a fiend in very truth, if burning horror and endless shame can so transfigure the soul of man. A history of crime was written in his anguished looks. What secret torment racked him no living mortal might dare to guess. With pallid skeleton hands he moved the wheel, and as it turned, the walls of ice around us began to split with a noise of thunder. "Onward, Emile," said the great sad voice again. "Onward where never man hath trod, steer on to the world's end." The crowd of weird and terrible faces grew denser, the flaming and darkening of wings became thicker than driving storm clouds rent by lightning, wailing cries, groans and dreary sounds of sobbing echoed about me on all sides. Again the shattering ice roared like an earthquake under the waters. And, unhindered by her frozen prison walls, the ship moved on. Dizzily, and as one in a mad dream, I saw the great glittering bergs rock and bend forward, the massive ice city shook to its foundations. Glistening pinnacles dropped and vanished. Towers lurched over, broke and plunged into the sea, huge mountains of ice split up like fine glass, yawning asunder with a green glare in the moonlight as the flame, propelled, so it seemed, by the demon wings of her terrific crew, cut through the frozen passage with the sharpness of a sword and the swiftness of an arrow. Whither were we bound? I dared not think, I deemed myself dead. The world I saw was not the world I knew, I believed I was in some spirit land beyond the grave, whose secrets I should presently realize perchance too well. On we went, I keeping my strained sight fixed for the most part on the supreme shape that always confronted me, that angel foe whose eyes were wild with an eternity of sorrows. Face to face with such immortal despair, I stood confounded and slain forever in my own regard, a worthless atom, meriting naught but annihilation. The wailing cries and groans had ceased, and we sped on in an awful silence, while countless tragedies, unnameable griefs, were urged upon me in the dumb eloquence of the dreary faces round me, and the expressive teaching of their terrific eyes. Soon the barriers of ice were passed, and the flame floated out beyond them into a warm inland sea, calm as a lake, and bright as silver in the broad radiance of the moon. On either side were undulating shores, rich with lofty and luxuriant verdure, I saw the distant hazy outline of dusky purple hills, I heard the little waves plashing against hidden rocks, and murmuring upon the sand. Delicious odors filled the air, a gentle breeze blew. Was this the lost paradise? This semi-tropic zone concealed behind the continent of ice and snow? Suddenly, from the tops of the dark branching trees, came floating the sound of a bird's singing, and so sweet was the song, so heart-whole was the melody, that my aching eyes filled with tears. Beautiful memories rushed upon me, the value and graciousness of life, life on the kindly sunlit earth, seemed very dear to my soul. Life's opportunities, its joys, its wonders, its blessings, all showered down upon a thankless race by a loving Creator, these appeared to me all at once as marvelous. Oh, for another chance of such life! To redeem the past, to gather up the wasted gems of lost moments, to live as a man should live, in accord with the will of God and in brotherhood with his fellow men. The unknown birds sang on in a cadence like that of a mavis in spring, only more tunefully, surely no other woodland songster ever sang half so well. And as its dulcet notes dropped roundly one by one upon the mystic silence, I saw a pale creature move out from amid the shadowing of black and scarlet wings, a white woman shape, clothed in her own long hair. Slowly she glided to the vessel's edge, and there she leaned, with anguished face upturned, it was the face of Sybil. And even while I looked upon her, she cast herself wildly down upon the deck and wept. My soul was stirred within me. I saw in very truth all that she might have been, I realized what an angel a little guiding love and patience might have made her. And at last I pitied her. I never pitied her before. And now many familiar faces shone upon me like white stars in a mist of rain, all faces of the dead, all marked with unquenchable remorse and sorrow. One figure passed before me dreamily, in fetters glistening with a weight of gold, I knew him for my college friend of olden days. Another, crouching on the ground in fear, I recognized as him who had staked his last possession at play, even to his immortal soul, I even saw my father's face, worn and aghast with grief, and trembled lest the sacred beauty of her who had died to give me birth should find a place among these direful horrors. But no. Thank God I never saw her. Her spirit had not lost its way to heaven. Again my eyes reverted to the mover of this mystic scene, that fallen splendor whose majestic shape now seemed to fill both earth and sky. A fiery glory blazed about him. He raised his hand. The ship stopped, and the dark steersman rested motionless on the wheel. Round us the moonlit landscape was spread like a glittering dream of fairyland, and still the unknown bird of God sang on with such entrancing tenderness as must have soothed hell's tortured souls. Lo, here we pause, said the commanding voice. Here, where the distorted shape of man hath never cast a shadow! Here, where the arrogant mind of man hath never conceived a sin. Here, where the godless greed of man hath never defaced a beauty, or slain a woodland thing. Here, the last spot on earth left untainted by man's presence. Here is the world's end. When this land is found and these shores profaned, when mammon plants its foot upon this soil, then dawns the judgment day. But, until then, here, where only God doth work perfection, angels may look down undismayed, and even fiends find rest. A solemn sound of music surged upon the air, and I who had been one as in chains, bound by invisible bonds and unable to stir, was suddenly liberated. Fully conscious of freedom, I still faced the dark gigantic figure of my foe, for his luminous eyes were now upon me, and his penetrating voice addressed me only. Man, deceive not thyself, he said. Think not the terrors of this night are the delusion of a dream or the snare of a vision. Thou art awake, not sleeping, thou art flesh as well as spirit. This place is neither hell nor heaven nor any space between, it is a corner of thine own world on which thou livest. Wherefore know from henceforth that the supernatural universe in and around the natural is no lie, but the chief reality, inasmuch as God surroundeth all. Fate strikes thine hour, and in this hour 'tis given thee to choose thy master. Now, by the will of God, thou seest me as angel, but take heed thou forget not that among men I am as man. In human form I move with all humanity through endless ages, to kings and counselors, to priests and scientists, to thinkers and teachers, to old and young I come in the shape their pride or vice demands, and am as one with all. Self finds in me another ego, but from the pure in heart, the high in faith, the perfect in intention, I do retreat with joy, offering naught save reverence, demanding naught save prayer. So am I, so must I ever be, till man of his own will releases and redeems me. Mistake me not, but know me! And choose thy future for truth's sake and not for fear. Choose and change not in any time hereafter, this hour, this moment is thy last probation, choose, I say. Wilt thou serve self and me? Or God only? The question seemed thundered on my ears. Shuddering, I looked from right to left, and saw a gathering crowd of faces, white, wistful, wondering, threatening and imploring, they pressed about me close, with glistening eyes and lips that moved dumbly. And as they stared upon me I beheld another spectral thing, the image of myself! A poor frail creature, pitiful, ignorant, and undiscerning, limited in both capacity and intelligence, yet full of strange egotism and still stranger arrogance. Every detail of my life was suddenly presented to me as in a magic mirror, and I read my own chronicle of paltry intellectual pride, vulgar ambition and vulgar ostentation, I realized with shame my miserable vices, my puny scorn of God, my effronteries and blasphemies, and in the sudden strong repulsion and repudiation of my own worthless existence, being and character, I found both voice and speech, God only. I cried fervently. Annihilation at his hands rather than life without him. God only. I have chosen. My words vibrated passionately on my own ears. And, even as they were spoken, the air grew misty with a snowy opalescent radiance. The sable and crimson wings uplifted in such multitudinous array around me, palpitated with 1,000 changeful hues. And over the face of my dark foe a light celestial fell like the smile of dawn. Awed and afraid I gazed upwards. And there I saw a new and yet more wondrous glory. A shining figure outlined against the sky in such surpassing beauty and vivid brilliancy as made me think the sun itself had risen in vast angel shape on rainbow pinions. and from the brightening heaven there rang a silver voice, clear as a clarion call, "Arise, Lucifer, son of the morning. One soul rejects thee, 1 hour of joy is granted thee. Hence, and arise, earth, air, and sea." Blazed suddenly into fiery gold, blinded and stunned, I was seized by compelling hands and held firmly down by a force invisible. The yacht was slowly sinking under me. Overwhelmed with unearthly terrors, my lips yet murmured, "God. God only." The heavens changed from gold to crimson and on to shining blue. And against this mass of wavering color that seemed to make a jeweled archway of the sky, I saw the form of him whom I had known as man, swiftly ascend godlike, with flaming pinions and upturned glorious visage, like a vision of light in darkness. Around him clustered a million winged shapes, but he, supreme, majestic, wonderful, towered high above them all, a very king of splendor, the glory round his brows resembling meteor fires in an arctic midnight, his eyes, twin stars, ablaze with such great rapture as seemed half agony. Breathless and giddy, I strained my sight to follow him as he fled, and heard the musical calling of strange sweet voices everywhere, from east to west, from north to south, "Lucifer, beloved and unforgotten. Lucifer, son of the morning. Arise. Arise." With all my remaining strength I strove to watch the vanishing upwards of that sublime luminance that now filled the visible universe, the demon ship was still sinking steadily. Invisible hands still held me down. I was falling, into unimaginable depths. When another voice, till then unheard, solemn yet sweet, spoke aloud, "Bind him hand and foot and cast him into the outermost darkness of the world. Let him find my light." I heard, yet felt no fear. "God only," I said, as I sank into the vast profound, and lo, while the words yet trembled on my lips, I saw the sun. The sweet earth's sun! The kindly orb familiar, the lamp of God's protection, its golden rim came glittering upwards in the east, higher and higher it rose, making a golden background for that mighty figure whose darkly luminous wings now seemed like sable storm clouds stretched wide across the horizon. Once more. Yet once. The angel visage bent its warning looks on me. I saw the anguished smile. The great eyes burning with immortal sorrows. Then I was plunged forcibly downwards and thrust into an abysmal grave of frozen cold. Chapter 42. The blue sea, the blue sky! And God's sunshine over all. To this I woke, after a long period of unconsciousness, and found myself afloat on a wide ocean, fast bound to a wooden spar. So strongly knotted were my bonds that I could not stir either hand or foot. And after one or two ineffectual struggles to move, I gave up the attempt, and lay submissively resigned to my fate, face upturned, and gazing at the infinite azure depths above me, while the heaving breath of the sea rocked me gently to and fro like an infant in its mother's arms. Alone with God and nature, I, a poor human wreck, drifted, lost, yet found. Lost on this vast sea which soon should serve my body as a sepulchre. But found, inasmuch as I was fully conscious of the existence and awakening of the immortal soul within me, that divine, actual and imperishable essence, which now I recognized as being all that is valuable in a man in the sight of his Creator. I was to die soon and surely, this I thought as the billows swayed me in their huge cradle, running in foamy ripples across my bound body, and dashing cool spray upon my brows, what could I do now, doomed and helpless as I was, to retrieve my wasted past? Nothing. Save repent, and could repentance at so late an hour fit the laws of eternal justice? Humbly and sorrowfully I considered. To me had been given a terrific and unprecedented experience of the awful reality of the spirit world around us, and now I was cast out on the sea as a thing worthless. I felt that the brief time remaining to me of life in this present sphere was indeed my last probation, as that supernatural wonder, the declared enemy of mankind, whom still in my thoughts I called Lucio, had declared. If I dared, after a life's denial and blasphemy, turn to Christ, I said, would he, the divine brother and friend of man, reject me? I whispered the question to the sky and sea. Solemn silence seemed to invest the atmosphere, and marvelous calm. No other answer came than this. A deep and charmed peace, that insensibly stole over my fretting conscience, my remorseful soul, my aching heart, my tired mind. I remembered certain words heard long ago and lightly forgotten. Him who cometh unto me will I in no wise cast out. Looking up to the clear heavens and radiant sun, I smiled, and with a complete abandonment of myself and my fears to the divine will, I murmured the words that in my stress of mystic agony had so far saved me, God only. Whatsoever he shall choose for me in life, in death, and after death, is best. and closing my eyes, I resigned my life to the mercy of the soft waves, and with the sunbeams warm upon my face, I slept. I woke again with an icy shudder and cry, rough cheery voices sounded in my ears, strong hands were at work busily unfastening the cords with which I was bound. I was on the deck of a large steamer, surrounded by a group of men, and all the glory of the sunset fired the seas. Questions were poured upon me. I could not answer them, for my tongue was parched and blistered. Lifted upright upon my feet by sturdy arms, I could not stand for sheer exhaustion. Dimly, and in feeble dread I stared around me. Was this great vessel with smoking funnels and grinding engines another devil's craft set sailing round the world? Too weak to find a voice, I made dumb signs of terrified inquiry. A broad-shouldered, bluff-looking man came forward, whose keen eyes rested on me with kindly compassion. "This is an English vessel," he said. "We are bound for Southampton. Our helmsman saw you floating ahead, we stopped and sent a boat for rescue. Where we wrecked. Any more of the crew afloat?" I gazed at him but could not speak. The strangest thoughts crowded into my brain, moving me to wild tears and laughter. England. The word struck clashing music on my mind, and set all my pulses trembling. England. The little spot upon the little world, most loved and honored of all men, save those who envy its worth. I made some gesture, whether of joy or mad amazement I know not. Had I been able to speak, I could have related nothing that those men around me could have comprehended or believed. Then I sank back again in a dead swoon. They were very good to me, all those English sailors. The captain gave me his own cabin, the ship's doctor attended me with a zeal that was only exceeded by his curiosity to know where I came from, and the nature of the disaster that had befallen me. But I remained dumb, and lay inert and feeble in my berth, grateful for the care bestowed upon me, as well as for the temporary exhaustion that deprived me of speech. For I had enough to do with my own thoughts far too solemn and weighty for utterance. I was saved, I was given another chance of life in the world, and I knew why. My one absorbing anxiety now was to retrieve my wasted time, and to do active good where hitherto I had done nothing. The day came at last, when I was sufficiently recovered to be able to sit on deck and watch with eager eyes the approaching coastline of England. I seemed to have lived a century since I left it, almost an eternity, for time is what the soul makes it, and no more. I was an object of interest and attention among all the passengers on board, for as yet I had not broken silence. The weather was calm and bright. The sun shone gloriously, and far off the pearly rim of Shakespeare's Happy Isle glistened jewel-like upon the edge of the sea. The captain came and looked at me, nodded encouragingly, and after a moment's hesitation, said, "Glad to see you out on deck. Almost yourself again, eh?" I silently assented with a faint smile. "Perhaps," he continued, "as we're so near home, you'll let me know your name? It's not often we pick up a man alive and drifting in mid-Atlantic. What force had flung me there I dared not think. Nor whether it was hellish or divine. My name?" I murmured, surprised into speech, how odd it was I had never thought of myself lately as having a name or any other thing belonging to me. "Why, certainly. Geoffrey Tempest is my name." The captain's eyes opened widely. Geoffrey Tempest. Dear me. The Mr. Tempest, the great millionaire that was? It was now my turn to stare. "That was," I repeated. "What do you mean? Have you not heard?" he asked excitedly. "Heard? I have heard nothing since I left England some months ago with a friend, on board his yacht. We went on a long voyage and a strange one. We were wrecked. You know the rest, and how I owe my life to your rescue. But of news I am ignorant, good heavens." He interrupted quickly. "Bad news travels fast, as a rule, they say, but you have missed it. And I confess I don't like to be the bearer of it." He broke off, and his genial face looked troubled. I smiled, yet wondered. "Pray speak out," I said. "I don't think you can tell me anything that will deeply affect me, now. I know the best and worst of most things in the world, I assure you." He eyed me dubiously, then, going into his smoking cabin, he brought me out an American newspaper 7 days old. He handed it to me, pointing to its leading columns without a word. There I saw in large type a millionaire ruined. Enormous frauds. Monster forgeries, a gigantic swindle. On the track of Bentham and Ellis. My brain swam for a minute, then I read on steadily, and soon grasped the situation. The respectable pair of lawyers whom I had implicitly relied on for the management of all my business affairs in my absence, had succumbed to the temptation of having so much cash in charge for investment, and had become a pair of practiced swindlers. Dealing with the same bank as myself, They had forged my name so cleverly that the genuineness of the signature had never been even suspected. After drawing enormous sums in this way, and investing in various bubble companies with which they personally were concerned, they had finally absconded, leaving me well nigh as poor as I was when I first heard of my inherited fortune. I put aside the paper, and looked up at the good captain who stood watching me with sympathetic anxiety. "Thank you," I said. "These thieves were my trusted lawyers, and I can cheerfully say that I am much more sorry for them than I am for myself. A thief is always a thief, a poor man, if he be honest, is at any rate the thief's superior. The money they have stolen will bring them misery rather than pleasure, of that I am convinced. If this account be correct, they have already lost large sums in bogus companies, and the man Bentham, whom I thought the very acme of shrewd caution, has sunk an enormous amount of capital in a worn-out gold mine. Their forgeries must have been admirably done! A sad waste of time and cleverness. It appears too that the investments I have myself made are not worth much. Well, it does not matter much, I must begin the world again, that's all." He looked amazed. "I don't think you quite realize your own misfortune, Mr. Tempest," he said. "You take it too quietly by half. You'll think worse of it presently." "I hope not," I responded, with a smile. "It never does to think the worst of anything. I assure you I realize it perfectly. I am in the world's sight a ruined man, I quite understand." He shrugged his shoulders with quite a desperate air, and left me. I am convinced he thought me mad, but I knew I had never been so sane. I did indeed entirely comprehend my misfortune, or rather the great chance bestowed on me of winning something far higher than all the coffers of mammon. I read in my loss of world's cash the working of such a merciful providence and pity as gave me a grander hope than any I had ever known. Clear before me rose the vision of that most divine and beautiful necessity of happiness, work. The grand and too often misprized angel of labor, which molds the mind of man, steadies his hands, controls his brain, purines his passions, and strengthens his whole mental and physical being. A rush of energy and health filled my veins, and I thanked God devoutly for the golden opportunities held out afresh for me to accept and use. Gratitude there should be in every human soul for every gift of heaven, but nothing merits more thankfulness and praise to the Creator than the call to work, and the ability to respond to it. England at last! I bade farewell to the good ship that had rescued me and all on board her, most of whom now knew my name and looked upon me with pity as well as curiosity. The story of my being wrecked on a friend's yacht was readily accepted, and the subject of that adventure was avoided, as the general impression was that my friend, whoever he was, has been drowned with his crew, and that I was the one survivor. I did not offer any further explanation, and was content to so let the matter rest, though I was careful to send both the captain and the ship's doctor a handsome recompense for their united attention and kindness. I have reason to believe, from the letters they wrote me, that they were more than satisfied with the sums received, and that I really did some actual good with those few last fragments of my vanished wealth. On reaching London, I interviewed the police concerning the thieves and forgers, Bentham and Ellis, and stopped all proceedings against them. "Call me mad if you like," I said to the utterly confounded chief of the detective force, "I do not mind. But let these rascals keep the trash they have stolen. It will be a curse to them, as it has been to me. It is devil's money. Half of it was settled on my late wife, at her death. It reverted by the same deed of settlement to any living members of her family, and now belongs to Lord Elton. I have lived to make a noble Earl rich, who was once bankrupt, and I doubt if he would lend me a £10 note for the asking. However, I shall not ask him. The rest has gone into the universal waste of corruption and shall let it stay there. I shall never bother myself to get it back. I prefer to be a free man. But the bank, the principle of the thing," exclaimed the detective with indignation. I smiled. "Exactly. The principle of the thing has been perfectly carried out. A man who has too much money creates forgers and thieves about him, he cannot expect to meet with honesty. Let the bank prosecute if it likes, I shall not. I am free to work for my living. What I earn I shall enjoy, what I inherited I have learnt to loathe." With that I left him, puzzled and irate, and in a day or two the papers were full of strange stories concerning me, and numerous lies as well. I was called mad, unprincipled, thwarting the ends of justice, and sundry other names, while scurrilous civilities known only to the penny paragraphist were heaped upon me by the score. To complete my entire satisfaction, a man employed on the staff of one of the leading journals, dug out my book from Mudie's underground cellar, and slashed it with a bitterness and venom only excelled by my own violence when anonymously libeling the work of Mavis Clare. and the result was remarkable, for in a sudden wind of caprice, the public made a rush for my neglected literary offspring, they took it up, handled it tenderly, read it lingeringly, found something in it that pleased them, and finally bought it by thousands. Whereat the astute Morgeson, as virtuous publisher, wrote to me in wonder and congratulation, enclosing a cheque for £100 on royalties, and promising more in due course, should the run continue. Ah, the sweetness of that earned £100. I felt a king of independence. Realms of ambition and attainment opened out before me, life smiled upon me as it had never smiled before. Talk of poverty. I was rich with £100 made out of my own brain labour, and I envied no millionaire that ever flaunted his gold beneath the sun. I thought of Mavis Clare, but dared not dwell too long upon her gentle image. In time perhaps, when I had settled down to fresh work, when I had formed my life as I meant to form it, in the habits of faith, firmness and unselfishness, I would write to her and tell her all, even to that dread insight into worlds unseen beyond the boundaries of an unknown region of everlasting frozen snow. But now I resolved to stand alone, fighting my battle as a man should fight, seeking for neither help nor sympathy, and trusting not in self, but God only. Moreover, I could not induce myself yet to look again upon Willowsmere. The place was terror-haunted for me, and though Lord Elton, with a curious condescension, seeing that it was to me he owed the free gift of his former property, invited me to stay there, and professed a certain lame regret for the heavy financial losses I had sustained, I saw in the tone of his epistle that he looked upon me somewhat in the light of a madman after my refusal to take up the matter of my absconding solicitors, and that he would rather I stayed away. And I did stay away, and even when his marriage with Diana Chesney took place with great pomp and splendour, I refused his invitation to be present. In the published list of guests, however, which appeared in the principal papers, I was scarcely surprised to read the name of Prince Lucio Romanes. I now took a humble room and set to work on a new literary enterprise, avoiding everyone I had hitherto known, for being now a poor man, I was aware that Swagger Society wished to blot me from its visiting list. I lived with my thoughts, musing on many things, training myself to humility, obedience, and faith with fortitude, and day by day I did battle with the monster, egotism, that presented itself in 1,000 disguises at every turn in my own life as well as in the lives of others. I had to reform my character, to mold the obstinate nature that rebelled, and make its obstinacy serve for the attainment of higher objects than world's renown. The task was difficult, but I gained ground a little with every fresh effort. I had lived for some months like this happily enough, when all the reading world was suddenly electrified by another book of Mavis Clare's. My lately favoured first work was again forgotten and thrust aside, hers, slated and screamed at as usual by the critic-casters, was borne along to fame by a great wave of honest public praise and enthusiasm. And I rejoiced no longer grudging or envious of her sweet fame. I stood apart in spirit as it were, while the bright car of her triumph went by, decked, not only with laurels, but with roses, the blossoms of a people's love and honour. With all my soul I reverenced her genius, with all my heart I honoured her pure womanliness. And in the very midst of her brilliant success, when all the world was talking of her, she wrote to me, a simple little letter, as gracious as her own fair name. Dear Mr. Tempest, I heard by chance the other day that you had returned to England. I therefore send this note to the care of your publisher to express my sincere delight in the success your clever book has now attained after its interval of probation. I fancy the public appreciation of your work must go far to console you for the great losses you have had both in life and fortune, of which I will not here speak. When you feel that you can bear to look again upon scenes which I know will be sure to rouse in your mind many sad and poignant memories, will you come and see me, your friend, Mavis Clare? A mist came before my eyes, I almost felt her gentle presence in my room, I saw the tender look, the radiant smile, the innocent yet earnest joy of life and love of purity that emanated from the fair personality of the sweetest woman I had ever known. She called herself my friend. It was a privilege of which I felt myself unworthy. I folded the letter and put it near my heart to serve me as a talisman. She, of all bright creatures in the world, surely knew the secret of happiness. Some day. Yes. I would go and see her. My Mavis that sang in her garden of lilies, some day when I had force and manliness enough to tell her all, save my love for her. For that, I felt, must never be spoken, self must resist self, and clamour no more at the gate of a forfeited paradise. Some day I would see her. But not for a long time. Not till I had, in part at least, worked out my secret expiation. As I sat musing thus, a strange memory came into my brain. I thought I heard a voice resembling my own which said, "Lift, oh lift the shrouding veil, spirit of the city beautiful. For I feel I shall read in your eyes the secret of happiness." A cold shudder ran through me, I sprang up erect, in a kind of horror. Leaning at my open window I looked down into the busy street below, and my thoughts reverted to the strange things I had seen in the east, the face of the dead Egyptian dancer, uncovered to the light again after 2,000 years, the face of Sybil. Then I remembered the vision of the city beautiful, in which one face had remained veiled, the face I most desired to see. And I trembled more and more as my mind, despite my will, began to weave together links of the past and present, till they seemed growing into one and the same. Was I again to be the prey of evil forces? Did some new danger threaten me? Had I, by some unconscious wicked wish, invited new temptation to assail me? Overcome by my sensations, I left my work and went out into the fresh air. It was late at night, and the moon was shining. I felt for the letter of Mavis, it pressed against my heart, a shield against all vileness. The room I occupied was in a house not far from Westminster Abbey, and I instinctively bent my steps towards that grey old shrine of kings and poets dead. The square around it was almost deserted. One slackened my pace, strolling meditatively along the narrow paved way that forms a short cut across into Old Palace Yard. When suddenly a dark shadow crossed my path, and looking up, I came face to face with Lucio. The same as ever, the penitent impersonation of perfect manhood. His countenance, pale, proud, sorrowful yet scornful, flashed upon me like a star. He looked full at me, and a questioning smile rested on his lips. My heart almost stopped beating. I drew a quick sharp breath. Again I felt for the letter of Mavis, and then, meeting his gaze fixedly and straightly in my turn, I moved slowly on in silence. He understood, his eyes flashed with a jewel-like strange brilliancy I knew so well, and so well remembered! And drawing back, he stood aside and let me pass. I continued my walk steadily, though dazed and like one in a dream, till reaching the shadowed side of the street opposite the Houses of Parliament, I stopped for a moment to recover my startled senses. There again I saw him. The superb man's form, the angel's face, there, haunting, splendid sorrowful eyes. He came with his usual ease and grace of step into the full moonlight and paused, apparently waiting for someone. For me? No. I kept the name of God upon my lips, I gathered all the strength of faith within my soul, and though I was wholesomely afraid of myself, I feared no other foe. I lingered therefore watching, and presently I saw a few members of Parliament walking singly and in groups towards the house, one or two greeted the tall dark figure as a friend and familiar, and others knew him not. Still he waited on. And so did I. At last, just as Big Ben chimed the 11:15, one man whom I instantly recognized as a well-known cabinet minister came walking briskly towards the house. Then, and then only, he whom I had known as Lucio, advanced smiling. Greeting the minister cordially, in that musical rich voice I knew of old, he took his arm, and they both walked on, talking earnestly. I watched them till their figures receded in the moonlight. The one tall, kingly and commanding. The other burly and broad and self-assertive in demeanor. I saw them ascend the steps, and finally disappear within the House of England's imperial government, devil and man, together. The end.